Okay, friends, I think all the YouTube streams are up. I'm gonna start TikTok real quick. Twitch should be up as well. I see Ian's live. Fantastic. I'm sure they'll be ending stream shortly and sending some friends our way. Welcome in, y'all. Hey, it's Monday. We did some cooking over the weekend. I had a triple header yesterday actually, which was partially by mistake. I didn't even realize I was scheduled for the After Dark show last night on the line. That's, I'm sure, a scheduling error on my end. But hey, we did it, friends. It was my first time actually getting to talk to Owen. And I've been following Owen for a long time. If y'all don't follow Owen Morgan, definitely worth checking him out. Really cool dude. Produces a lot of really good content and is currently, his newer videos, has been diving into some of the scholarship, which is really exciting. I really, really love it when people who didn't get formal educations in the field find the scholarship and start getting involved in the scholarship. Or even there's been quite a few people that are starting to learn Hebrew in the community. In fact, quite a few people have asked me what are some of the best ways to do that. I got lots of recommendations for that. But nevertheless, I'm always excited. So if you missed AXP or The Line yesterday, I was on both of them. I was on AXP and After Dark on The Line. Definitely recommend. And I was on with J Mike actually last night on AXP. So it was a really good time. Which reminds me, I need to see if J Mike wants to come on and do a split screen with me over here. I think there's probably some appetite for that. Put a 1 in the comments if you want to see J Mike and I collab over here on my channel, do a split screen a debate night. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, we got some 1s popping up already. J Mike is wicked smart, and it's super helpful. He's a little bit like Ian in that he likes to engage in the philosophical stuff, and it gives me a break from having to deal with the nonsense of the philosophical guys going in circles, just talking nonsense. It's a lot of fun. Although I feel like it is a little more entertaining nowadays to do the philosophy stuff, only because once you kind of start learning like the burden shifting and all the weird precept tricks that they have, like it doesn't really do a whole lot. It's not really one of those things where like they have anything to offer. You basically just have to see what kind of word games they're playing, right? Because that's really what's happened. They're just playing word games, and you just have to figure out what game they're playing. That's all. It's not. Oh, interesting. Owen's an expert on cults. I didn't know that. Danger aware. Owen is expert on cults. I believe that. I know he's done a lot of research on cults, and there's a lot of good ones out there. I suspect that happens when you come out of a movement like the JWs. You probably get intrigued with cults. I got super intrigued when in Bible college and seminary with cults. In fact, I was talking about 2 books yesterday on cults that somebody wanted to know about that I read when I was in school. I had a couple others, but they weren't that good. They weren't worth keeping. So I ended up throwing them out. But nevertheless, the cults are super fun, definitely. And hey, Get the Lawnmower. Good to see you, my friend. It says Mark 1458. That's what I forgot to do. I was like, there's a window missing from my screen tonight. And there's a blank spot on my screen. I was like, what do I usually put in that blank spot? I was trying to remember. Like, what the fuck's supposed to go on my screen? I forgot. There's not supposed to be a blank spot here. It's where I put my my window for Bible verses. I don't know how I forgot that. I got problems, y'all. I got problems. I'm getting old. This is like a senior moment, you know? Let me see, though. You're saying Mark 14, 58, and 59 seem to invalidate a claim that has disagreeing testimonies. Ironic, yeah? I could be misinterpreting, though. Double check me. Well, I got you, friend. Let me take a look at Mark 14, 58 and 59, and maybe let's see if we can make something out on this. 1 second. All right, we got the passage. Put it on the screen. So you're saying this is the quotation from Mark. We heard him say, "I will destroy this." So this is the like the scribes and Pharisees in Mark that are saying, "Hey, we heard Jesus say a thing," right? So this is like at the tail end of the Olivet discourse. But anyways, it says, "We heard him say, 'I will destroy this temple that is made with hands. In 3 days, I will rebuild another, not made with hands.'" But even on this point, their testimony did not agree. Oh, interesting. So let me go back like 2 or 3 verses, because this is them talking about what the disciples said, if I remember correctly. So it says, "Now the chief priests and the whole council were looking for testimony against Jesus to put him to death." And this actually seems to be corroborated in Sanhedrin 43a. In Sanhedrin 43a, they gave him 40 days for witnesses to come forward that could acquit him. And so this is probably part of that time period. It says, "Now the chief priests and the whole council were looking for testimony against Jesus to put him to death." Realistically, they were just looking for testimony, but they found none. For many gave false testimonies against him. That's actually interesting, because this account corroborates what it says in Sanhedrin 43, which is that there was claims and evidence against him, but no evidence that could acquit him was presented. But anyways, some stood up and gave false testimony against him, saying, we heard him say, 'I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and in 3 days I will build another not made with hands.'" But even on this point, their testimony did not agree. So it doesn't say here who they spoke to specifically. It just says that some gave testimony. It would be interesting to know who was the testimony givers. In fact, if this story was like inspired by God, you would expect God would know better. Like, same thing with 1 Corinthians 15. You think God would know better to not have Paul just say, "Yeah, there were 500 witnesses. Okay, give me names. Give me testimonies." It's really weird that God would inspire a book to be penned that was so easily dismissible. It's not even that people who read the book may or may not believe the claims. It's just that the way that the claims have come to us, it's so easy to dismiss them. God should have seen that coming. But nevertheless, to your point, Lawnmower says, "Seems to invalidate a claim that has disagreeing testimonies." Ironic. Oh, shit. So what you're saying is the chief priests are dismissing claims because there are contradicting testimonies, which is what we do here when we talk about the gospel, is say, well, here's a lot of contradictory details. It seems like these claims might be suspect given the details that were given that were contradictory. Fair point, my friend. And Faithless Devotion, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "Speaking of, what would those suggestions for learning Hebrew be?" So I think I have 2 suggestions. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up a book and a set of flashcards that I really like. If you just want to learn Hebrew, anyone can do that. You can download Duolingo, you can get Rosetta Stone, you can do all kinds of stuff. However, if you want to learn biblical Hebrew, and I realize you might not realize it's like super different, but there's a lot of grammatical differences between modern and biblical Hebrew, and even sentence structure is slightly different sometimes. So like, for example, in Hebrew, modern Hebrew, it's very common for like a pronoun to come prior to a verb. And then the verb is also conjugated with that pronoun built in. Well, in biblical Hebrew, you don't find that as much. You'll find that the pronoun or whoever the subject of the verb is just built into the verb. They don't always place it prior to the verb for extra emphasis. And nevertheless, that's neither here nor there. You can do Duolingo or something like that and get a basic grasp on Hebrew and learn a lot of vocab that will help you reading the Bible. The problem is, if you really want to read the Bible, you have to learn grammar. That's just all there is to it, friends. And oops, I don't know why this website seems to be frozen. Let me see if I can give this kind of a boost. There we go. So what we've got, one of my favorite books is The Basics of Biblical Hebrew by Gary Practico and Miles Van Pelt. I did this book at one point when I was first learning Hebrew, and then I had other Hebrew texts when I got to seminary to learn a different way. This is still my favorite way to use it, and the reason why I like it is because it's really well laid out. You can learn specific types of grammar, and then if you forget, well, the table of contents has it broken out very, very well. It also has a really good glossary in the back for various words. And also there's conjugation charts too, but conjugation charts are super important. But if you want to learn how the grammar works, you need one of these books that'll actually go through the grammar rather than just teaching you how to speak using like immersion. That's very difficult to learn grammar that method. So this is a good book. And the other thing that I love about this is you can get this with the accompanying flashcards. So this book also has Hebrew vocabulary flashcards. They're actually mini cards. They're only like 3 inches wide. You can put like 100 of them in your pocket and just do them in your free time. And they're ordered in the frequency which they appear in the Bible. So the words that are most commonly used in the Bible will be at the front of the deck, and it's got the 1,000 most used words. Now, my experience when I was in seminary, I had a couple years of Hebrew between Bible college and seminary, and I did these flashcards. When I got to about 800 unique words, not words that are like partially conjugated just to look differently, when I got to about 800 unique words, I could read most of the Hebrew Bible if you have like a reader's edition. So this is a reader's edition of the Hebrew Bible, and the words that are really uncommon are in the bottom. So any word that shows up less than like 50 times in the Bible, you'll find it down there. So it's just basically, here's some less common words. You're not a native Hebrew speaker. Let's make it easy. So that's really helpful. I really dig that one. And so that's the route I would go if I was going to learn biblical Hebrew. And to practice, if you just want to practice, you just need to speak and hear it. I think Duolingo will get you there. It'll get you speaking and hearing. Interstate says, what biblical scholarly books would you recommend? Well, I do need something more specific, but in terms of generic, just like here's a book that is roughly about the Bible that has scholarly data. I would go to, and especially if you're new to biblical studies, I would go to a single volume commentary. So I like the Oxford commentary, biblical commentary, the Jerome biblical commentary. These are single volume commentary sets that will have very condensed academic sources for studying the Bible. Certainly would be the best place to start. After that, you can get big sets. So some of my commentary sets are like, 80, 90 books in the set. And that's a whole different ballgame. Also, my cat is trying to destroy my set again. Nope, out. Hey, off, please, off the desk. Okay, hold on, I have a secret trick now. It turns out that cats don't like singing bowls. See if we can get them off the desk before destroying it. Wait. Anything? No? Oh, you're tough now. You want to be a tough guy? Is he moving? I think he's gone. Well, the Woo Force has moved the cat off my desk. I love the cat when he's in front of the desk next to me because I can pet him, but he wants to climb on the back of the desk and eat all my cables. I'm going to have to find a fix for that. Sorry about that, friends. And also, Mariella Rickus, thank you for the super chat. It says, Dre here from Costa Rica. Well, greetings all the way to Costa Rica. Ignore handle. I can't express how much I appreciate your content. It makes me think and laugh so often. Keep it up. Well, I'm definitely going to try. I really appreciate the super chat and the support for the stream. And I think laughing is like super important. And that's one thing I need to be better at. This is the one thing I think Ian does magnificently, is rather than letting the guests like get under his their skin because like they're so obstinate and like they don't want to engage in good faith, you could just start going to making fun of them publicly. There's no point in letting them get under your skin if they're not going to engage. Also, I have no idea why my camera keeps trying to focus on the shelf behind me. I need to install some software so when I get the focus set, it'll just lock in. Gretchen, my friend, hey, thanks for the super chat, and I'll be seeing you soon at the California meetup. Says having J Mike on might get you out of dealing with Fildos, but it leaves us stuck sitting through it. For fuck's sakes, resistance is futile. All will be bro. You know what? That's fair. Maybe it'll be a special session. Maybe we'll do like a Tuesday or a Thursday session, and we'll just do like bring your best philosophical arguments. And people who want to be there to hear philosophy will be able to hear it, and those who don't can check out. That way it won't interrupt our regular 3 nights a week programming. Maybe that's the way to go. Also, Danger Aware, thank you for the super chat, says, watched Owen for years, from before he was the victim of abuse because of his channel. Have watched you for 1+ year. We are anti-abuse. Oh, you're an Danger Aware. Oh, Danger Aware, I talked to you once. Yes. You're an anti-abuse charity. I forgot about that. We should communicate, by the way, at some point about what we can do to help prevent this kind of stuff, or even maybe we can do a fundraiser of some kind to reinforce this. Now, with that, friends, I've got, I think, 1 opposition in the box, and I also have our friend Marcy. I am excited. Give me a second to bring up Marcy. Welcome in, Marcy.
Hello.
Good to have you, friend. The amount of messages I've gotten from people that love to see you pop into the stream is pretty high. You're really well liked around here.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
Anyways, I think we've got 1 guest in the box. So let me grab the guest and we'll get some conversations rolling. It doesn't matter, friends, if you're a Christian or Muslim. In fact, tonight, if you're watching and you're a part of the Islamic faith, it'd be a great night to call in. Marcy has done a lot of study on the Quran and has dealt in a number of quite a few debates on the topic. So it would be a really good night to come in and maybe have a very robust conversation, maybe even past that was certainly past where I would typically take them, given that my training has mostly been in the Bible. But nevertheless, whatever God concept you've got, we're welcome to hear about it. But Mike, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in a God or gods?
I do believe in a God.
Sure. Is it a particular God or just like a generic God, like the God of classical theism?
Well, I believe in God the Father.
So you're Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish.
Oh, you're Christian?
I just believe that there is a God, and I would like to challenge your contention that God is evil.
Oh, well, interesting. I don't know if I made that claim tonight, but it is a claim that I've made before. So I'm not.
Yes, yeah, you have made a claim. Yeah, you have made a claim, and I would like to challenge that.
I'm not terribly concerned about going into that. So the basics of my claim is that by all measures, unless you're going to do special pleading, the behavior of the God in the Bible, or gods in general, typically, we would call that evil. Like if anything other than God did it, we would just call that evil. And I don't see a good reason to do special pleading. And I know you've probably got some arguments for why it's okay when God does it, but not okay when humans do it. And that's fine. We're welcome to get into that. But like, I don't think there's ever an occasion where, say, if I commit a crime, that my significant other should be punished with rape because I committed a crime. Do you think that there's situations where that's okay?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, if there's never a situation where that's okay, then that would just mean that when God did it, it wasn't okay then either.
Well, that's correct. I see when you get on your show and stuff like that, and you get these biblical Christians and you challenge them. What I observe is because they are so certain um, that the Bible is true, inerrant Word of God, that their morality and ethics just goes out the window, and basically they turn out to be really unholy and ungodly and immoral and unethical people. Now, I do understand that your show, that is your show, and you make fun of them and stuff like that. That's fine with me. I have no problem with that. But at the same time, the thing is, when you make a statement that God is evil, I would like to challenge that and, take the position that God is not just good, God is only good.
Sure, I'm sure you've got an argument for it, and we've probably heard it before, but that's okay. However you want to provide the argument, I'm open to it. I've got a notepad out if you want to do premise-based argument, or you can just give it to me and we'll go with it.
Well, basically, the same as you claim to be an atheist. Atheists are supposed to be using their mind, clear thinking, and stuff like that. So I would imagine that if somebody, for example, presents an argument, that you would look at it and see whether or not that argument would be valid.
I may not know what you're saying. Do you have an argument, or do you want me to present an argument?
Well, let's say, let's say, for an example, okay, that I say that God is not just good, God is only good.
So I don't know.
What's that, Marcy?
I was gonna say, like, you just asked him for the argument, and then now he's saying, well, you're an atheist, so you follow logic, so you should want to hear an argument. But it's like he just asked you for the argument, so why don't we give the argument of why God is perfectly fine?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's
I
kind of
mean,
what
the thing
it's
is,
for.
but basically, I do understand, when you have these people on your show and stuff like that, and they're usually biblical Christians in that, and then you just completely and totally destroy them, because they really have no argument for kind of things that the biblical God does. Okay,
well,
but
let me ask you.
you said.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a Christian that actually
Yes,
believes in the Bible?
No, I am a Christian, but I do not necessarily believe in Bible. There are some truths in the Bible, but no, I am not a biblical Christian. I am a Christian, though.
So when the Bible says that God did stuff, did he do it?
Well, the thing is, I would imagine that, you'd also have to take a look at the science and what science says. And you also have to take a look at morality that is involved in this. So, for an example, when the Bible says that God destroyed the world in the great flood because he couldn't find any righteous people on earth and stuff like that, and then he goes and he destroys the world in great flood, the science says that it never happened. So obviously the Bible is not telling the truth. It never happened. So I cannot say that the Bible is the inerrant Word of God.
So I guess my confusion is I don't know what you believe about God anymore. So I mean, I can give you a generic argument for why I think God is evil that's not based on the Bible. I think one of those arguments would be something akin to an all good, all loving entity wouldn't cause unnecessary suffering. It might cause some necessary suffering, but not unnecessary suffering. And I would say something like natural disasters and the really high mortality rate of post birth infants, I think is like a super bad look for a God that is purportedly all powerful and all good. But I don't know if you believe in a God that's all powerful. Do you?
Well, actually, I do, but I think from what I understand, from the things that I have read and stuff like that, the time-space reality is based on evolution, and because evolution is opposites and stuff like that. Okay, to say that God is evil in that way, I'm not sure that that I would agree, because if it's based on evolution, then of course there is potential for evil, and there is potential for all kinds of destruction and everything else. But the thing is, that does that make God bad? I'm not sure.
So maybe the question that seems to be at hand right now, if I'm going to make a guess, is whether or not you think unnecessary suffering is bad. Now, in my definition, I would say unnecessary suffering is bad. If it wasn't bad, then we wouldn't constantly be trying to avoid it. So when you say like that maybe we don't know like what good is, that may or may not be true, but I don't know how we get to a point where we can say that God is all good and then also commits or causes unnecessary suffering. I'm not sure how you can link those two together yet.
Well, as I said, because time space is based on evolution. Okay, these things are built into the thing. Now, as I say, I do not know the end product of what you say is unnecessary suffering. Okay, but obviously it is possible. I would also imagine that eventually, and you can see this in even our own lives and stuff like that, through evolution and through spiritual growth and stuff like that, we change and has become more spiritual. We get closer to God. So yes, I would imagine that 1,000 years from now, or 2,000 years from now, or 10,000 years from now, this society is not going to be the way that it is now. It is through everybody's understanding that things are going to get better.
But I'm talking about things that God causes, not things that humans cause. So, for example, natural disasters.
God does not cause natural disasters. I don't
So
know when you got that.
did God design the earth?
Well, I'm not sure that the absolute God designed the earth, but yes.
Okay, so if God designed the earth, did he have the option of designing it so that there wouldn't be natural disasters?
Yes, but obviously that is not the point, because God is not in the process of duplicating things and creating things that are duplicate. From what I understand, perfection has already been achieved, and that perfection is heaven, which is a perfect spiritual reality. Now, this time-space reality,
I don't know if that matters at all, though.
Perfect.
Right?
Well,
like the fact that there's a perfect heaven doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Like if I build a house,
because we tried
if I build a house that I knew was going to torture its inhabitants, but I lived in a perfect house, it would be irrelevant. I'm still causing unnecessary suffering. So that's the link that I'm trying to make here. If God designed the earth and he didn't have to make it this way, he just decided to make it this way. What that means is that the suffering that's caused by the earth itself is unnecessary. It's unnecessary suffering.
Well, again, that is your point, but I would imagine that if everything in your world was perfect, okay, you would actually die because your mind would have nothing to do. I mean, we're talking about survival.
What are you talking about?
Well, the thing, as I said, if the idle mind that has nothing to do will die, it's going to go crazy. So if you really,
everyone goes crazy in heaven. And
I'm not sure that everyone goes to heaven, because those people are so spiritually.
What does a lack of natural disasters have to do with an idle mind?
Well, it stimulates your mind to do things and work and stuff like that. Okay. Whereas if, for example, as I said, I do understand that, for example, those beings that are native to heaven and stuff like that, they're perfect and that, so they do not need evil to make any kind of decisions. Okay. But we on this planet are completely and totally different from that environment. So because it is an evolutionary place, okay, yes, the mind our minds have to work all the time to survive and grow.
But our minds would have to work anyways, but this doesn't fix the problem that I addressed. If we need suffering for our minds to not go crazy, then that means we would need suffering in heaven too. It also doesn't address the fact that like we can have on the earth, we can have challenges to overcome, we can have problems to solve, but those aren't the same as like a teenager losing a limb because a building fell on them during an earthquake. That's not something that anyone actually needs. There's nothing that you're going to learn from that you couldn't learn without it.
Yes, I do agree with that point, but I cannot tell you exactly how to say what the how God actually deals with it. The only thing that I know that in God's view, what do you call it? Personal will is paramount. Okay, so
What
I
what does
mean,
personal will have to do with this? We're talking about natural disasters.
well, as I said, in an evolutionary world, I guess natural disasters do happen.
But they don't need to happen. That's the point. If they happen,
Well,
but they're not
yeah.
but they're not required, then by definition, it's unnecessary. Anything that could be another way is then unnecessary. It doesn't have to be that way. It just is that way.
Well, okay, but, yeah, okay. So to counter your point, let's say that a person, for example, had cancer in his leg or something like that. Okay, so now the next thing to do is cut off the leg. Okay, well, you might say, but this is unnecessary pain and stuff like that. But in the end, the person survived and the person lives.
Yeah, but was it necessary for the person's leg to even get damaged in the first place? That's what I'm trying to say here.
But,
Like
but you live in a reality. You live in a reality that is
Well,
not perfect.
well, we know
Evolution
that.
is not perfect.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about evolution. We're talking about the planet, the way the planet functions.
Yeah.
So I think maybe you've heard somebody give an argument about the way like animals are suffering based on evolution as a problem of evil. Alex O'Connor has this particular argument. That's not the argument that I'm making. I'm not saying that God is evil because of evolution, although I could make that claim. I'm saying that God is evil because he created a planet for human beings to live in. And that planet needlessly decimates its inhabitants. It's not a required thing.
Okay, well, okay, then you could say, well, as I said, if you could compare it to heaven, for example, where this stuff does not happen and everything else, well, then Earth would also be heaven according to you. But obviously, the Earth is not, and we have a different way.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Just because we got rid of natural disasters, it wouldn't make the Earth heaven. Human beings could still harm each other. That's what you get when you have humans with the ability to make decisions. So I've never said that we need heaven. I never said that like I would desire it to be like heaven here. I'm just saying here's one particular instance where it's demonstrable that there is suffering that is not necessary. And if God was all good, this unnecessary suffering wouldn't be here.
Well, okay, well, you can make that point, and sure, whether or not it,
So I mean,
as you pointed out, what is going to happen? Mm-hmm. What is going to happen 20,000 years from now when there is no natural disasters, when everything is controlled, when everything has been tamed and stuff like that? What are you going to say then?
I don't know why that would ever happen. I have no idea why you think in 20,000 years we're just going to cease to have earthquakes and volcanoes and tornadoes and hurricanes. Why would you think that?
Well, because technology is going to make sure that it doesn't happen.
How? How's that going to happen?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you about technology. The same as that these days that we have artificial intelligence and stuff like that, where many things are being helped through artificial intelligence. You can just imagine 20,000 years down the road, the whole planet might be a completely and totally different place. It might be, quote, heaven on earth.
It certainly might be, but I don't know if that fixes the problem, because let's say, for example, let's depict a father again, because we're talking like if you believe God is a father. If you've got a father who, let's say he's got 100 children, he builds a house for his children, and for 100 years, the house is needlessly harming its inhabitants. He built it to be that way. He designed it to be that way. He knew it would hurt the inhabitants. But then after 100 years, he fixes it, and it no longer is hurting the inhabitants. Well, he's still responsible. He's still evil for the 100 years where it was harming its inhabitants.
Well, that is your argument. I'm not quite sure that is correct, because you seem to be harping on one thing that harming people and stuff like that. As I say, this reality is based on evolution, just the way that things are. You don't know, for example, what is going to happen to you, or how you are going to react maybe 100 years or 1,000 years from now on when you take a look at the
But that
experiences that you've
doesn't.
gone through and what you have learned.
Well, no, it's irrelevant. You don't need to learn how to overcome a hurricane if there are no hurricanes. So again, like there are so many ways to learn stuff. Like I didn't have to get cancer to know that I don't want to get cancer. If cancer never existed and somebody said, "Hey, would it be weird? Would it be horrible if there was this disease that just ate away your body because it like started replicating cells that were, harmful to the body?" I'm like, yeah, that sounds horrible. I don't want that. I don't have to get cancer to be thankful that I don't have cancer or anything like it.
No, yes, I completely agree. But again, you are missing the point. Okay, this reality is based on evolution, and these things are allowed. Now, the thing is, I said, from
But
behind the scenes, whatever
Mike,
God can
Mike, I don't
show
want
you
to.
and
I don't
stuff
want
like
to
that.
interrupt you, but I want to. I felt like I addressed the evolution thing, but maybe I didn't do it well enough. So listen, I'm not debating evolution right now. I'm not saying that evolution is evil. But if you want to keep bringing it up, I would lump evolution in with the natural disasters. Evolution isn't required. Like listen, I get you and I both believe in evolution, but the fact
Yes.
remains evolution wasn't a thing that had to happen. God still could have made all of the animal species such that they don't have to prey on each other. So, like, appealing to evolution doesn't fix anything in your worldview because God is the one that designed evolution.
Yeah, that's correct. And I'm saying it is a different system. It is a different method to grow spiritually. Okay, so the thing is, I said, why do you get cancer? Why do you this? Well, take a look at millions of people that are working on things, trying to prevent, trying to cure it, and stuff like that. As I said, just a point. What do you think
Would
you
you
are going to be
prefer
doing in eternity?
would you prefer to get cancer and then be healed of the cancer or to never get cancer?
Well, as I said, the thing is, if you never got cancer, you would not even know
Well, I'm asking you
about cancer and stuff
personally.
like that.
I'm asking you
Okay.
personally, a yes or no
Well,
question.
yes, I would prefer not to get cancer.
Right,
But
and
if
why
I
is that?
did get cancer, yeah, but if I did get cancer and stuff like that, the experience of it and stuff like that must have added something to my spiritual ascent or my spiritual growth. Right?
Okay,
But if I
let
never
me
got cancer,
let me use a better example. What if you get caught up in a hurricane, it throws you against the side of a house and it renders you a vegetable for the rest of your life? What did you learn then?
you must have learned something.
No, you're a vegetable
You
now.
must have learned something. I mean, listen, your whole life is about learning. When you compare yourself to the way that you
I
were
I
when you
don't
were
think you're
5 years
listening to what I
old,
said. I
but
said vegetableized. Do you know what that means?
yes, I know what it means. Yeah.
Okay, so what did you learn when you became a vegetable and your brain no longer functions properly?
Well, something you must have learned something before that point and stuff like that. Once you become a vegetable, I really can't tell
so
you because
so the
I'm not a
God
scientist.
needs to
I'm not a
turn
scientist.
people
I
into
can't tell you.
vegetables so they learn something right before it.
Oh, you're being facetious now. I mean, the
Well,
thing is,
that's that's the reduction of your position.
yeah, no,
I,
no. But as I
hey,
said,
hey,
the thing is,
Mike.
well, give me one proof.
Hey, Mike.
As I said,
You're
you're
a
giving me proof.
Mike. You
Go ahead.
sound like a genuine nice dude, and I believe that you are. But I think the difficulty that I'm having here is I'm not sure you're actually responding to my argument, and I don't think you even understand my argument.
Well, I don't understand your argument. You're just absolutely against the way the system works and stuff like that. So you're going to use all of these natural disasters and things that happen to people, okay, saying this is evil and this is not good. Well, as I said, in one sense you might be right, but in the other sense you might not be right. Obviously, the designers of this reality thought that this was good. Okay, so just the way that it is. Now, just because you call it evil and stuff like that doesn't necessarily mean so because you don't know the end product.
Well, the end
You
product's
just
kind of irrelevant if you've got a God that's all powerful. All powerful entities can get to the end product any way they want to. That's the benefit of being all powerful. So let me get a couple question and answers for you. Maybe we can streamline this because I don't know if you're actually responding to anything I've said. So my first question, which I think is where we're trying to get to, is it evil to cause harm where it's not needed?
I can't. That's that is a trick question because again, you call it harm. Okay, as I said, if a person gets cancer on his leg, okay, I would imagine you would say this is harm. But after the person is healed, is it still harm?
Again, not everyone gets healed, and sometimes it still causes all kinds of harm. So, if, for example, if I break break a whole series of ribs, I still have to live with the trauma of the accident and the medical bills and the long-term health effects of breaking all my ribs. So, again, the question is, in my question, I'm assuming that you might learn something from an injury. I'm not saying that you couldn't. I'm saying, is it evil to cause harm when it's not needed?
As well, I would imagine yes, it is. Like for example, if a person, or well, yeah, I could say no. Is it evil? Well, you think that it is evil,
I'm
unnecessary
asking you.
harm. Yeah. Um, is it evil? As I said, your definition of that is it will be completely
I'm just
different from
asking
mine.
you. I'm not asking me. I'm
Yeah.
asking you. Is it evil to cause harm if the harm is not needed?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, we agree then. Yes, that is the case.
Yes.
So then
Yeah.
the second question is, are natural natural disasters required?
Are natural disasters required? Just the way that the planet is and stuff like that. Are they required? I'm not sure that I can answer that. Are they required? Just the
Well,
way that the planet is.
I would I would imagine they're not required. I mean, you don't think that there's going to be, when the new heaven, new earth gets created, and everyone's back on the earth, or according to Revelation 21 and so on and so forth. You don't think there's going to be natural disasters then, do you? Because no one's dying in the when the earth is remade.
I would imagine that there won't be natural disasters. That is correct. Because by
You
that
got it.
time, technology
So,
and everything else. Yeah.
well, I'm not asking about technology. So then we agree then that natural disasters are not required because eventually there won't be any.
Well, eventually, I would imagine so. Yes.
Okay. So if natural disasters are not required, then what that means is that the person who's causing these non-required natural disasters would be qualified as evil. So if it's evil to cause unnecessary harm, and natural disasters cause unnecessary harm, then the person who causes the unnecessary harm is the thing that's causing evil.
Well, again, you're looking at this from this physical point of view in our lives and stuff like that. But the thing is that from what I know or what I think I know and stuff like that, in the eternity, as you go through these experiences and stuff like that, you have gained certain things.
So what?
So if you, hey,
So what if you get, listen? No one is questioning whether or not you can
I
learn
know,
something
okay,
from
well, what
suffering.
is what is your purpose in life?
The question
No,
is whether or not that suffering was actually required for you to gain the knowledge.
well, I would imagine from where we start off and stuff like that, I'm not sure that it's required, but it does happen. So
Okay,
let me ask you, what is your
so
purpose in life?
so Mike, this is everything I've done so far is an argument just based on pure definitions. That's it. It's a definitional argument, and you've agreed to all my definitions and all of my premises. So the conclusion just logically follows. So at this point, you've unwittingly agreed with me. You just don't realize it yet. And as nice of a person as you are, I don't think you're actually tracking, and I don't think you're hearing my argument, nor do you understand it. So I got to move on to the next guest, okay?
Have a great day.
All right, cheers. That's a shame. You get somebody nice and they can't track what's actually happening. Those are when you get somebody who's being courteous and not talking over you. That's the type of person where you hope that they can at least follow the conversation so you can find some resolution to the problem. But it seemed like he wasn't tracking all that well. Friends, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can call in using tiny.cc/dzlive. You don't need to sign up for anything. We don't need your email address. We don't need none of that stuff. You just got to use the link. There's a clickable version of it in the description of the video. And if you're watching on TikTok, you can just use the guest request button as per usual to the TikTok situation. So you don't have to use the link on the screen if, in fact, you are wanting to get in. I can take you using the TikTok method or the non-TikTok method. Either one is fine. So whatever works for you, we'll be able to get you into the conversation. I'm going to read just a couple super chats. We got a couple during that conversation, and then I'm going to get our next guest in here, which, as far as I can tell, is Jonathan and then John. And then after that, Tony. Tez, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, are you really going to do a show challenging the end times claims in relation to Revelation? Yeah, I actually used to do one. So I don't know who's been following me long enough. But I ran a topic a long time ago that was, no prophecies in the Bible are coming true today. So that's kind of where we're gonna take the angle from. I might do something more interesting, like Revelation, like we'll say end times prophecies are not being fulfilled today. Maybe that's the right way to word it. I'm just typing this right now. All right. So that I'll remember that for later. But yeah, we're definitely going to be hitting that sometime soon. I think it'll be fun. And John Kane says, come on, Justin, you're an electrical engineer. Surely you have some control panel wire duct laying around somewhere. And you know what, John, you're right. I actually do have quite a bit of control panel stuff laying around. I actually, in my attic, it used to be my original office because I didn't have to use it all that much. I could basically just use it for part storage. I've got cabinets and cabinets of electronics and controls and like actual PCB parts and whatnot up there. It's time to probably clear it out. I don't think I'm going to need that stuff anymore. If there are any young people that are interested in electrical engineering and want to learn some basics of electrical engineering, but you need parts, maybe buttons, LEDs, controllers, or Arduinos, Raspberries, relays, anything, shoot me an email. I've got a whole attic full of them that I can offload and send to you. I'd love to be able to donate my electronics collection to some young person who wants to learn. More than happy to facilitate that, friends. And Mega says J&M together spells trouble. Trouble like MJ in Game 6 or MJ on the microphone. Either way, you're getting clapped. I don't know what that means. I'm getting clapped or the person going up against MJ is getting clapped. I think that's what you meant. So if J Mike and I are on the screen together, the person calling in is going to get clapped. And that, to be fair, is probably the case. And Furtive Patach, good to see you, friend, says, God causes everything. He freely created this world knowing exactly what would happen. Nobody else to blame. That's 100% it. That's the whole shtick. And Dre from Costa Rica, oh, name change again. I definitely love how you run your stream. Reading scripture to people who are so confident but have never actually read it is just so much fun. It is one of my favorite things. When you just get to fact check people in real time repeatedly, it's a good time. Every once in a while, like even I will forget something, and I'll have to get called out on the carpet. But it's pretty rare. Maw of the Zoid says the problem of evil makes God look like he's just entertaining himself. Is God creating evil to show off? A triomni God would only have heaven. Yep, that's my case. That's the point that we'll make every time we address this particular argument. And Design, good to see you, says tonight on Universal Top God, our gods will attempt to teach man something without resorting to turning them into vegetables. Yahweh, you're up. Oops, don't press that button. Yahweh is not good at teaching, apparently. He's like the old school Catholic nuns that can't teach a classroom without beating you with a yardstick. Our last super chat for now from Johnny. Johnny, thank you for the 20-pound super chat. Says, hey, Justin, watch the 10-hour stream with the most insufferable callers ever. Don't know how you do it. If you were Catholic, you'd be the patron saint of patience. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. And you know what? It's something interesting that Protestants don't really do, but I always did kind of like that they had a collection of saints. that they recognized for like virtue and moral behavior and things like that. I think we can learn more about that. Like, who are your heroes as a Christian? Most Protestants would just be like, well, Paul or something, because all they have is the Bible. Where you get to learn church history if you're a Catholic or Orthodox. Who's your hero? And well, you got a whole collection of saints to pick from. You can be a little bit creative. All right, so Jonathan dropped out from the queue on TikTok. Have no idea why. So that means John from our YouTube queue is up next. And then after that, we'll grab Christian Lane. And then after that, we'll grab Tony. So give me just 1 second to bring in John, and we'll keep things moving. Oh, T.Y. Miller showed up again. All right, well, we'll get T.Y. in here eventually then, too. John, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 23, and yes, I believe in God.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
I'm actually a Norse pagan.
Oh, interesting. Let me see. What do you like? Subscribe to the standard model of Norse pagan religion, or do you have like your own special variant?
I mean, like I revere some of the gods more than others, but like I'm I'm a general like polytheist, so like I think most of the gods of various religions are real, but I don't have to like worship all of them. I just choose the ones I want to worship.
Okay, so you just kind of pick and choose. So let me ask you a question. Are any of the Norse pagan gods creator deities?
Creator deities, I think there were several involved with creation. I'm not extremely well versed in Norse theology. Um, I'm pretty sure Odin was involved in creation, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Did Odin know what would happen when Odin created the earth?
I don't believe so, no.
So are the gods in your worldview all knowing?
No, not at all.
Oh, interesting. In your worldview, are the Norse gods? How would you rate their power? Like, what are they capable of doing?
Yeah, I would say they're very powerful. I think they have limits. I think they're capable of interfering in human affairs, but I think they tend to stay out of human affairs most of the time. But I don't think they're all powerful at all. Um,
Hmm.
but again, I think different pagans have different views of the gods and what they
Yeah.
actually can do and can't do.
Do you think that Odin is collecting dead warriors for his afterlife army?
I don't really take the myths all that literally, so I think, I mean, I don't know. Like, I follow this religion because I think it's beneficial to me personally, and I do think the gods are real, but I'm not adamant about different aspects to the theology.
Fair enough. So then I won't press you on the theology. What I will ask is, why would anyone believe that these gods exist?
Well, to me, the greatest argument for at least polytheism is that it seems like every human culture throughout history has had an inclination toward worshiping something, whether that's a god or an aspect of nature or even ancestor worship. So to me, it seems like it's a little bit too much of a coincidence to have all these different cultures um, geared toward worshiping something.
Okay. Do you know why they worship? Because I do, based on my reading of history.
What would you say is the reason?
Because they benefited. So in ancient life, not just ancient religion, but in ancient life, those who have power over you, you basically have to ingratiate yourself in order to keep their attention and to be in their like goodwill. So if you read like the Babylonian literature or any of the other ancient literature in addressing the gods, they have all these very, very strict rules. And these rules are because if you don't do it right, the God will be displeased and you won't get rain, or you won't have a fertile harvest, or a fertile spring and a bad harvest. So like they had all these rules for things they needed to do for that God because it was some kind of a mutually beneficial relationship. You give this God what he needs, and it will give you what you need. So I don't think it's that people wanted to find something to worship. I think that their understanding of the world was that these things up in the sky, they're animated because they're alive, and they give you things the things that you need based on your good or bad behavior. So if you want to curtail favor with these entities, well, you have to do what you think they want.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. And I would say that's certainly a very thoughtful approach to that. I just wanted to say I'm a big fan, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching you for quite a while, and I'm actually an ex-Christian.
Oh,
I think a
congrats.
lot of yeah, I think a lot of pagans tend to be ex-Christians in my experience.
Yeah.
Um, I dabbled in Islam as well for a little bit, and I decided that wasn't working either. So
Yeah, that's
I
like
kind
jumping
of
out of the
wanted,
frying pan to go right into the fire, huh?
yeah, kind of. I wanted the sort of experience of religion, but without the obvious false doctrines of religion. So that's kind of why I went with this. And also, I have Norse ancestry, so I felt like I was connecting with my heritage in a way there as well. So
Sure.
it's a more of a it's more of a personal
Mhm.
decision, but I would say that they're not imaginary. That's kind of why I came up here,
Well,
because I do think,
is
yeah,
there a
go ahead.
way of determining? Is there a way of testing or finding out that they would be real rather than imaginary? Like, how could I go about doing it?
Well, from what I understand, it's mostly personal experience, which I know is very subjective, and the mind is capable of playing extraordinary tricks on you. Um, but I've seen a lot of people talk about their experiences with the supernatural and the gods that they worship, and I think for me personally, I know that's not like direct evidence that you can empirically test, but to me, I think that's the only way to sort of experience the supernatural is through personal exploration. And
Mm-hmm.
like I do think that Yahweh, for example, is real. I just think he's one of many gods. So like we know that Yahweh was a Canaanite deity, right? Before the Israelites venerated him as the one God.
Mm-hmm.
So like for example, I do think Yahweh is real, but I think he's making himself out to be more than he is in the tradition of uh, the Israelites. So yeah,
Sure.
I think that they had an experience with a deity. I think the Norse individuals they had experiences with deities. The Greeks had experiences with deities, whether that's through like dreams or maybe even the gods working in their lives somehow. I think that the myths are based on personal experience or maybe just stories about what the gods are like, not necessarily what actually happened, if that makes sense. Um,
Sure. But I think personal experience goes deeper than that, right? So, for example, we've got lots of people, even groups of people, who have claimed to have been abducted by aliens. Like, not just one individual, but like groups of people that are claiming that these things are true. Would you say that that personal experience would validate that they've been abducted and taken up by aliens? You might. I don't know.
yeah, I do think that aliens have abducted people, so I have no problem with saying that.
Sure.
Um,
Do you
I am a what?
do you believe that the dancing plague that broke out in France in the 1500s was actually inspired by some weird demonic or spiritual force?
I'm not familiar with that particular incident, actually.
It's a fun one. So there was a dancing plague in, I want to say, the early 1500s. Let me get you the exact date. 1518. So basically, the way the story goes is there was a woman who just, I'm going to say, caught the itch to dance and started dancing. And then she realized at some point that she couldn't stop dancing. And then other people felt the fervor. Oh, I need to dance as well. And then they started dancing, and then this started going on for days. And according to legend, some people danced either to the point where they were permanently or at least temporarily injured, and some of them perhaps died, depending on whose account you're listening to. So, like, we've got, my point is, we've got so many like situations in history where somebody has claimed, or even groups of people have claimed to experience things. I just don't know if like that's a valid way of. I don't know if these claims are all that beneficial because there's almost nothing that you couldn't say happened on personal experience. Like John of God was like this miraculous, like cult leader slash faith healer that did these non-invasive spiritual surgeries, and like thousands and thousands of people claim that he healed them just by like poking around on their body pretending to do like spiritual surgeries. But like, you don't think that this guy John of God healed all those people, do you?
I mean, I'm not extremely familiar with those particular cases, so I can't really say for certain. The dancing plague thing, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty wild, actually. Um,
Mm-hmm.
if if that account is accurate, like that's kind of crazy. Um, I don't have a problem with saying that there's supernatural incidents like that, but I can't like make a statement on those particular ones because I don't know much about them. But I
Mm-hmm.
have no issue saying like there have been and there still are supernatural occurrences in the wild per se.
So I guess, what's your methodology when someone claims that something happened? Because when I hear these claims about religious claims, to me they're contradictory, right? So if a citing of Jesus and or Yahweh is true, that's just mutually exclusive to the pantheons, right? So it'd be weird that Jesus is real, that he existed, and Yahweh is real and he existed, and they're appearing to people, but then they're saying that none of these other gods exist. Like, so are they just liars or just like appearing and lying to people? And what's the point?
I mean, if Yahweh is appearing to someone and saying, "Hey, dude, I'm real and I'm the only God. All the other gods are fake," I would say either if it let's just for the sake of argument say it is Yahweh actually speaking to them. I would say Yahweh's lying. Like I don't have a problem saying that Yahweh lies. I think he's kind of a jerk of a god, to be honest.
So, how do you determine that Yahweh is the liar and that the Norse gods are real? Couldn't it also very well be that Yahweh is real and that there are demons pretending to be the Norse gods?
I mean, yeah, you could say that, but I just think the inconsistencies in the Bible itself and the logical flaws in the idea of God being all powerful and all good at the same time, that kind of contradicts the model he's trying to make of himself, or at least
Hmm.
that his followers are trying to make of him.
Hmm.
So I would say Yahweh is one of many gods. Like I'm not exclusive to one pantheon, right? So I think the different pantheons represent different gods. I have no problem saying Yahweh is one of those gods, but I also have no problem saying he's lying. Like I think he especially wants to be seen as the most important god.
I got you, but my question is, how do you know that your experience with the Norse gods are not demons? Like, so you're just saying, listen, I believe in these gods, but the Yahweh God is lying to you. Well, a Christian would say, these entities might exist, except Yahweh is the one telling the truth, and these Norse gods are just demons pretending to be gods. In fact, Origen makes a part of an argument a little bit like this. So, like, how do you know that you're actually the one worshiping the real gods, and that you're not being like tricked by demons?
I mean, I that's a good point actually. Like that's a really good point because I don't really have an answer for that.
Hmm.
Um, other than I'm not saying that the Norse gods are the only gods you should worship, right?
Hmm.
There are Hellenist pagans, there are Roman pagans. Like, they're to me, they're equally as valid. I just follow the Norse gods because I resonate with them, right?
Okay.
Um, so I'm not claiming exclusivity here. But yeah, if you're talking about like demons posing as gods, then yeah, I don't really have an answer for that actually.
Sure. And maybe another question is, it sounds like part of your belief system is that this religion has kind of an appeal to you. But my suggestion would be whether or not something appeals to you might not be relevant to whether or not it's true. Like, I get it if you believe in this system because it makes sense to you and also you like it would be something, but I think whether or not you like it would have to be secondary to whether or not you can demonstrate it's like a valid belief system, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And like I'm willing to admit that I kind of follow it mainly because I like it.
Okay.
Um, So I would say like my belief in it being real is kind of secondary to my enjoyment of it,
Hmm.
which maybe is not the best stance to have, but like
Well,
I
it's
personally
not
it
a
works
bad
for me
stance.
personally. Yeah.
Like if you're willing to admit that the gods you believe in, you're taking on faith, they could be imaginary, they could not be imaginary. You don't have evidence for them, but you believe anyways. I think that's a fair position to be in. The reason why we critique the Muslims and the Christians is because they're out here saying, no, I know that my God is real, and you're the dummy for not believing in it. And that's why, like, well, fucking prove it, right? But if you're willing to admit that the religion that you believe in, you're essentially taking it on faith and maybe a little bit on feelings, well, then I would say that's fine. I think you're welcome to have it as long as it's not hurting anyone.
Yeah, that's actually the stance I would take, to be honest, is like I don't really like want I'm not trying to preach to anyone or like claim my God's 100% real. Like they could be imaginary, right? Like I'm not making a definitive claim or anything. And like I personally don't think the gods even really care if
Hmm.
humanity thinks they're real or not. So like in my belief system, like I think they appreciate me following them if they're real, but if someone doesn't follow them, I don't think they really care. So
Sure.
like yeah, so I'm not like exclusive in my belief here. So yeah, they could be
Okay.
imaginary, they might not be. I don't know.
Fair enough. So it sounds then like we've probably reached the terminus of the conversation. I do enjoy. I'm vaguely learning about this type of mythology because uh, I'm watching a series that's kind of on it, and also my significant other seems to be really interested in it. So I'm intrigued. I'll be learning more. Maybe in the future we can chat again about the Norse gods.
Yeah, this was a great conversation. I was hoping to come up here and have a good conversation because you get a lot of really weird callers sometimes. So I
That's the
hope I
case.
was a little bit better than they were.
Yeah, you're kind. You're kind. Well, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Yep.
Cheers. Well, W. John. All right. I'm going to get Christian Lane and then Tony in here. I'm not sure if this is the same Tony I talked to a couple days ago, but what I do know is that the People's Warrior is right. The People's Warrior said, "Your cat made you skip my chat." Not sure if saw. Actually, I'm looking at it right now, and I clicked on it, and I just read it what it says, and I know I didn't read that because exactly that's what happened. I clicked on it, and then the cat distracted me, and then I moved on without reading it. So I apologize. The People's Warrior says, "Found another video I sent to your Discord." Well, thank you, People's Warrior. I do appreciate that. I'm hoping to catch up. I've kind of dug myself out of a lot of my, not all of them, but a lot of my emails backed up, and I'm getting. I've started working on Discord as well. I'm doing everything that I can, friends, to keep up. Cameron says, "I'm just going to say, just in time." Well, thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that. And also from our friend Dr. Joe. Thank you, Dr. Joe, for the $10 super. It says, as a mental health professional, it teaches me something. Justification for trauma and hardship is maddening. Post-traumatic growth is not a mandate. We don't need trauma to embody virtue. I agree. We don't need it. It's not required. That's why when we have children, we fight so hard to kind of protect their innocence, as it said, because the harm isn't necessary. In fact, it causes lasting damage. Gentleman Viking, thank you for the super chat. Princess Odin and his brothers Vili and Ve created Midgard out of the corpse of Ymir, the cosmic ice giant. That's crazy. But it sounds a little bit like the Marduk creation story, where the body of Tiamat was split in two to create the heavens and the earth. Interesting. I bet they borrowed a little bit. Randy Wilson, my friend, good to see you tonight, and thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge. Thank you so much. And also, TL Pineapple, good to see you again, friend, says Norse paganism is more similar to Greek mythology than Abrahamic religions. There's no creation ex nihilo in Norse paganism, and Odin famously traded his eye for wisdom, knowledge, and foresight. Well, I can see why. If you have two eyes, you might make that wager. Sounds like a pretty good one. Norse paganism, I think, to be fair, all forms of polytheism make more sense than monotheism to me. But Memphis, thank you for the super chat, says evidence based on personal experience or beliefs, or benefits is a logical fallacy called affirming consequent. Oh, affirming the consequent. I didn't know that. Concrete example: rain wets sidewalks. Sidewalk is wet, therefore it rained. Yay for Justin. Well, and Rocco Alfredo, well, thank you for that. I didn't know there was a name for that. That's actually really helpful. I'm going to look that up. Affirming the consequent. Also, it also sets up like a false dichotomy as well. And this is something I learned a long time ago back when I was in school. So, and the example that was given to me was people talk about the Revolutionary War in America like it had to happen. Like either we had the Revolutionary War or we wouldn't have freedom. But that's not true. There's a dozen other routes we could have got freedom. And perfect example is the route that Canada took. They didn't have a Revolutionary War, but they're literally a free, autonomous nation as we speak. So, all right, let's get Christian Lane up in here, and then we'll get Tony after that. Welcome in, Christian. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am, yes, and I'm a Christian.
Sure. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real? Hello?
Hello?
Did you hear me?
No, sorry, can you say again?
Yeah, I said, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
In your CRK, Christian Restorative Kingdom Framework, we don't argue for God like...
Oh boy. Oh man. He was I gotta clip that. Yeah. So, hey, somebody clip that for I know somebody else will get. Somebody please clip that for me and send it to the Discord at some point. That's wild. You know, I would run too if I got up into a debate and it turned out that whatever AI apologetics model I was using accidentally blurted something out. I mean, I wouldn't have cared. Like, there's nothing wrong with using AI to find information. I do it all the time. If I know something exists, but I can't remember like what paper it was written in or where it was, I'll use ChatGPT or some other resource and say, hey, where is this particular quote? Like, what book of Philo did he say it in? And then I can go back to the book and find the quote. It's useful for some stuff. It's just not smart. You can't let it think for you. It doesn't know how to think. Space Lord says, my favorite Norse god is Radakaskra, a squirrel that lives in the Yggdrasil tree. His name means boar-tooth. That's a fucking crazy name, by the way. Boar-tooth is wild. It's a good name, though, but it feels like that should be the name of the narwhal, boar-tooth. Nevertheless, I appreciate that, Space Lord. I do have to read up on Norse paganism. It sounds like a lot of fun. All right, let's get Tony in here. Actually, we got two Tonys in the queue now. I'm going to get Tony, and then after that, I'll get our TikTok Tony Orbo. So we'll get some back-to-back Tonys here. Welcome in, Tony. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 25, and I'm a rabbinic Jew.
Oh, that's fun. All right, give me a second. You've got I don't know what's going on with your device, but you've got the audio turned up a little bit and it's feeding back into your microphone. Could you turn that down a pinch?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's see if that's any better. I think it's okay. So, Tony, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for God existing, preferably your God?
Well, it'd be the rabbis, because they carried the traditions from Adam and Eve, so I'd say that's the best.
What did Adam and Eve write?
Well, it's not that they wrote, it's that their children carried it down through the oral traditions, through the rabbis.
Which children?
Like Moses.
That Moses had writings from Adam and Eve?
They're oral traditions.
So there's thousands-year-old oral traditions. Did you know that there are oral traditions in the Sumerian and Babylonian literature that go back like 2 or 3,000 years?
Yeah, there's some. Yeah.
Okay, are those true?
Well, if they're not for Yahweh, then no.
Well, why would the oral tradition concerning Yahweh be true, but the oral tradition for any other god not be true?
Because they're blasphemers and they don't beat chickens to death or believe in the Holocaust. Because we love niggers.
Oh,
We love
there
how
we
they killed a
go.
bunch.
We got it. We got
Come on,
it.
boy. Say how you
Now
love and
we
hate Christianity, boy.
now we got a not a rabbinic Jew. So I'm gonna say write down to my notes fake rabbinic Jew. There we go. And then thinks Moses got oral traditions from Adam, and then starts ripping off slurs. Okay. I don't know why people like waste their time with this. Tony, does your mother know you're on the internet, like just uttering slurs at people? Oh, also, I'm not going to let you answer. I'm just basically going to ask you dumb questions and mute you so that you, you learn that this is not an appropriate way to work on the internet. Also, we have a real Tony in the guest box, Tony Orbo. So let me get to a Tony that hopefully is like a mature and not a piece of shit fuckface. All right. Well, he really made God proud, didn't he?
Hello.
Welcome in, Tony. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm at least 18.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes, I believe in God.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
Wait, before I say anything, I'm a new Tony, okay?
I believe
I'm
you.
not the Tony. I'm not the Tony from the other who was just here, who was kicked out.
I'm not a perfect at memorizing people's voices, but your voice sounds differently enough that
Okay,
I believe you. And the other Tony that was here, like the minute he like opened his mouth, I could tell that he was upset. Like I could hear the anger in his voice. So, and I didn't catch that from your voice, so I believe you.
All right. All right, that's so I read your prompt when I was scrolling and it said your God is imaginary. And I just would like to ask real quick, do you want me to argue that there is a God, or do you want me to argue that my Jesus Christ is God?
I don't think I care either way. I think whichever one you feel the strongest about would be worthwhile. So it sounds like you're a Christian, and are you a particular type of Christian
Yes,
or just a Christian?
I am a Catholic.
Gotcha. So you're a Catholic. Okay. So you're going to argue probably on biblical and also church tradition as your source material?
Well, in terms of why I choose Jesus, I can give you my argument, and then I can give you my argument for why I believe there's a God.
Sure. I think as long as you're out here debating in good faith, you've got enough time to give me both arguments. So you can pick which one you want to do.
Okay, so we could start off with right now that there is a God, and then later I can move on to why I choose Jesus. But first, when you say that there isn't one, how do you determine what's moral and what's not?
Oh, morals are determined by human brains. So, like, you probably believe in objective morals, although in your worldview, like, if you read the Bible and understand the literature, you don't actually have objective morals. You have subjective morals, just like me. The only difference is that they come from your God's mind rather than a human mind. So, I think you would have the same problem then. You actually don't know what's moral either. You only know what your theoretical God tells you.
I know, but what case I'm trying to make here is that without God and you have just nothing, like all these people in human nature, when you look at history, they've all done evil things. So it's how do you determine that? So, and you said it's from my brain, but that can't just be from neurons firing in your brain. You get that
Why
idea
not?
from somewhere, right? Well, because like if you were born on like a desert island and you have no parents and no nothing, like let's say you're like Tom Hanks in Castaway or something, how would you be able to determine what's right and what's wrong?
Well, it's very easy. So the way morality has kind of developed over the lifetime of animals is we have this thing called empathy. And the cool thing about empathy is like, let's say, for example, I stub my toe. It's not a good time. Now, it might be true that, like prior to stubbing my toe, I understood it might be painful, but I didn't really understand it, right? So once I've stubbed my toe, when I see somebody else stubbing their toe, I can almost relive the pain. This is kind of like how empathy is, right? And so because I have empathy and I'm capable of knowing that, hey, if something hurts me, it hurts somebody else. If I want to live in a society where I don't get hurt, I should want to like induce
Yes.
or maybe persuade others to live in the same society. That's just kind of how moral systems work. That's why over the course of time, all societies have kind of disagreed on what is moral on one issue and what is moral on another issue, because there is no like objective moral code that we can access.
Without God, there's no objective rights or wrongs.
Well, there's not even with God. God giving you a list of rules doesn't make it objective.
I mean,
Marcy, did you say something?
If I say I don't want to kill because God tells me
I was
to, I'm
gonna
being
say
objective.
that, like,
I'm being
we were
objective.
asking for his argument for God, and then he said he was going to give his argument for why God exists, and then he just proposes a question: how do you have morality without God? So it's like, this isn't really an argument for your God's existence. It's just, well, I don't like the atheist worldview. That doesn't really do anything for your God. So maybe we hop on the proving God part.
I'm trying to explain how logically there has to be a God that created everything. Because I mean,
yeah, and
I don't know if you
and you're so far, all your point is just, well, how else do you know what is bad? And that doesn't really cool. We don't know how bad things are bad. How do we get to God from there?
How do you get to? All right. Well, another good point would be that how do you believe the universe started?
I don't think it did start.
Okay, so once again, this is you asking a question about our worldview to somehow prove your worldview. So could you prove your God versus ask questions about our worldview?
I believe
then just say, well, it's just logic. It's just logic.
I believe that God created everything. He created heaven and earth, and it was all intelligent with how he created it. Because God, every human, no one has an identical thumbprint. Everything is intelligently constructed by a mind.
What thumbprints have to do with God?
It's because all these things that fall in the line so perfectly, like with
I don't
DNA.
know. What do you mean these things fall in line?
Like, I'm talking like
with what?
DNA, with that there has to be an intelligent mind that created it.
Why?
Because what's the alternative?
So, well, there's a lot of good alternatives actually. So, Tony, because I think you're a young man doing your best up here. I don't think you're up here in bad faith. The types of arguments that you're giving are typically considered logical fallacies. They're just arguments from incredulity, right? You're just saying, I don't understand how your position works, therefore my position is true. But like, I could do the same thing. I don't do it because I don't think it's a valid form of argumentation. But to answer your question, all of the questions that you just gave me have perfectly plausible answers. Which one did you want to start with?
Well, I stated my thesis and I let you guys respond to it. But when I tried questioning you about yours, you said, well, don't question me about mine because you're trying to come up here. Well, I'm saying what the other person is.
Well, Marcy's point is valid. Right? So, Marcy, if Marcy said, I have a unicorn in my garage, Marcy can't prove that there's a unicorn in her garage by attacking your worldview. She would have to give an argument for why there's a unicorn in her garage. So, in like manner, you can't demonstrate your God existing or any God at all just by saying, well, I don't understand atheism.
Well, yes, I can't just, show you, but this is what leads a lot of people to atheism, because you're thinking, well, why would there be a God? Why? It's all, because you don't know. And you're trying to use logic and reasoning to come here, because everyone should use logic and reasoning.
Most people I know who are atheists because they just don't think that there's evidence for God. In the same way, they probably just wouldn't believe that I have a pink unicorn in my garage because, well, there's just simply no evidence for it. It's not just, oh, well, why would you have a pink unicorn in your garage? Therefore, you don't have one. Like, I've just, never seen a single atheist ever once say anything somewhat similar to that.
I know, but
I'm not sure who you're battling because it's not us.
I'm trying to say that atheists try to come to that conclusion by using logic and reasoning, but what I'm saying that
should we not?
because I'm using logic and reasoning to say that there is a God and that there is an
No,
intelligent creator.
my question is,
Okay,
should we
well,
use
so far
logic
your
and reasoning?
logic and reasoning.
Yes,
Okay, just checking.
but I'm saying it's more logic. I'm
So
saying
far
it's
your
more
logic and reasoning is just asking us questions. That's
I'm
not
saying
logic or reasoning. I mean,
about
sure, like if our discussion was up on the table for discussion, like asking questions about our worldview wouldn't really matter because, like, you know, that would be on topic. But we asked you for an argument for God, and you said you were going to prove your God's existence, and then you asked us questions about our worldview. So where's
I said,
the proving your God part?
yeah, my original thesis, okay, is that you can't have morality without God. That's what I'm
Well,
trying to say. That it's
morality doesn't
objective.
exist. That was my response. Like, morality is an abstract concept that we've developed as entities with thinking capabilities. That's why other animals have them. Dolphins have them. Apes have them. Even pigs have a system of morality. So, like, I agree that, like, we as a species of humans, we tend to develop moral systems, but I have no reason to believe that they exist outside of our heads. Now, you don't have to like it that human beings are the people inventing them, but that is the case until you can demonstrate that A, your God exists, and B, that your particular God gave these particular sets of rules. Then you don't really have an argument against my position. Now, I'm more than happy to talk about those objective morals that you think you have if you want.
All right. Well, I would just like to point out.
I was going to say we could try to steer this direction into
to
talking about what the Bible says.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
It might be an interesting conversation
I can get
to see
to
what he
the.
thinks
Well,
about slavery.
I'm trying to talk about right now that there is a God, because your guys' ideology is that there is no God. We can talk about that, and then we can move on to why I choose Jesus Christ. But when I'm talking about a God right now in general, from logic and reasoning, I want to get that clear before we move on, because you brought up animals. You said how
that's fine. That's fine. It's just, you know, we would like you to, when you say I'm going to prove my God, to then give an argument for your God, rather than just say, well, like, you know, what about this? Well, what about that under the atheist worldview? Like, you need to demonstrate your worldview, not just deconstruct someone else's, especially whenever you're going to say that you were going to demonstrate your worldview, and then instead you just question us about ours.
Yes, I've brought up my original idea right here. What I believe is that the universe is so intelligently created that I just don't think that it all just came up as a fluke, just randomly, that there had to be an intelligent creator behind it.
Okay, so let's attack that.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, that's a real argument.
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
You didn't. You were talking about morals, and the moral argument is different than the argument.
There's morality, and then I had two arguments. I had that, and then I had the morality argument.
Well, you can have as many as you want, but you can't mix and mash at the same time. You have to, like, pick one and run with it.
Yeah, we should go one by one. Now, let's start with what we just said.
Okay, so the argument from intelligence, I don't think is an argument that matters, because I don't think we can really define what intelligence is. It's like an abstract idea. Like, we see something and we determine if it's intelligent, and we can even on a spectrum say how intelligent we think it is. But the fact that intelligence exists is not linked to whether or not a God exists.
I just think that just saying that intelligence doesn't exist and that's all, nothing, it doesn't really prove it with any logic and reasoning. You know what I mean?
Prove what? All I'm saying is that your claim that intelligence requires God is unfounded. We do know that intelligence exists in what we call.
I think he was trying to say that the universe was intelligently designed, because he said fine-tune a few times and talked about designs and stuff.
You know what? Yeah, fair point. I was thinking of human intelligence rather than an intelligent design. But an intelligent design can't be the Earth that we're living on. The Earth is the least intuitively designed thing. Like 97% of the water on the planet is poisonous to drink.
Yeah, I just want to ask a quick question, because it never gets brought up, but I feel like it's a very great question when it comes to the fine-tuning thing, or like that we're so intelligently designed, or any of these kinds of arguments along those lines, is there are plenty of females that will grow breasts that are so big that it breaks their spine because of the weight. Like, their own anatomy will break their spine. My mother has had to have breast reduction surgery and multiple spine surgeries because her breasts were so big that they were breaking her spine, just on their own, just no human free will, just naturally come about, that her own anatomy was breaking her. Where's the intelligent design in that? Where's the intelligentness in that? Where's the perfectly handcrafted to 1000% perfect design? Like where is that?
There are a lot
where
of
is it?
there are a lot of imperfect things that are about humans. Like when you look at people who are born without limbs, or people who are born without eyesight, all these things. But God gave us the ability with things that can be fixed, the intelligence to be able to correct those. Like, God gave
What?
people the
Okay,
intelligence.
that
Well, 'cause
doesn't
you're
really, bro. Okay, hold on. No, because your argument was that everything was so intelligently designed. How
the
could you not believe
universe.
in God?
I'm,
So
I'm
then I brought up an aspect where it's not intelligently designed, and then you just said, "Well, he made us smart enough to fix our problems." Well, if they were so intelligently designed, we wouldn't have these specific problems that we brought up, such as our own anatomy breaking us.
Okay, I know, but I'm saying that humans have been able to come up with ways to solve those and treat things like that.
But we
And
haven't.
I mean, with breast reduction surgery,
Well, no, what
if
we're
we're
saying
talking
is
about that.
this is one very specific example. There are thousands of problems that are like part of the human design that don't have solutions. So like just because we've over the course of
Yeah,
time
and
we've overcome the problem doesn't mean that it was a good design. It's still a shit design. If it was designed, we just happened to overcome it.
I feel like atheists, they have more blind faith than me because
This is
no, I'm
not
saying
here
related to
comes the
anything
pivot.
you're
Here
because it
comes the
takes a
saying.
lot
pivot.
more.
Here
No,
comes
It
the
takes a
no,
pivot.
lot.
no,
It
no,
takes
it
a lot
doesn't,
more to
Tony. It
believe.
doesn't take any faith to be an atheist.
We're
This is
not we're not
this is not on
pivoting.
Well,
topic.
We're
This
not
is
gonna
not
you're
on
pivot.
believing that
topic.
because of the
This is
Big Bang and the
not
Big Bang,
on
right?
topic. This is not on topic. Address what Marcy's talking about.
I'm addressing what she talks
Yeah,
about.
because one, like I'll repeat myself a second time because you didn't really like address it. You said that everything was intelligently designed, that our anatomy was so intelligently designed that how could you not believe in God? So I brought up a point that it happens in about 50% of all people where there's a good chance where their own anatomy could break their bones, and then you just said, well, we figured out a way to solve it. But that still doesn't ignore the fact that we had to solve something because of an error that God supposedly made in his supposedly perfect design. On top of that, not everybody can get a breast reduction surgery. Not everybody wants to do that, and not everybody can. Not everybody has the insurance. Not everybody has the time.
That's a whole
Some
nother
people are
thing. That's
terrified of surgery.
a
There's
whole
a
other topic.
yeah, no, but the point is that our supposed perfect design has multiple flaws in it, and your response was, well, we found a solution to it.
Wouldn't
But by saying that we found a solution, you are admitting that there are flaws in the design. So it would not be perfectly designed or intelligently designed. There is no intelligence in designing a creature that breaks themselves on their own anatomy.
well, technically, since we've been able to find those cures, wouldn't that make our brains so intelligently designed to counter that?
So did you not
That
hear a single thing I just said?
I listened
Did
to
you not hear a
everything you
single
said.
thing I just
So,
said?
so you're saying the
No, you
idea that
didn't.
God, you're saying you think God isn't all knowing if there are things that are wrong that people
Didn't say
happen
that.
at birth. Like
Did
Nope.
not say that either. Didn't say that either.
you're
So
saying, if
let me
there's
repeat this to you. Let me repeat this to you. We'll take it slowly this time. Your original claim was that everything is so perfectly designed that how could you not believe in God? Our anatomy is so perfectly designed, how could you not believe in God? I brought up an error in the human design. Then you said, well, we found a solution to it. And as I'll say for a second time, if you admit that there was a solution that we found, you admit that there was an error to have a solution for, and therefore not intelligently designed or perfectly designed. Because once again, like designing a creature that breaks itself on its own anatomy is not intelligent. That's not perfect design. And saying that we found a solution to it admits that there was an error, that there was a flaw to fix.
Yes, I'm hearing what you're saying, but just let me make one thing clear, okay? If we are able to come up with solutions to those problems, wouldn't that make us intelligently designed by God to be able to do that?
No.
No, that would mean that we are able to figure out a solution. And once again, for the third time,
You're not listening.
by admitting that we have to fix something, you admit that there is an error. You can't fix something that has no error. You fix things that have errors. So by saying that we found a solution, we found a fix for this, you admit that there is an error in the design.
God
And
gave us the
therefore,
intelligence
not
to fix
perfectly
it.
designed.
Okay.
So I don't know how many times I have to, say this.
Yeah, God gave us the
Tony.
capability and the ability to fix those
To
things.
fix what?
So what?
The ability. Okay, so we have the ability to
Well,
fix.
you said medical
what do we
issues,
fix?
for example. You said medical issues,
What-
for example.
Yes,
I think-
sure. So what is this? What is?
Marcy,
yeah,
I
you
think
This is your analogy.
I think
This is
Tony
your
just does.
analogy.
I think Tony just doesn't understand the point that you're making. Maybe we can like
I do perfectly.
slow it down and ask the question: what are markers of good design? I've got
Markers-
3. I'm an engineer. I've been designing stuff my entire life. Here's 3 very simple markers that we can start with. 1, the form fits the function, meaning the thing that it does, like the purpose of the intended design, is met with the form of it, meaning the design of the thing does the thing you want it to do. It's easy enough. Number 2 is it doesn't have unused or unusable parts, meaning if it's designed to do one thing, it doesn't have a bunch of other parts that do things non-essential to what it needs to be doing. Number 3 is it doesn't harm individuals. I mean, like if I designed a robot and it intentionally was harming individuals, that'd be a bad design. Are there any design hall markers that you can think of, Tony, that we should write down?
I just think that this doesn't negate the concept of a God.
Yeah,
Because
we're
when
gonna
I
need
ask-
you. We're gonna need you to answer the question. Are there hallmarks of good design that you can think of
that in humans,
in anything?
yes, I believe we're given the ability to feel compassion, love.
No, I didn't
all
ask
these
you
things.
about humans. I asked you about the hallmarks of good design. Anything, designing
Yeah.
a bowl, designing a cup, designing a robot, designing a car. What are the hallmarkers of a good design?
What are the hallmarkers of a good design? When something is like, I don't get how this correlates to the concept of God creating like humans and the earth and
Bruh,
nature.
we're just
and
going to need you to pay attention. Whether or not you understand what's happening is irrelevant. What are the hallmarks? If something is designed good and intelligently, it must behave in a way that is what we would say good and intelligent, right? So if I design a car and the car I program it so after 20,000 miles it explodes, that's not a good or an intelligent design. We agree?
From that basis, we would agree.
Okay, so what I'm saying is anything that is theoretically designed, there are hallmarks of something that is intelligently designed versus something that's not intelligently designed. So what I'm asking is, what are some of the ways, what are the measures, the metrics that we can determine if something is designed well or designed poorly?
If it all falls into place and works.
What do you mean it falls into place? You mean it works?
The thing with the atheist argument is just, what's your guys' alternative? Like, what do you guys
Well,
think?
I'm more than
created the-
happy to tell you the alternatives, but jumping out of this
think there is-
conversation isn't actually helpful. Try to stick with what's
we discussed
happening
this.
rather than doing
We're going at a
panic
dead end here.
rather than doing panic pivots. Just stay
You know what I mean? I
with
feel like
it.
we're
This
coming
is
in
why
circles here.
no one's going in circles. We're doing a perfectly linear debate despite all of your best efforts to not have one. So what we're doing is saying, hey, let's figure out what do we consider an intelligent design, and then we can look at the design that you think is designed and ask, was it intelligent? So again, you had a hallmark of design, and now I don't even remember what it was. I think it was something along the lines of it was something along the lines of it works.
You think the universe isn't intelligently created?
So I guess the hallmark that you're probably pointing towards is it works the way it was intended. I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, I agree. I think all of these things would be hallmarks of good design. Now, Marcy and I don't believe that the planet or human beings, or for that matter, a whole bunch of other things, fit these hallmarks of good design. For example, number 1, that the form meets the function, and number 4, that it works the way it was intended. And the example that Marcy gave is that there are people with human abnormalities that make it so that the function of those things don't work anymore. So, for example, you can have a disease that, or would say even a defect that causes your spine to deteriorate because you've got mammary glands that are too large. That's just one of many examples. That would be a bad design. Like if I designed a thing to work a way, but it doesn't actually work that way, then you've just broken your fourth rule that it works the way it was intended to work.
You're also avoiding the question of what's the alternative.
Alternative to what? Evolution.
Well, we're attacking
to how the universe was created.
We're attacking
the universe
your
wasn't
worldview.
created.
So it just came into by accident. Humans were created by accident.
No, humans are a product of evolution. The universe, as far as we can tell, has always existed. There's no evidence that the universe once didn't exist.
So you don't believe in the Big Bang?
I do believe in the Big Bang. You don't. The Big Bang doesn't mean the Big Bang doesn't. The Big Tony, what the fuck are you talking over me for? Did I talk over you?
No, I'll let you finish.
So again, the Big Bang doesn't posit that something came from nothing. That's not what the Big Bang is. The Big Bang merely describes the rapid expansion of the universe, or at least the observable universe, from when it was in a hotter, denser state. That's it. It doesn't say there was nothing before it. And I would also suggest that none of this addresses Marcy's argument, which I was hoping to hear somebody address.
Yeah, because I don't know. I feel like we keep on avoiding this because also, just to correct you, I'm not going at you for this, Justin. Like, this isn't like some defect. This isn't some crazy wild case that happens every once in a while. Only affects a portion of the worldview. Oh, and he left. Got it. So he said he was going to defend his worldview. He did nothing but ask us questions about our worldview. Couldn't answer any of our questions, and then ran. Got it. Impeccable debate. We were totally refuted. But yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, this isn't like some crazy abnormal thing. Like, there are plenty of females that just naturally grow breasts that are so big that it breaks their spine. That's just a thing that happens fairly consistently. It's not some crazy radical sect of group of individuals. This is a very consistent thing to where maybe it won't go as extreme as to like, oh, you need multiple spine surgeries and breast reduction surgeries, but like you will like experience quite a lot of pain and discomfort over your natural body design.
Agreed. In fact, I actually know two people that had to endure all kinds of back pain until the last one that had happened. She couldn't afford to get her spinal surgery and her breast reduction until she was in her 60s. That's how long she had to wait because she didn't have the money. And guess what? A lot of insurance won't cover that kind of stuff. And so it was a real problem for decades for this individual. So this is not just a one-off type of a problem. This is a real problem. Friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats, and then I'm going to get our next guest in here, which appears to be T.Y. Miller. They were next in the queue, and I'll try to keep track of them as they come in so we can get everybody in the right order. Deacon Strat says, just joined. Keep up the great work, Justin. You've helped this ex-evangelical greatly. Well, thank you, Deacon. I appreciate it. Also, for those who love an ex-evangelical Bible study, remember, I'm doing one with Sarah from Leaving Faith. Go to the Leaving Faith YouTube channel or go to the Ex-Evangelical Bible Study podcast, and you'll be able to hear us going through the Bible from an ex-evangelical point of view. And right now, we're currently in Exodus. We're right about at the last plague, and it is a lot of fun. Good question. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, isn't Christianity a pagan religion? Technically, yeah, actually. They have a queen of heaven, several gods, monsters in heaven, many bird-like animals, etc. Few resemblances to Israel's religion, right? Yeah. Based on what we know about Christianity, Christianity essentially is, it's a cult. It's a pagan religion. It pretends to be a variant form of Judaism, a perfected form of Judaism, but it strictly isn't. And all you got to do is read the text a little bit, and you'll find out. Sonus, my friend, thank you for sending out 50 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friends. And for everyone who has access to the deconstruction cheat sheet because you're members, I did add 2 tabs this week, and I'm going to be adding a third one as well. I added a tab on free will and a tab on Deuteronomy 22, demonstrating from the Jewish rabbis and the Talmudic writings that women were actually being stoned for the laws in Deuteronomy 22 meaning they didn't bleed on that sheet, and even includes descriptions of how the trials worked, who was using the sheet, and who was in charge of it. Astronova, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, would you consider doing How Would You Know If You Were in a Cult one day? Interesting topic, actually. Hold on. I'll write that down for new topic ideas. How do you know if you are in a cult or something along that line? It's a good one. I wrote an article a long time ago about the differences between cults and religion, and it's interesting. There's a lot of overlap. The Venn diagram between a cult and religion is nearly a perfect circle. But anyways, how would you know if you were in a cult? One day, Christianity fits the bite model, and I'd love to hear Christians discuss this. Thanks for all you do, Justin. Well, thank you, Astronova. I really appreciate you, my friend, and all the support you've given to the channel. And this is definitely something we'll have to put on the schedule because it's very important. And maybe Owen and I can get something put together. Both he and I love talking about cults. That would be a fun episode. Chip, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Anton Petrov on YouTube recently posted a video about Japanese researchers who demonstrated that species of fish is actually self-aware. There is more intelligence in nature than humans realize. I haven't seen that, but I do know the channel. I follow Anton. I'll have to check that out. I appreciate that. And fuck, maybe you're going to make me not eat fish anymore. I don't know. We'll find out. And Dylan, thank you for the super chat, says, I have a question on 2nd Esdras 14, 10 through 12. If the age of the world passed 9, 5, 12 parts, is that a verse? 9.5 out of 12 parts in Ezra's time, where the earth was supposedly 5,000 years old at 2nd Esdras 14:48 footnote, wouldn't the earth be over now? Yes, by the way. So these authors of 2nd Esdras make a number of bold claims, and one of them is where we get some of this idea of like dispensations and how old the earth was supposedly is and will be. And in 2nd Esdras 14, let me pull it up real quick. 14. All right, what it says specifically is the age has lost its youth and the times begin to grow old, because all of these were end times apocalyptical visions. For the age is divided into 12 parts, and 9 of its parts have already passed. Gotcha. So 9 out of 12 are already gone, as well as half of the 10th part. That's where you get the 9.5. So if 2 of its parts remain besides half of the 10th part, now therefore set your house in order and reprove your people, comfort the lowly among them, and instruct those who are wise. Yeah. So this is basically suggesting that you're in the last third, or I'm sorry, the last fourth, the last quarter of human history, right? Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the case, because if the Earth is supposedly, according to legend, 6,000 years old, but it was really older than that when 2nd Esdras was written. That was written probably in his mind when it was 4,000 years old at most, which means that should suggest that you only have a little over 1,000 years left, which means it wouldn't have gotten to today. So I do understand if you use that calculation, that would be the case. Verse 48, I don't know if I have a footnote in my Bible, but it says, for in them the spring of understanding and the fountain of wisdom and the river of knowledge, and I did also. It says, but keep the 70 that were written last, blah, 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 40 days. Okay, there's a whole discourse here that goes with 48. I'm not sure if we want to read the entire paragraph. But nevertheless, yes, the answer would be correct. Based on the math in 2nd Esdras, that certainly couldn't be the case. Now, Protestants would just say, well, 2nd Esdras isn't canonical, it's full of shit. But for a Catholic, you got to figure that shit out. And they'll just say, well, the Bible's not perfect, right? Rock hard for Doug. Good to see you, friends. As Norse and other ancient mythology is benign in that it doesn't introduce laws and rigorous lifestyle choices versus the Quran or Torah that creates problems and narrow-mindedness today. Plus, Odin had rune stones. That may be the case today. I'm curious, though, Rockhard. I genuinely agree with you. Benign religions don't really bother me. But it seems like some of the ancients who believed in this religion might have been prone to pillaging and wars, unnecessary wars, based on this idea that Odin is looking for warriors, the bravest of all warriors that die in battle, to come up to Valhalla with him. That, to me, sounds like back in the day it might have caused problems, while today it doesn't seem to be the case. But Interesting thought. And Handsome Cat says Jesus promised to get rid of all wicked people. Odin promises to get rid of all the ice giants. I don't see any ice giants, do you? Oh, fucking proof. That's as good as the empty tomb. Oh man, this is case closed. We're done. Miss Megs is not sure why someone believes in a God that may or may not exist, seems to not care, and evidently has no interaction. What is the point? I agree. And I should have made this point. I used to make it more often. If this God exists but doesn't give a fuck about you, well, I don't give a fuck about it. You know? I got 3 super chats, and then we get T.Y. Miller in here. St. Brush says, neo-pagan calling in to let everyone know that they're neo-pagan. That might be the case. That might be the case. I could be wrong. Golden says, I was John, the Norse pagan guy. Really enjoyed our conversation and want to thank you for being so kind. I was really nervous to call, not going to lie. Listen, it would be nerve-wracking to call this show. I get that, given how I dismantle the callers. But you were kind, and so I'll be kind to you. So no harm calling in and sharing your ideas. And Furtive Talk says you should read the intro to the Norse Prose Edda sometimes. Blends biblical creation with the Norse gods. Oh, I definitely have to give that a look. I have looked a little bit at some of the crossover. There definitely seems to be some ideas being borrowed. And it's not surprisingly, Christianity was already flourishing at that time. And last super chat from Bacon and Bush, my friend says, you should ask intelligent design people to explain traumatic insemination. Nature is fucked. Oh, true. Hold on. I can't spell that. Insemination. Yeah, there's all kinds of animals on the planet. Like, in order to reproduce, it's fucking traumatizing. This doesn't make sense in the God worldview whatsoever. Not at all. Let's get T.Y. Miller in here, or Ty Miller. I assume his name's Ty, not T.Y. Welcome in, Ty.
Hey,
Are you
how you
at least
doing?
18?
Yes, I'm 22.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do believe in I feel like a creator, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe in like a specific creator, like the God of the Bible, the God of Quran, or anything like that?
I mean, I feel like I do believe in a certain one, but I feel like just for debate purposes, I'm just trying to like just get guys open to a creator, a
So,
deity.
so typically, we entertain conversations for generic deities, but only if you actually believe in a generic deity, or if you're at least honest and tell us which deity you believe in. Because if the argument for a generic deity contradicts your actual religion, then we're going to point it out in the middle of the debate.
Okay, well, I believe in I guess the Christian God.
Right.
But
Okay.
I do tend to I feel like it gets really messy with that, so I would just like to
It would,
narrow in
yeah.
on just the deity aspect, some
Okay.
sort
So
of.
we're more than happy for you to give an argument for a generic deity. Which argument you want to give?
I just think I don't think the universe is eternal. I know
Is
that's
there
just a
any
core.
evidence that it once didn't exist?
Well, yes. Well, no. I don't think that there's evidence that it suggests that the universe never existed. But I feel like I believe in the Big Bang. I believe that we can see it, and I believe the Earth is old as well. But I guess would you agree with me that the majority of physicists agree that like talking about entropy, how it increases over time and within a closed system?
I don't think you know what that law of thermodynamics is saying, but go ahead and finish it and I'll address it.
From what I understand, at least from what I've done research on the internet, it's just talking about chaos, or like how things just get disordered over time, and how what we understand is the like maximum state of entropy would be a heat death, and as physics understand, at least majority of physicists understand it as not a cyclical process. It only increases given time.
Sure. Well, unfortunately, that's everything you've said isn't really true. So let me help you out. So the entropy always increasing is just badly worded or maybe badly remembered. So the way that it happens is in an isolated system, entropy will always increase in the individual items inside of that isolated system until all the items reach equilibrium. So this is how we explain like heat dissipation. So heat will continue to move from one entity to another inside of that isolated system until all of them are at equilibrium. That's all that is. It's talking about how heat transfers.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down and go do whatever. But if a Muslim comes up, DM me. I'll come back up.
Oh,
It'll
for
be my
sure.
time to shine.
Thanks, Varsity. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm quite confused. So it's whenever they're explaining like that our universe is at a low entropy state. What is that saying? That just the temperature of the universe is low? Is that what it's saying?
I don't know what you mean when you say that the universe is in a low entropy state. What do you think that means?
I mean, not a lot of disorder, I would say.
I mean, compared to what? Right? So low is a comparative terminology. When we say low to what?
Low to, I guess, what we would observe as high, like not very orderly.
Well, so
And
if
then
you
also, I'm not
you
understanding like the homeostasis part of it. How you're saying like that our universe is at a homeostasis part, like so we're not increasing, is what you're saying.
no, I didn't say that at all.
So we are increasing.
I don't know what you mean by we are increasing, but the
Like the
increase in entropy just means that in an isolated system, the entropy is going to increase until all the members of that unit are at equilibrium, meaning they have the same amount of energy and or heat.
Okay.
I mean, maybe
Are
a
you,
drawing will help out here. So
Yep.
when I had to take my classes for engineering school, I thought it was pretty self-explanatory. So if you've got an isolated system represented by this circle, let's
Yes.
say that there is a certain amount of heat inside that, and there's lots of ways you can measure it. Let's just say inside of this bubble, I don't know, there's 100K inside of this bubble. Now
Okay.
let's imagine that there are, I don't know, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. There's 10 entities inside of this bubble that happens to the unit itself is at 100K. Now, what's going to happen is this individual guy in the middle, he might actually be at 75K. He might be at 80K up here. But what happens is all of these items in here, everything in here, the entropy in this system is only ever going to increase. It can't decrease. That's really what it's saying. So if you look at the law of thermodynamics at the actual explanations, it doesn't actually say that entropy always increases. It says it can't decrease, but it will in fact increase until equilibrium is reached. When all of these items inside of the isolated system, when all of them are at the identical same temperature, then we've reached equilibrium within that isolated system, and then the entropy at that point is essentially static unless there's some force causing it to be otherwise.
So are you saying that the entropy in our universe is stagnant right now, that we have reached homeostasis?
No, I have no idea why you thought I said that.
Okay, so what is, from your understanding, would you say that the peak point that our universe is increasing to, would you say that, because you used a demographic or the diagram of a circle with 100 Kelvin or whatever, right? And then the objects in that circle are increasing to that over time, but once all those objects get to that, they won't go up anymore, correct?
Yeah, if you have a completely isolated system, and to be sure, this rule doesn't apply to the universe. I don't know why you're applying to the universe. This applies to like small scale systems. The law of thermodynamics is not measuring the entire universe. So, and we also don't even know if the universe is an isolated system. It might just go on forever. So my point is very clear. Entropy won't continue increasing indefinitely. It'll eventually reach equilibrium. unless there's a source. If there's a source that's increasing entropy, then perhaps, yeah, but I don't know of any source.
I guess I'm not understanding that in a sense of like an eternal universe, because wouldn't we, if it never goes down and it's always increasing to that, like the Goldilocks zone, would we not be there now?
I have no idea why you would think we would be at anywhere right now. Why would the universe be at a level of entropy or a level of equilibrium at this moment?
Because we had infinite time to get there, and from the constructs of that rule that we've made, you said that the universe is infinite or infinite or eternal. Okay. So with time, we understand that the thing increases, never goes down until it reaches the certain zone. And we also have agreed that our universe, you said it's not stagnant, it is going up, hasn't reached that point yet.
Again, I didn't say that.
I asked you if our universe was stagnant, and you said no.
Yes, if it reached equilibrium yet, and I said we don't have any evidence that it has. No.
Okay, so then that says that we are increasing in entropy, correct?
No, it doesn't. It just means that our universe can't decrease in entropy, and also it doesn't really mean anything. I think what you're trying to say, I think that what you're trying to say is that if the universe is infinite, at some point we would have reached equilibrium, or perhaps we will reach equilibrium. But I actually don't believe that that's the case on a universal scale. And the reason why that doesn't apply is because items in the universe will always be in motion because of how gravity works. Because of the fact that gravity exists, items within space will always be moving, they'll always be transferring energy. And I don't believe if you have items in a system that are moving that you'll ever reach perfect equilibrium.
Oh, well, how come?
Because they're moving. That causes energy. So, for example, in the cyclical model of the universe, the one that I hold to, let's imagine that the Big Bang goes on, I don't know, for another trillion years. And then eventually the expansion rate has decelerated enough to where it actually stops expanding. Gravity is going to pull that in. And when gravity pulls it in, whatever, trillions of years later, it's going to be back in another hot, dense state. When gravity sucks all the stuff back in, like the mass of that object is going to consolidate the heat and the energy again. And so there's no reason to believe that we're ever going to reach equilibrium because the items in our universe are constantly moving somewhere. And when they move somewhere, they might join with other bodies and create large forms of mass. And then we're going to see heat transfer and energy transfer.
Okay. So, but then those two specific. So, say there's an energy transfer from one object to another, or the things that are moving around. Would still the rule of thermodynamics apply to even those two things at the same time, though? I
don't know what you're referring to.
You're saying like I don't understand how energy can be lost. Can be like
it's not
just,
being lost.
Okay. Then I'm not understanding that how if it can't be lost and given an infinite amount of time, even if there's interchanging of energy between the pieces, eventually it's gonna max out given an infinite amount of time.
No.
Yep.
No, because entropy is a measure of heat and energy. So equilibrium is when all members in the universe are at essentially the same level of energy or heat, right? Because you can't have heat transfer. But because of gravity, we'll never reach that. Gravity causes items to be in motion. And when items are in motion, they have energy. So we have an unending source of motion in our universe, and that thing happens to be gravity. So we're never going to have an equilibrium in the universe.
Hey, what's up?
Okay. I don't understand.
Well, that does seem to be the case. I didn't think that was complicated. Okay. Let's write cooked on entropy and then runs. Oh, I don't know, maybe his sister brought dinner for him or something. I heard someone enter the room. Well, it is what it is. If I had $1 for every theist that came on my program and didn't understand how entropy works, I have quite a few dollars. But also, I've got Ems. Welcome in, Ems.
Hello.
Good to have
So
you, buddy.
I wanted to share something with you. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. Have you heard of rheumatic fever?
No, what's that?
So
Where'd you go, Ems? I can't hear you. Ems?
can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah. When you get
I lost you again. Is Ems trolling me?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you right now.
No, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, my connection is bad. I'm gonna fix it. But as I was saying, you know when you get strep. So what happens is your immune system is supposed to be attacking the bacteria, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after you're cured of the bacterial infection, sometimes the immune system goes on and attacks your heart because a specific protein on the heart cells, on the valves, it looks similar to group A streptococcal infections. So your immune system, because it produced antibodies against the bacteria, those antibodies can go ahead and attack your heart, causing your heart to literally just be destroyed slowly over time.
It's pretty.
And that's all because the heart
gruesome.
it has a specific protein on the surface of it that is similar to a protein on the surface of bacteria. That is a design.
It's a great design, isn't it? Wait, are you telling me if you designed humans, you wouldn't include this?
Unless I randomly just want them to get better after a bacterial infection and then they have their heart just stop.
Totally get it.
You know, like you gotta get their hopes up, but not too high.
Right. Yeah, you have to keep them suppressed a little bit at least. That way they'll bring you the tithes and offerings and whatnot, begging for some level of health. Yeah. Well, friends, I think Sam is next in line. Let me grab Sam. Ems, you hanging out with me, buddy?
Sure, for a little bit.
Okay. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat, friend, says plastic surgery proves God. Checkmate, atheist. Shit, you got me. Gretchen, you got me. And Golden says, I see some people saying I called in just to proclaim my neo-paganism, but that wasn't my intention. I just wanted to bring hopefully a fresh perspective and get your take because I really respect you. Well, thank you, Golden. And I thought you came up in good faith. Don't worry. I understand. You know, it's hard to know somebody's intentions. Obviously, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, friend. Let's get Sam in here. Surprisingly, I know we're at the beginning of the stream. Surprisingly, our TikTok stream already is out of guests. Weird. I guess like the Christians on TikTok can't defend God tonight, but we've got Sam in the YouTube queue. If you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, you can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ live. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request button and we'll bring you into the queue. It doesn't matter what God you believe in, whatever evidence you think is persuasive, come on up and we'll talk about it. And hopefully we'll have some good faith linear discussions. But welcome in, Sam. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I've spoken to you before. I'm the only one who's proven you wrong.
Yeah, I doubt that. Sam,
No.
refresh my memory. What do you believe in?
You used to think that mass and energy wasn't equal, so I had to correct you there.
I say that again. Math and what?
Hold on. Sorry, I'm lying down. I had to correct you on your misunderstanding that mass and energy were not equal.
Well, equal quantitatively, but not like as a thing. So again, energy is a quantitative property of things. So properties aren't things. Like you can't convert a property into a thing. So when I vaguely remember our conversation, but like you can't convert energy necessarily into something. The way we talk about energy is very like very utilitarian.
Energy into mass.
Hold on. So the way that we talk about energy is like it's a thing, because it's easy to talk about it like it's a thing. But if you just look up, like on any basic physics definition, like whether or not energy is an actual thing, or whether or not it's a quantitative property of things. It's going to tell you that it's a quantitative property of things. So energy itself is not a thing that exists that can transfer into a thing. It's the quantitative property of something else that can transfer, and none of this has anything to do with your God. So did you want to address the God topic, or?
I wanted to address that. Just remind you that I did. It's hilarious you're educating someone who corrects you on stuff, but
It's hilarious that it went over your head and you just weren't capable of grasping it. Do you want me just to show you the definition?
No, I grasp it. I'm just happy we're all on the same page that energy does equal mass.
It doesn't.
The equation literally says energy equals
The
mass.
equation doesn't mean that energy is a thing.
Right.
Energy is a measurement. We're saying that quantitatively something can be equal to something else, but energy itself is not a thing that is what you're saying it is. It's not equal to. It's not like an identity. Like this is equal to a crayon. That's an identity. That's saying this is a crayon. This is equal to a crayon. But the equation you're referring to is not saying that energy is a thing that is equal to another thing, meaning it's identical to it. What it's saying is that there's a quantitative quality of energy that can be equated to something else. That's all it says.
Okay, right. So you're going into the description of theories of what energy is, and there are many. There ain't many. There's two different theories of energy that I'm aware of. I'm sure there will be more, right? But I think the one that you're referring to, you can't have energy without having a thing, right?
I agree. Yes.
Yes, but you can have energy that is, well, it's debatable whether you consider a photon of light, for example, as a thing, because it's supposed to be massless.
Are massless things not things?
No. Well, when you say things, I'm assuming you're referring to objects, mass.
I didn't say anything about mass.
Right. Okay. So then.
So when I say a thing, I just refer to anything that exists in reality. Anything that exists in reality is a thing.
Do you mind if I ask Sam a question?
Sure, it's probably going to go over his head, but that's fine.
Yeah, Sam.
I'm not okay with
how the fuck does this prove God?
It doesn't.
Did I start the conversation by proving God?
Well, that's the point.
The conversation is about that. So stop wasting time and get to the point.
Okay. I've recently watched one of your videos where you was in prison, and I think Mo was also there.
Who was there?
He was trying to make you were in prison.
Yeah, but who? You said who was also there?
Is it Mo?
Who's Mo?
I don't know. M?
Yeah, he was there. We were butt fucking. What about it?
Yeah, and your
friend... Oh, did I steal your thunder? You thought you were going to be homophobic? Oh, what a clown! All right, let's move on to the God debate.
What's homophobic about what I said?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
Are you using this as an insult? Because that's what it sounded.
No, I just thought his name is Mo.
His name's not Mo. Okay.
Okay. Well, M.
Either you have an argument for God or you don't.
No, let me get to the point.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I'll let you stay if you answer my question. My question is, do you have an argument for God today? I need a yes or a no to that question before we can continue.
I have an argument, yeah.
Okay, so then the next thing is your argument for God. If you don't have an argument for God, then you don't have a place here.
So you don't want to be reminded of the genocidal things you were saying?
I didn't say anything genocidal, and also it's not related to whether or not God exists.
You're not letting me finish the sentence?
Are you going to give me an argument for God?
Yeah, if you let me say my bit,
So again, the live stream is on the internet. Anyone can go watch it. Thousands and thousands of people have already watched it. Whatever I said during that live stream, whatever I said during that live stream, whatever I said during the live stream,
you said
whatever I said during
the numbers are reduced.
Whatever I said, I don't believe I said it like that.
No, you definitely Mo was
In fact, I
saying
don't.
how she is a blasphemous
Wait,
or
wait,
whatever.
wait. Are
And
you?
you said
Wait,
hopefully
did you
they
come
go
up
into
to?
war.
Did you come up to cry?
No, I'm just saying your morality is off.
My morality
You're
is
wrong
is
about
not
physics.
off. My morality is not off. You haven't even demonstrated that you have an argument for your God or your morality. All you got so far is bitching. And no, I didn't say it in that way. Also,
Okay,
did you
listen, how
want
about
to
this?
render an argument or no?
How about this? I will call back with the audio clip of you literally saying that.
How about you render an argument or I don't give a fuck about you?
I feel you're being very disrespectful, so
I feel like
Sam,
you're a piece of
how
shit.
about this? How about this, Sam? How about this? We
Go on.
both are horrible human beings who have horrible morals. Could you please tell
You
us
do.
how God exists? I agree with you. I agree, and Justin even agrees with you. Now, could you tell us how God exists? Go ahead.
You're not going to be happy with my answer, but I'll give
But
it
it's
to
not
you
going to be a
anyway.
good one.
Well, of course, it's not going to be in the scientific realm, but a lot of people find joy in their religion. Yeah.
So what?
And when they, what do you mean? So what? It brings them happiness.
So
in the
what?
atheistic worldview, what
Something bringing you
brings
happiness has
harm?
nothing to do with whether or not it's true. We're asking you why it's true, why your God is really existing.
Yeah. Are you aware of the phenomenon of people leaving their faith and going through unhappiness?
I am, but that has nothing to do with whether or not God is real. People lose happiness when they quit smoking too.
Right. You wanted an argument for God. I'm giving it to you.
This is not an argument for God. This is an argument for people being sad.
To people's lives.
That doesn't mean it exists.
Yeah, no, I understand. It doesn't mean it exists.
Oh, well, then we agree. Then people being happy has nothing to do with whether your God exists. You want to try an argument that ends with your God existing?
Yeah, the argument is it brings happiness.
That's not an argument. You already conceded that it wasn't.
Things like Sunnis and Shias should kill each other. So
well, I didn't say that. So whatever.
I will go clip you right now, and I'll come back and play.
You're more than welcome to. And
wait,
also, until you bring an argument for God, you're not coming back up.
I'm giving you your argument.
He is. I would bet money that Sam is a Muslim.
And that seems far more.
Sam, are you Muslim?
Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not. Thank God. I don't fuck children. Are you Muslim?
What Muslim is fucking children? You must have been Sunni, right?
A whole bunch of them. That's documented by the actual government in some of these locations. So again, Sam, why are you running away from your God? Are you Muslim?
I'm not running away.
Are you Muslim? Fucking coward.
I believe in one God, and it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
So did he
send a prophet named?
You deny your God.
Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
I like all of the prophets,
including Muhammad.
Assured you.
Yeah, Muhammad was a good guy.
There you go. Yeah, so you're Muslim.
Was a good guy.
A lying
wait.
Muslim.
Wait. And is Ali the wali of Allah?
If I spoke Arabic, I could answer that. Would you translate?
Is Ali the successor of the Prophet?
Well, some scholars believe so. Yeah, I haven't studied it. I can't.
Do you believe so?
I don't comment on things I'm not educated on.
Then what sect are you?
What sector am I?
Because I would hope you're not the sect that thinks that the chickens cry for Hussein every single time, and like the sea is wet because fish cried for Hussein when he died.
The people you're shit talking right now are the only people who's standing up against genocide. I'm just letting you know that, okay?
I'm not shit, Habibi.
Right now. What country are you in?
Sure. It doesn't matter.
What country are you in?
It does not matter. Yeah, Habibi.
I bet your
it does not matter.
funded a genocide. So the people
I can assure you that's not true.
Are the only people
Let's say it did. Let's say it did.
Stood up for genocide.
It's crazy. It's crazy that Sam can't separate what the Israelis are doing with what my belief system is. Did you ever ask me what my belief system is?
I'm not talking about Israelis.
Did you ever ask me if I support genocide? Because that's the argument you're making.
I was speaking to Moab.
You've placed on Mo.
Who the fuck is Mo, bro?
You've placed on Ems and myself that we support genocide, and I can assure you we don't. So you want to try?
I'm called Mo, so
Do you want to try actually
get that.
addressing like why your God
Do you
exists, or
pay taxes?
did you
Because
just
if
come
you
to
pay
complain? It
taxes, you
sounds like you
support
just come to
genocide, mate.
complain.
If you
You
pay
don't.
taxes,
You
support
don't.
genocide.
No, you don't. You
Doesn't
don't get
matter
a.
what your
You're
views
literally
are.
You don't
British.
get
Your
to.
money,
You're
your
fucking
You don't.
money's
British, bro.
dropping.
You don't get to choose to pay taxes. You dumb son of a bitch. You either pay
And he's
taxes
British.
or they arrest you. So this is stupid. And you're right. He probably is British. Hey Mo, how long do we want to keep this clown up here? Maybe you can get him on track and
Why am I Mo now?
listen. This is what's happening, my friend.
Okay. Alright.
If
So,
Dalkin is oh, this is terrible. All right, let me.
have you seen
let
any?
me.
Have you seen any of the Shia hadiths?
I don't think so.
You can find clips of like Shias like talking about Hitler calling out for Hussein, which is like the grandson of the Prophet, and weird ass shit like that.
Oh,
It's
fuck.
hilarious. Yeah.
That's some crazy
And they
shit.
talk about whales and fish crying for the grandson of the Prophet, and that people, when given the choice of being in Karbala, a city in Iraq, or going to heaven, choose the city in Iraq because that is where the grandson of the Prophet died. Yeah, it's a bunch of crazy stuff.
Damn. Well, let's see if this guy has anything to actually talk about, because I could be wrong. It sounds like he's literally just up here to bitch. And if that's the case, if he's like just up here to bitch, I don't really know what we're doing at this point. So, Sam,
I told you you're not going to be.
no
happy,
one heard
right?
anything that you said because you were muted the entire time. So, did you want to render an argument or just bitch?
Well, I gave you a best argument for God. You're not happy with it.
That wasn't an argument for God, that's for sure.
That is an argument. It
Certainly
brings
isn't.
joy and happiness to people.
It's adorable that you think so.
Sure.
How is it
Sam,
that I think that people would tell you that themselves? This brings happiness to me.
Yeah, Sam, listen. Christians also get joy and happiness. Why should I not be a Christian and be whatever the fuck you are?
No, yeah, that's my entire belief system.
Well, we know it is. Did you hear his question?
Yeah, why shouldn't he? Exactly. Why shouldn't you? Go ahead, be one. It's not for me to say what.
The question we're asking is what's true.
Right. Because you might appreciate truth more than happiness, yeah? But those values are not universal.
Well, I think that if people follow things that are not true, there's a high likelihood that the universe that we live in will be a very unhappy place for us, because as it turns out, when we believe things that are untrue, for example, when we believe in things that led to eugenics and the Holocaust, that's from people following what we would classify as stupid and bad science, partially because they believed in God, partially because they didn't understand how DNA works. And so what that means is that just because something makes you happy doesn't mean that it's something that should be followed, or that it's even something that is beneficial. A lot of things make people happy, doesn't mean it's beneficial.
Yeah, cherry pick random things that proves your point.
Yeah, I just did. Yeah, I just picked things that prove my point. Congrats, you figured it out. You got me. He got me. No, I used points that prove my point. Shit.
Listen.
You're just good.
I'm gonna have to hang it up. Ems, do you want to take over my channel? I gotta go. I'm done. I got cooked.
100%. What should we change it to?
Cherry pick. Random But that doesn't.
I don't know. Mo construction zone. Mozone.
I mean, Muhammad, so don't lie.
I mean, I at least owe you some of my assets after our prison excursion, you know.
Of course.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Oh, well.
You guys,
it was very fun.
One of you literally is from a genocidal background, and another one supporting genocide.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't support genocide.
You literally.
Hey, bro, you're literally Sam said you're British. Javi, you're living in a country built upon enslaving and destroying people, and you pay taxes to a monarchy system that literally enslaves you and sells weapons to the same country genociding children in Gaza. Why the fuck are you supporting
I
genocide?
actually don't.
Can you tell us?
I actually
No, you
don't.
do. No,
I
you do. You
I
do. You
don't
do.
do any
You
of
do.
those things.
You do.
No,
You do.
I definitely
Okay.
don't.
Oh, really? You don't? So
No,
could you say on
I
live right
don't.
now that you're avoiding taxes?
Who said I'm avoiding it?
Are you paying taxes?
Really? Then you're supporting, you're funding
Not
genocide,
where
you
I
fucking
am. No,
disgusting prick. Oh,
no.
really?
Wait.
Where are you?
You think because
Where
of
do you
my
live?
accent, you know where I am?
So
Where do you live then?
I do have some questions because
I'm not
Sam,
gonna
you
dox myself.
you're some
Are you
kind of
crazy?
you're some kind of like variant of Muslim or something. I want to know if you fall within these
He
statistics.
doesn't even know. He doesn't
He
even
really
know what he is.
Go
He
ahead.
doesn't. According to a survey of people from the Islamic faith, quite a few of them support stoning women as a punishment for adultery. In fact, in Pakistan, 89% of people who believe in Sharia law think that women should be stoned for committing adultery. Do you believe that?
Okay, and there are millions and millions who don't.
Listen,
support
I'm
that,
just asking
and
you
their
what you
faith brings
believe.
them
I
happiness.
didn't say that you believed it. I'm asking you what you believe.
Do I believe a person should go stone another person? Of course not.
Okay,
Then
so
you're not
you
a Muslim.
disagree then.
Of course.
Why?
Then you would
On what
be,
grounds?
you would yourself be beheaded by Muslims. So
Yeah.
Why would I be beheaded?
because what you said is just kufr.
Where in the
It's straight up. It's
where,
straight up apostasy.
where in
That sentence.
Islam does it say? Yeah, that's
جميل.
because your
من غير
branch of Islam
again
is different.
again. No.
Yeah, whatever.
There is no Habib. There is no branches of Islam. There's only Islam. There is no such thing as a branch of Islam. There's only Islam. There's only Islam, and then no. There's only again. Listen, let me finish. There's only Islam, and then there's heresies of Islam.
Yeah, and you think
So
Shia is a heresy?
worship, of course, they're heresies. The fuck are you talking about? Hitler talking about the grandson of the prophet? The Shias are stupid.
Shias think you're stupid.
No, because again, I'm not the one who believes that fish cried the ocean into existence because they were crying over the grandson of the prophet. Come on.
Yeah, it's all about whether Islam went down the bloodline
Hey,
or whether it went down a committee, right?
Do you think that apostates
as much.
should be given the death penalty for leaving Islam?
Sorry?
Do you think that apostates should be given the death penalty for leaving Islam?
I have to see that. I have to see where it says that.
I'm asking you if you believe they should.
Well, if I saw the...
Yeah, so you're pro-genocide, huh? You're pro-genociding people who are not your religion. Okay. I see.
That's definitely the case.
I see. So you're pro-genocide. So you like killing people. Huh?
Yeah, Sam wants to kill people for leaving a religion, for making a free will choice to leave a religion. He thinks they should be killed. This is wild. This guy coming in talk about morals is getting pretty wild right now.
You asked me a question.
So
you didn't get a yes to, and then you go ahead and make.
Because it shouldn't.
Well, then
give us the answer. If it takes you more than 1 second, to think about it, it's a yes.
No, because I was trying to think what you're referring to.
So also, I mean, this is a prevailing view in what we would recall, or what we would call, like, Islamic nations, like nations that are predominantly Islamic. So why are you supporting this behavior, whether you believe it or not?
Because not all Muslims are the same.
So what? Why are you supporting it?
No, they are.
I didn't support it.
Oh, it's weird because you said that I support genocide just because I pay taxes, but you voluntarily believing in a system that does this behavior, that's not you supporting it?
You have no idea what I believe in.
Well, it's a shame you wouldn't tell us. It sounds like you're a Muslim. Ems, do you think he's believes
he's
in
a Muslim, but he's ashamed.
the
There's
hadith?
not a single.
Yeah.
So he would probably cherry pick. Like for example, Sam, what are the 5 pillars of the religion? Do you even know them?
The 5 pillars of Islam. I'm sure Allah would be in there. I'm sure Muhammad be in his.
This motherfucker doesn't even know. All right.
In there. I'm
All right,
not too sure.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
All right, we're done with that clown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Well,
that was
you pay taxes.
Fortuitous timing that you were in the box when he came up. That was a lot of fun.
That was insufferable.
but he cooked me. So after tonight, I got to hang it up, friends. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat, my friends. With Ems, you really need to set up YouTube. I think Ems might have a YouTube, even though it might not being used yet. Is that the case?
I haven't made one that is not my personal one. Like I just
Okay.
use one. I have replied to some people on YouTube on specific channels before, but I don't have a specific place where I would make content. I didn't do that yet.
Oh, and now we're reported for hateful behavior. Fuck you, TikTok. You're such a waste of space. Anyways, let me
Do I
read
need to drop?
No, it's not you. It was on me because apparently you're not allowed to talk about Islam. Just because they haven't read their holy book and don't understand anything scientific doesn't mean they're wrong. Citation needed. And Golden Chat hates everyone. Wait, Golden Chat? What's that mean? Am I?
No idea.
Is that a typo? Well, Bacon and Bush, my friend, I don't know what Golden Chat means, but thank you for the super chat. And I mean, yeah, listen, these people don't read their holy book. I have no reason to believe that they've looked up the scientific terminology that they believe in. Like, so if they believe in some scientific formulation, I have no reason to believe that they actually looked it up to figure out what it means, because they're not even looking at their holy book. So let's get Frags and Coffee in here from the TikTok queue, and we'll keep the conversation rolling. How you doing, Frags?
I'm doing really well. How are you going?
Doing well. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, so I have a question for you.
Well, are you a Christian? Are you a believer of some kind?
Yes, I think so. I do believe in God, but I still don't. I'm doing my research and all these things, but I couldn't find anything in the Bible. But yeah, the Quran seems like a little bit more suitable thing for me.
I agree.
So you're like Islam curious then?
Yes, more than Bible. I read the Bible and now I'm reading the Quran, and until now it does make sense.
Okay. I have a question. Which chapter are you on?
I'm reading Baqarah right now, and I'm reading the Hadith.
So you're 2 chapters in?
That's the second, I think, the second chapter, Baqarah Surah.
Yeah. So you're 2 chapters in and you decided that it makes sense?
No. I read a little bit about the life of Muhammad.
What do you know about the life of Muhammad?
Well, I know that he's been through a lot, that guy.
Like what?
I can guarantee that. Well, he had a lot of experience in life. He didn't lie. They called him that.
I'm asking like what do you know of his life? For example, if you ask me about his life, I can describe his from when his mother was pregnant with him until he dies. So what do you know?
I know a lot. So what do you want to hear?
Like, tell me about his upbringing.
Okay, so in 622, you had the Hijrah. So he went from Mecca to Medina.
No. The Hijrah happened when he was literally pushing 50. I'm
yes,
talking about
53.
I'm talking about his upbringing.
Upbringing? What? Can you be more specific? Because I'm from Holland. I don't really.
Like his childhood when he was born. What happened?
Okay, so when he was born, he lost.
This is basic.
Yeah. So when he was born, he lost his father before he was born. Yes, exactly. And I think his name was Abdullah, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then his mother died when he was about 6, I guess.
Before that.
Yeah. So his mother died, and then he, of course, you had Abu Talib. First his grandfather.
Then his grandfather died.
Yes, then his grandfather died, and his uncle took care of him, and then his uncle died. So he's been through a lot.
I know, his uncle died when he was a grown-ass man.
Yeah, I know. But he had 12 wives,
so
right?
How do you know? He had, over the course of his life, 11, and the most he had at one time was 9. But how do you know so much about the guy when you haven't read the book? Like the main thing. Why would you go to the biography of some random man when you have the book of God?
Okay, let me explain.
And also, why is your name very, very ethnically Muslim?
So you're Muslim by name? Please, man.
Yes, actually, yes. No, actually, yes. That is a thing, yes.
Let me tell you something. Yeah. Do you think that I'm Muslim and I'm denying it? Do you know that's really
yes, most Muslims do that, yes.
Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something.
It's okay. Okay, wait a minute. So first of all,
Like
so
the
my
last guy,
fa-
did you hear him? Like he said that he believes in the prophet, but he would not say
no,
that
no,
he's a
no,
Muslim.
no,
Mhm.
no, no. I don't say that. Listen,
Okay.
I'm reading about his life. I because who brought the message to people? That was
That was him. Mhm.
yeah. So that, if you believe that
You have to know him. You have to know the man.
exactly, so you have to know him. So that's why I read about him. But there were some things like he had 12 wives and one was slave. So
Not one, multiple.
no, no,
And one
no.
of them was a Jewish
Yes,
woman upon which he killed her husband
Maria.
and her.
That was only
No,
one.
not Maria. No, 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 no. Sophia bint Huyay, he unalived her husband and her father, and then took her as a slave, and then married her.
What's her name?
Sophia bint Huyay.
Yes, Safia. But Safia was his wife.
She was his wife after he killed her
Yeah,
entire
but
tribe and then took her as a
Maria.
slave, yes.
Yeah, but Maria wasn't his wife. It was just a slave.
Again, Sophia was a slave until he married her.
Yes, exactly.
And her bridal gift was her freedom.
Yes,
I hate
exactly.
to interrupt the flow here, but it
Yeah,
might
he
be
knows. He
helpful to
knows. He
get
knows a lot. But
on the
wait a minute.
topic
Yes.
Is he
of
Muslim?
whether or not God exists, because this is, I'm not sure if this qualifies.
100%.
Yes.
I was just trying to make sure that he's. It
You're
sounds
trying to
like
keep him
he's
honest.
reading into. He said he's 2 chapters into the book, and he knows more about the guy's life than what he said.
I mean, I know 624, the battlefield with Badr, 625 Uhud, 627. It was Khaybar.
Yeah,
And 620.
why the fuck do you know random Islamic history trivia when you haven't read the book? Like that's so weird.
Okay,
Like, that is Justin. That is like, for example, knowing the life of John the Baptist and not reading John.
No.
Right.
I am reading right now. I am reading. But I have a question to this. What's your name?
Who?
Mo?
Both of you.
We're not gonna name you after a pedophile, please.
No. He wasn't a pedophile. Come on now. He wasn't a pedophile.
Wait, Muhammad? Yeah, he was. He married a 6-year-old and consummated it at age 9.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the true because I
That's
investigated
the definition of. Yeah.
Well, there are some issues with that because there are.
No, there's not a single issue with it because it is one of the most heavily documented hadiths through dozens of chains of narrations.
I read
No. I'm not talking about Sahih Bukhari. It is mentioned in Sahih Bukhari. It is mentioned
Also
in
Sahih
Musnad
Muslim.
Ahmad. Wait. In Musnad Ahmad, in Muslim, in Misqat al-Masabih, in the Tirmidhi, in Abu Dawood, in Ibn Majah. It's mentioned in literally every single book of hadith. In Kitab Imam Malik, in Al-Shafi'i mentions it. Literally all of them mention it. It's mentioned through dozens of different chains, through dozens of independent people. You cannot just tell me it has problems. It doesn't have problems.
Look,
if it has problems, then the Quran has problems.
Look. It's first of all in the Quran it says nothing about Aisha, about her.
Good,
nothing.
But it tells you you can sleep with prepubescents.
Yes. So basically, when you read Sahih Bukhari, it says that she's not.
Do you think that it's okay to sleep with prepubescent girls?
I can't say that because I'm living in.
You don't know?
2000. Listen. I'm living in 2026. It's not the same time, so we can't compare. So in Holland, we
well,
can't.
I'm just asking you what you think.
I think the situation. Okay, there is a word anachronism. Anachronism that means when you.
I know what an
compare.
anachronism. I'm not doing that. I'm asking you what you think. Do you think that it's okay to marry children?
No, not this time. No, definitely not. 100% not. Even 18 years old is too young for me.
Okay.
But I have a question for you.
Was it okay when Muhammad did it?
I don't know. I wasn't there, my friend. I just wasn't there.
Well,
I don't know because it was different. They say, right?
Well, if Muhammad did consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old, would it be right or wrong?
What? Then again, I didn't live by the time. Okay, now I would say.
So no. Franks, I agree. Yes, because she didn't have Barbie. She had just random dolls. So it's different. They make you mature more.
No, come on, man. Just look.
I'm poking you, but again. The problem is that you're telling me that I don't know. I didn't live that time. The fuck do you mean, bro? Like, you think a 9-year-old is ever gonna be mature enough?
Look, okay, let me tell you something. When you go to work, you go by donkey?
Sometimes, yes.
How do you know so much? So are you an ex-Muslim?
Uh-huh.
Are you ex-Muslim?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you now? Are you a Christian or are you agnostic?
Why
Or
would
are
I be
you...
a Christian?
Oh, you're a Christian.
Why would I be a Christian on a panel that says your God is imaginary?
No. I just think because you are against Islam, I can clearly hear it. At least you're
By
protesting
making
against
jokes about donkeys and sleeping with a child?
No. It wasn't a child. Come on. Okay, can I
It
ask
wasn't a
you something?
child? Then what was it?
Can I
It
ask you
was.
something?
Well, listen, I think as fun as this is, I think this is super boring for the audience. I think everyone
Wait a
wants to
minute,
hear
wait a
a
minute.
real debate, and
No,
I don't know if this qualifies as one.
Okay, no. I just have questions for you because I do have the same questions inside my head.
But
So
are they a debate question? So, for example, if I ask you, what's the evidence that God exists? Does it fall into that category of thinking?
yeah, a little bit. Can I
Well,
tell
that's
my
what I'm
story
asking
briefly?
you. We don't want your story. We want an argument or evidence.
Okay, you know what? When I studied chemicals, I saw a lot of proof inside the books.
Inside what books?
I studied in Holland. I studied chemicals and also physics, and there are a lot of law that it shook me a little bit. I was like, "Hey, this is really interesting," because there are some terminologies like abundation, and abundation means the kind of elements inside a stone, kind of elements inside soil, in air. And when you look at the abundancy of human being and the earth and the soil, it's almost identical. So the Quran and the Bible and the books, they are telling you that we are coming from dust or from clay, So I was like, okay, that's interesting, but there
I
are
don't
more
know.
laws.
I have no idea what that means. Listen,
He's saying
every
that,
ancient text says we came from the earth, because we did.
And so his argument is that, if I'm understanding correctly, because God says that we are made from dirt or from dust, and that we're made from the same things from the planet which we were made on, or that we evolved on,
Yeah.
and that means that God is telling us a secret that we only discovered recently.
No,
Well,
we are not
that's not a
discovered.
secret. Everyone already knows it. Like
Yeah.
human beings in the ancient world were thought to have been made from the dust of the earth.
It would only make sense.
Yes. So you believe in God then?
No. Why would that mean I believe in God?
Okay, so you don't believe in anything. So you think when we die it's over, lights out, right?
That's it. I have no reason to believe that anything happens after we die, unless you've got a compelling reason for God existing.
Okay, so do you believe that something, when it has a function, it's not a coincidence? Do you believe that?
I don't know what you mean by function. I think that things, when we talk about functions,
Justin, I'm sorry, just I got this engineer. He might have something to that to add. He wanted to come up.
Yeah. So just
let's not overwhelm the guest. I'm trying to avoid getting too many cooks in the kitchen because this is being podcasted now, and it's a nightmare to listen to on podcast when there's 5 people talking.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
Okay. So just yeah. So when you step in your car, you put your poke to the D drive. It won't go backwards. It will go forward, right?
That's the case because we designed it to do that. Yep.
Exactly. So what's the case of your heart and your liver and your kidneys then?
It's not designed. It was developed inside of an evolutionary system because the things that could survive did survive, meaning the items in our environment that could utilize the environment for energy and for life did, and the things that couldn't utilize our environment died. So it's just a natural outflow of how evolution works.
Okay. So do you believe that energy was before the world was created?
Energy is not a thing that has existence.
It does exist.
No, it doesn't. Energy is a quantitative. Energy is just a quantitative property of things that do exist. That's all.
look, when you put energy inside something, let's say you are cooking. Yeah. Let's say you're cooking, you're boiling water. So what are you putting inside the water then when you put the fire on? That's not energy?
What you're calling energy is entire mistake. So energy is not a thing. Energy is how we measure the movement of things and the amplitude and the direction. Like when something has movement, we say that it has energy, but energy is not a thing. Energy is merely a calculation.
Okay, so when you look at, for instance, sun energy, I don't know how you call it in English, but you have on the roof, you have some plates, you put some plates and it turns the sun into energy or wind energy. So you don't believe in these things. It's all fake.
Those are called photons. Photons and radiation come from the sun, and those things do exist. But photons are not necessarily, like, these items are not necessarily energy. Energy, if you literally just Google the definition, energy is the quantitative property of things that do exist.
Very interesting. You know what? I don't agree a thing. But anyways, thank you for your time.
I mean, do I have to just pull up the definition for you?
No, this is funny, man.
I mean, I can give you the definition from like a textbook if that's a problem for you.
Okay, so there is no energy in this world. Okay, that's good.
That is not,
Right.
Habibi, can you stop being disingenuous? That is not what he said.
That's what he said.
That is not what he said at all. No, that is a comprehension issue on your end. Maybe it's because English isn't, again, it's neither our first language. Maybe we can rephrase it.
It's
just
my
to be,
fifth language.
well, that's good. I hope. Just again, maybe just try to make it a little bit more simple for him, because again, maybe it's a language thing.
Yeah. So let's imagine that we're just talking about something simple like a rock that's rolling. Right? We can measure how fast it's rolling, and we can measure. Exactly. You have no idea what you said exactly to. We can measure how fast it's rolling. We can measure the direction that it's rolling. That measurement is energy. Energy is not a thing that exists. Energy is what we refer to as the measure, the quantitative property of something that is changing. That's it.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm refocusing my camera.
Okay.
So, Franks, think about this. Does temperature exist as a thing?
Yes, of course, there is temperature, right?
So, is temperature a thing you can hold and contain?
It doesn't matter. It's energy.
Sure, it's energy. But when I say that something is, for example, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, does that mean that the 100 degrees Fahrenheit actually exists, or is it a measure of something?
Of course, you can measure it.
No, is it a measure, or is it something that exists? Like, can you see the 100
no,
degrees
you can't
Fahrenheit?
see it, but you can't feel it.
That's right.
Huh?
You can't see it.
It's a measurement.
Degrees don't exist. Okay. That's a really good analogy, by the way, Ems.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so...
Did you understand the point? Because again,
yes,
temperature is just the movement of particles. If a particle moves, like you have one atom, if it's moving at x speed, then it's at y temperature. If it's moving at 10x speed, then it's at 10y temperature.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, but
so it's just a measurement.
When I'm holding a spoon and I put a light under the spoon, after 5 minutes, it will burn my hand. You know why?
Because temperature, for example, the energy.
Yes.
Which is again a measurement. Which is again a measurement. Which is again a measurement. Which is again a measurement of movement. For example, if you put the spoon in boiling water, the movement of the particles in the water are again collide with the atoms of the spoon, causing them to also move more, which transfers the heat to your fingers. Yeah, it's still a measurement of movement.
Yes, exactly. But you said it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's
a measurement of movement.
Because you put inside the spoon, you put energy. So one atom.
No. How do you put energy?
Yeah, with fire, for instance.
And how does that cause the temperature to rise?
because of the energy is going higher, the temperature.
And again, what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
You said you studied chemistry?
Yeah.
Okay, and what are for example, the types of, like, the ways in which energy is transferred?
Oh my God, brother! I swear on God, my English sucks. Which languages do you speak more?
Just two.
Which one? Arabic and. Okay. Look, brother. I don't think that we come to an agreement. I really appreciate your time, especially you know a lot about the Muslim religion. I will read in and I will be objective. If it doesn't fit me, I won't be a Muslim. But for me to think of there is no God, that's a no-go. I don't believe that.
You don't have to be a Muslim to believe in God. You can just believe in God and not be anything.
Like agnostics, right? Or
deists.
So are you an agnostic then? Can you please tell me why you left Islam? Can you just tell me your reason?
It's not true.
I don't believe. I just don't believe.
You don't. Okay. You don't believe.
I never officially joined it. I was just born into it.
But you do know a lot. So you know a lot because you want.
I don't know. No, I don't know a lot. I know more than most Muslims who come up, which makes me look like I know a lot. But if you bring a scholar up, they're 100% going to know a lot more than me.
Exactly. Of course. I agree with that. But still, for a non-believer, when you told me about his life, I was like, okay, even about Safia.
That is not in kindergarten.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, for you maybe, but yeah. So what kind of advice do you give me right now before I leave?
Just think about what you're reading and try to envision it. You're literally reading about some guy in the sky who gets angry and upset and mad, and he's vindictive and he wants to torture you. And he made this big ass place with fire, and he made this big ass place with rivers of honey and alcohol and unlimited women. And he's telling you, "Oh, do what I say, and you're gonna get women and pussy. Do what I do, what I tell you not to do, and you end up being burned."
Okay, but you do understand.
Like the reward itself, being pussy, should tell you that this is not the religion to follow.
But you do understand.
Frags, hey, this is entirely a fun conversation for me, but this is not fun for the audience. Nobody wants to hear a Q&A right now. We want to hear a debate. But I would suggest that the answer to your question, which I think you wanted to answer earlier and we kind of ignored, is the heat transfer with fire. It's electromagnetic radiation. That's what's being transferred. And so you can look at like the alpha particles and things like that during the heat transfer if you want your answer. But that's the short answer to your question. But we got to move on and have a real debate, okay?
Thank you very much, man.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Well,
like genuinely, if you think about it, like a God promising you pussy is insane.
It's pretty crazy, unless you firmly believe that God is a pervert, which maybe they do. Maybe they do.
That's insane.
I'm going to get Dave in here next from the TikTok queue, and we'll keep the debates rolling. We do have another super chat from Cameron and William. Cameron says, Justin, some of the Muslim guests are hilarious. By the way, I can tell M has been hanging out here too long, used the F word for the first time. I know. It's something about these debates will do it to you. Actually, hold on. My kitten cam is currently in front of this super chat. 1 second. There we go. Now it's not being blocked. Dope. But yeah, man, it's like these discussions will wear on you, huh?
Maybe because honestly, I think I'm just cranky today.
Well, I don't mind at all. Also, literally, as I was announcing our next guest, they left. Apparently, the Holy Spirit was not in their loins, and they decided that they were going to cut and run. So I guess we won't bring them in. Ironically, as it happens on so many live streams, we're not that deep into it, and the guest boxes aren't that full. But almost every time I run a live stream, by the end of the live stream, I've got to cut a bunch of people because they didn't request up earlier. So if you want to get in and talk to us, now is the time to get into the queue. Please do not wait until 11 or 12 o'clock at night to get into the queue because you won't be gotten. But that being said, I did bring back, a lot of people have been asking for Kitty Cam. And I've tried my best to bring back Kitty Cam. In fact, Carnage is sending $5 for the Kitty Cam fund, and we've got it. Carnage, it's here. It's happening. But it did require maybe a bed or a perch over here that they would greatly enjoy. So that's how we currently got it set up. Maybe we'll see if there's a better setup later, but you have to kind of entice the kitties to come into the office to hang out. A lot of times at this, during these streaming hours, they're kind of tired, kind of tuckered out, just want to go nap somewhere. So we gave them a little place to nap. Hopefully that's good enough to keep them hanging out with us. I think Faraday is starting to grow out of the kitten neck suckling phase, so he's not going to be on camera quite as much. But we'll definitely try to keep. I don't know what happened. Definitely try to keep the kitty cam going. Nevertheless, friends, I'm going to read some super chats while we're waiting for another guest to load up. If you're on TikTok, you can just hit that guest request button. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live. It doesn't matter what God you believe in. We're more than happy to discuss the existence of that God and whether or not it makes sense. Two hand.
I meant to ask, how far are you in? You were in chapter 3 last time I asked.
I'm in 5 right now.
Oh, did you get to the part about God telling people not to stay over too long for dinner?
No, not yet. Okay. I don't believe so. But yeah, that'll be fun when we get there. Yeah. Two-Hand Dan says God couldn't design the universe without errors, so he made us intelligent enough to fix his design problems. Seems circular to me. Also, Hard Rock Viagra Doug. I may not fully understand what's happening here, Two-Hand, but thank you for the super chat, friend. And actually, our friend Truth in Tellus is back. Let's see. We just talked to Truth, didn't we? Not that long ago. All right. Let's see. Interesting. Yeah, last time we talked was just a couple of days ago, and the argument essentially was that God was not just, which is a wild conversation. Let's bring him back in and see what he's got for us today.
Hey Justin, I'm getting summoned by somebody. I'm gonna come back if you have space some other time. If I'm done with that conversation. Thank you for having me up. In case I don't come back. Thank you.
If I see it in the box, I'll bring you back up. Thank you so much, Ems.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, cheers, buddy. Welcome back, Truth. Do you have an argument for God today?
Yeah, actually, I think I want to run something by you to see what your answer would be.
Sure.
So the first time we spoke, I remember that you had said that everything in Daniel was regarding the Hasmonean dynasty. So this is ad hoc literature, right?
Well, I didn't say everything. Specifically, the chapters of prophecy that you're concerned with were written during the Antiochian crisis and possibly even shortly after. There is a part of Daniel at the beginning and at the end that appears to have been written in Aramaic. It's hard to tell when those sections were written, but most scholars would say that those sections came just before the parts that were written in Hasmonean Hebrew.
Yeah. So my question for you would be, what if Daniel chapter 11 up to about verse 18 or 19 or so is actually about the beginning of the Roman Empire? So like Augustus Caesar.
Well, as far as I can tell, there's only one vague reference to the Romans, but it's not really clear that they are thinking of them as the Romans as we think. It's more like the region where they thought Rome was. So, but they never mention Rome as like an entity. So, but what about Daniel 12?
No, it's Daniel 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. What about Daniel 11?
Well, so the argument would be if Daniel 11 verses 1 through 19 are accurately depicting things that happened during the beginning of the Roman Empire's rise to ascension, then we've got true prophecy because Daniel was written prior to any of these events.
Oh, like, are you asking if Daniel 11 is predicting the rise of the Romans?
Correct. Yeah. Like, or my question would be, what if it is? Would that sway you in any way to believe the God of the Bible is true?
No. Well, the Bible's got way too many contradictions for me to think that one, like, maybe possibly geopolitical prediction came true. Like, that's like, I can grant you, I don't think Daniel 11 says anything about Rome, not in the way that you think it does. But let's imagine that it did. Let's just say that it actually did have some kind of reference to the rise of ancient Rome. That still wouldn't mean that Christianity is true. It just means that maybe it got one thing right, just like the Babylonian literature. And I've got a bunch of predictions from the Babylonian literature that actually came true, and some from the Egyptian literature. So I think if you're making geopolitical guesses, eventually something's going to be right.
Really? So, what would be your examples of Babylonian and Egyptian literature that like accurately guessed or prophesied about things that were supposed to happen?
Sure. Yeah, let me grab them. All right, there's oracles concerning King Esarhaddon that predicted his defeat by his enemies. And then there's a letter to Ashurbanipal from Marduk Shum Ashur, who wrote to Ashurbanipal about his father Sennacherib's kingship with a prophecy, and that came true. There's the oracle of Ninlil concerning Ashurbanipal. It predicts the defeat of the Egyptians in the first year of his reign, 667, which seems to have happened. There's another oracle concerning Ashurbanipal, theoretically from the goddess Ishtar, that sends a message through a seer saying that Ashurbanipal will be defeated in Elam, which happens to come true as well. So, like, these types of like geographical or like military predictions are like super easy to make, and obviously, if you make enough of them, some of them are going to stick. And the ones that stick, people are going to be like, oh, that's a good one. Let's make sure that one gets saved.
Now, I'd have to look up the actual quote unquote predictions to see, like, but the language that would be used in Daniel chapter 11, verses 1 through 19 specifically, I think is more than just like general vague, like, oh, this might happen and then that might happen. Like, I mean, I would argue, for example, in like verses 16 through 18, it's talking about the actual relationship that Caesar had with Cleopatra. And like, this is
Why
something
would
that
you
is
think
not just
that?
like just based on like what the text is conveying, that there's basically a daughter of a woman that's given to Caesar,
Ptolemy.
and he's
Given to Ptolemy in 197.
okay. So you're saying this is actually Ptolemy, not
Yeah, remember
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra was a little bit of a there was like a little bit of back and forth over who was gonna have her, right?
Right, between Antony and Caesar.
Yeah. So, and this is going to be let's see, Cleopatra the First, if I'm correct. Give me a second. Yeah, Cleopatra the First, who was the daughter of Antiochus III.
And so you're saying that even like the context surrounding this fits Ptolemy, like in regards to where he goes and conquers lands.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, if this was predicting Rome, then it would contradict what the rest of the prophecies say. The rest of the prophecies clearly indicate that the last kingdom is the Seleucids, which is what was left. Or that's the end point of the Macedonian Empire for them. So if there was another chapter, like chapter 11, that said, no, actually the Romans are going to be the last kingdom, well, I mean, that's just a direct contradiction of what he says elsewhere. So I think in light of using all of Daniel, if you're a Christian, that is, using all of Daniel cohesively, we would probably not interpret this as being about Rome.
Well, so yeah, I think that's also the contention we had the first time we had our discussion, was that you're saying, no, this is about the Seleucid Empire. And the argument is that, no, the Fourth Empire is Rome, because in the days of the Fourth Empire would be when this other empire is set up, which from a full preterist perspective would be the new covenant being instituted in 70 AD, which was under Rome.
Well, that has nothing to do with Daniel. Like, then you'd have to find a way for Daniel to get rid of the prophecy of weeks.
No, I think it's all super coherent and cohesive. I think we talked about that too. We went back and forth on that. But I mean, Daniel chapter 11, like when we get to like the latter part of that chapter, it's like verses 30 through 45. Then we go into chapter 12. Chapter 12 is just a continuation of chapter 11. They didn't have the chapters and verses back then. And it specifically says, at the time of this, king that could, by the way, this could not be about the Seleucid Empire, because when Antiochus Epiphanes was unalived, he wasn't near the city of Jerusalem. He was out, like, not even near it. But this is saying that would happen there.
That's one of the reasons why we can pinpoint the dating of some of this text, is because it gets the death of Antiochus wrong. It says that he's going to die in a particular location, and he didn't. He died in a different location at the hands of a different force. Right. So in verse 45, right? Verse 45 says, he shall pitch his palatial tents between the sea and the beautiful holy mountain, and yet shall come to his end with no one to help him.
Yeah, so like, could that really not be well, I guess we would look at, what was that? Who was it that came before? Was it let me look at the list of Roman emperors real quick, just because I just want to make sure. I agree with you that that's not Antiochus Epiphanes for sure. But are you saying that there's no way that could have been?
Certainly would be. Why would it be anyone but? Every chapter in this book ends with Antiochus as the final person, the desolator.
Well, because right, and I can, based on strictly First and Second Maccabees, you would say that that's how he did these things to the temple. I think the text says that yes, there would be a desolation of it, but it's much different. That it said that it would be thrown down.
It didn't say that in
the temple
text.
was never thrown. It does in Daniel chapter 7.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It says.
Well, I was in Daniel 9. Talk about the temple.
Well, okay, so yeah, even in Daniel chapter 9, there's still an argument to be made, because it says that the weeks are given to stop the transgression, to seal up sin, to cover iniquity, and to bring forth righteousness into the age. And there's no righteousness that was brought forth into the age during Antiochus Epiphanes. Again, that's the new covenant being instituted.
That's because the God doesn't exist, and there's more failed prophecy, just like all the rest. So I agree. It didn't come true, but that doesn't mean it's about Jesus. So the problem why this is never about Jesus is because the counting starts in 605 BCE and it ends roughly in the 2nd century. There's no good reason to think that it starts with the letter of Nehemiah. That has nothing to do with this. And also, the last week never gets completed. It would have been completed way before any of the nonsense in 70 AD. Remember, if you think Jesus is the target of 26, it says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. That didn't happen within 7 years of Jesus' death. But this is the last week. This is happening at the beginning of the very last week of these 490 years. So this does not fit Jesus.
Well, okay, yeah. So I actually would like to touch on that, because I'm not necessarily saying that verse 26 has to do with Jesus. If we look at how, so it says that it's a anointed one, right? So Messiah is how, one could picture that. But remember, Cyrus is called the anointed one as well in Isaiah 50, 51.
But
this just means that somebody God is using for his instrumentation, which
I agree.
this could easily fit a Roman emperor after the 67
I agree
week.
that this anointed one is just somebody that's anointed. Could be a priest, could be a king. In your worldview, you have to think that this is Jesus, don't you?
No, I don't. I just
well,
told
who
you
is
that
it?
it's not necessarily Jesus. Well, look at what it says. It says, "And the city and the set apart place he will bring to ruin." So this is talking about the force that God is using to come and bring the destruction upon the city, which again didn't happen under Antiochus Epiphanes. Happened under
It did.
well,
It
I
did
think it was
happen
Vespasian.
under Antiochus Epiphanes.
He brought the temple and the city to ruin.
I read it to you last time, and I explained to you why it works last time. Maybe you just didn't write it down, but it's very easy. The Hebrew word shakath just means to despoil, to ruin, it means all kinds of things. It's used of things that are not entirely destroyed all the time. It doesn't mean that it's going to be completely annihilated.
Right, because what you're doing is you're using a semantic range argument, but I could use the same argument and say, well, no, actually it means it's brought to ruin.
Yeah, brought to ruin doesn't mean that it's annihilated. And it was. So if you just read the book of Maccabees, he literally lit the city on fire and had to wage war against those in the temple so that he can get into the temple and make them do the illicit sacrifices and set up the abomination of desolation. So I have no reason to believe that this happened during Jesus' lifetime.
Is there a written historical fact about that's what Antiochus Epiphanes did? Or is that just in Maccabees that claims that?
It's in Maccabees, it's in Josephus, it's also in other Jewish literature. This is just a known historical phenomenon. History is not confused about the Antiochian crisis.
Interesting. So you take Josephus as a reliable source of historical information?
No, I think he's mostly reliable.
Okay.
I don't think he's perfect. What I'm saying is we have historians that talk about it. The same reason why, like, I generally believe that Herodotus is telling history, but I don't believe that Herodotus claims about Aristeus rising from the dead are true. Like, that's a mythological claim. But do I think that Josephus documents the Antiochian crisis? Yes. I've read it. It's in book 10.
Yeah. Well, so in Daniel 12, again, this is a connector. It says at that time, so at the time of the guy that, sets up tents between the sea and the holy place, which would have fit, either Nero or Vespasian, however you want to look at that. But it says that at that time would be when there's the times, and half a times, which is 3.5 years, and the completion of the shattering of the power of the holy people. So could you show me under Antiochus Epiphanes where you had 3.5 years of the city being besieged, and then the power of the holy people, which would be Israel, is shattered, which happened?
Yeah, we went over this last time you were here. Like, I don't know if you've just forgotten the entire conversation we had. In Second Maccabees, it talks about the amount of time that has transpired between Antiochus marching into the city and the victory by Judas Maccabeus. There was let's say, not a truce. There was an agreement between Jason, the high priest that tricked his way to the throne to get rid of the sacrifice and offerings for 3.5 years. That went on until the Maccabean revolt. So I have no idea like why you've just like forgotten everything we talked about.
Can you give me like the chapter and verse in Second Maccabees that says it was 3.5 years, or even more specifically, the 1,000 whatever days?
In Second Maccabees, at the beginning of the sections, it gives you the number of years, like the so many years since such and such. You can literally just go into them and calculate the years. So, in fact, in my other Bible, I might actually have it marked already.
Yeah, if you could, because I would be super interested to see that. I don't think we talked about that last time. We may have. I don't have the best memory.
See, where'd they put Maccabees in the Catholic Bible? All right, second book of Maccabees, 693. Okay, so we can start with even in chapter 4. So Menelaus, the high priest, verse 23. Chapter 4, verse 23 says, 3 years later, Jason sent Menelaus, the brother of the affirmation Simon, to deliver the money to the king. So at the beginning of all these sections, what you're going to find is that we are getting like years of things actually happening, and you can go through and look at the years of when they've actually happened. So let's see. Onias the third is going to be cut off here after Jason, because remember Jason takes over, and then Onias the third is cut off. That's chapter 5. He gets cut off in verse 30 and beyond. And then the revenge by Antiochus starts in chapter 5, verse 11. It says, when these happenings were reported to the king, he thought that Judea was in revolt, raging like a wild animal. He set out from Egypt and took Jerusalem by storm. That storming of Jerusalem by Antiochus was 167 BCE. That's when this happened. Now you can look throughout Second Maccabees to get like the number of years of like, because they're tracking it, the number of years from like the beginning of the Seleucid kingdom, if I remember correctly. But you can just do the calculations when you look through how long this happened. So if you go from, let's see, chapter 7, 8, the resistance from Judas Maccabeus starts in 2 Maccabees chapter 8. And it says, Judas Maccabeus and his companions entered the villages secretly and summoned their kindred to enlist those who had remained faithful Judaism, and they assembled about 6,000 men, so on and so forth. Blah, 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 blah. All right, there should be a time marker in here somewhere. Give me a second. About the time Antiochus retreated in distance of blah, 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 purification of the temple. All right, give me a second to see if there's a time frame in verse or chapter 9 or 10. Oh, hard. Sorry, my screen went black. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, give me 1 minute to locate. There's a verse that I thought was in my head, but I thought I had it highlighted, but I don't think I have it highlighted.
Yeah, because like at 10, like in 10:3, for example, it states that they offered sacrifice for the first time in 2 years. So there's a time statement in that, but it doesn't signify the 3.5 years. And it also goes against the text because Daniel says that, it would be the total ceasing of the temple sacrifices, or the oblation.
So the calculation, the specific calculation I'm looking for is in First Maccabees. That's why I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
First Maccabees chapter 1 and chapter 4.
Okay, let me just get that pulled up real quick.
So First Maccabees 1:54. So First Maccabees and Second Maccabees overlap. They kind of tell a lot of the same stories, but First Maccabees covers a longer period of years, whereas Second Maccabees hones mostly in on the Antiochian invasion and defeat, and then the rededication of the temple. So if you go to First Maccabees 54, it says, on the 15th day of the month Kislev, in the year 145, the king erected a desolating abomination upon the altar. And that's when he came from Egypt and subdued Jerusalem and set up the abomination. That's the beginning. So that was in verse 54. And if you go to chapter 4, verse 52...
Okay.
In 452, says, they arose early in the morning on the 25th day of the 9th month, that is, in the month of Kislev, in the year 148, and offered sacrifices according to the law on the new altar for burnt offerings that they had made.
Okay.
So that's where you get the calculation of the number of years where the sacrifices and offerings ceased.
So 148 versus
145 and 148.
145. Okay. Yeah, I'd have to look at that and see if it fits the exact date, like to the day, because again, I think that's what we were talking about. Yeah, well, because remember, the number of days are given in Daniel.
The number of days are not going to be exact, I can tell you that, to anything. So the book of Daniel is a cope. These numbers are rough guesstimates for everything, but the 3.5 years is actually pretty accurate. The covenant or the treaty made with Jason lasted about 3.5 years until they were able to gain victory.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
That's all. I'm not sure. Like, tell us. Listen, you're not a stupid individual. I don't know why you haven't read the scholarship on Daniel. Like, what gives? What's preventing you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm aware of the scholarship on Daniel. I'm well aware that they say that this is about Antiochus Epiphanes, but again, I think there's Well, no, I just think there's inconsistencies in how they try to reconcile it, and I understand why. I also understand.
Where'd you go?
As well, but I mean, I think that again, when we look at how the text is portraying these events at the time of Antiochus Epiphanes, again, he's already at the end of chapter 11. He's already done, right? He's already unalived. At that time, it would be when the temple would be destroyed. It literally says the shattering of the power of the holy people, which didn't happen under Antiochus, but it happened in 70 AD. Their temple was destroyed. They were dispersed out amongst the nations. So I think that there's an argument to be made that Daniel 11 is true prophecy about the Roman Empire.
No, it doesn't mention the Roman Empire, not even in the slightest. So I have no idea what you think in Daniel 11 is pointing towards the Romans, other than like wishful thinking.
Well, again, when you read the explicit, like, okay, the ships of Chittim come against them, and he turns back, and this, it doesn't add up, I don't think, with anything like any kind of military exercise or campaign that happened under the Seleucians.
Yeah,
okay.
Not Alexander. I mean, Antiochus the Fourth was in war with a number of entities, both the Ptolemy king, and also in various locations northward, and also in Egypt. This guy was at war constantly. Chapter 11, written in the 2nd century, predicts roughly when and how this guy is going to die, and it just got it wrong because it's written in the 2nd century. That's why its predictions prior to that point seem to come true, because it was written after they already happened. Its predictions for the future, like the death of Antiochus, don't come true because it's not real prophecy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I would look at it from, if you're saying that Ptolemy is what's being talked about in verse 17, I'd have to, I will go and look and see if any of his military campaigns, jive with the instructions that are given. But from what I understand, it's talking about Augustus. It's jiving with what was going on at the time of Augustus rising to power in the Roman Empire, and as they were taking over land in what would be modern day Italy, because of the weakening of the Grecian Empire from the splitting up of the empires after Alexander the Great.
I mean, listen, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is written in the 2nd century, or maybe slightly before the 2nd century, but
Yeah, slightly before.
I have no reason to believe that this is making a prediction about the Romans, given that every single chapter prior to this says that the Macedonians are the last kingdom. right? So until you can rectify all the chapters prior to this, then making a case for the Romans being the final kingdom is useless.
Well, I understand that's your position on it. I just think that the text in like 927 is explicit that it would be a complete ceasing of sacrifice and tribute gifts, and it wouldn't be necessarily that they would stop temporarily and then start back up, which is what we see in First
It doesn't say
Maccabees.
complete
So
ceasing.
will
It says
cause to cease.
He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall make sacrifices and offerings cease. For half of the week, 3.5 years.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if it's causing it
happened.
to cease, where does it say it start? Right, but then where does it say it starts back up? Because that's not what the text.
That's what it means to
says
cease
at all.
for 3.5 years. It means it ceased for only 3.5 years. If I said I ceased streaming for 3 years, it means I ceased it for only 3 years.
Well, yeah, but you know that the way that the Hebrew is written, it's saying at the time, basically at the time of the half of the 7 is when the ceasing happens. Not that the ceasing happens for 3.5 years. It's just at that time of 3 years.
I disagree. I think the Hebrew in Daniel 9:27 has been an interesting passage to dialogue about. There's lots of scholars have things to say about the formation of like the actual sentence structure there. But there seems to be no question that this is referring to a division of 1 week. There's a division of 1 week that's been cut in half. And this matches exactly what we find in the Antiochian crisis. For half of that final week, half that 7 years, the sacrifices and offerings did cease.
Interesting. So who would you say is the anointed one or the smeared one in verse 26?
Smeared?
Is it the high priest?
Oh, you mean the one who gets cut off?
Yeah.
Onias III, yeah. When Antiochus deals with the prior high priest, that was Onias III, like that. So that's why Jason was so important. Jason was the one that made the covenant, the strong covenant with many for 1 week, because Onias III was dead.
So when it says, there's, the smeared one is cut off, or the Meshuach is cut off, and there is no one to him, and the city and the set apart place he will bring to ruin, the people of a conspicuous front man, the one coming. You're saying that this is also Antiochus?
I have no idea what you mean. The one coming. So the person who's coming to desolate, the desolator, is the guy that the book says is the desolator. It's Antiochus.
Right, but okay, so that's the conspicuous man, because it said the people of a conspicuous man. The one that was coming would be the ones that take the city and bring the city and the temple to ruin.
Those would be the Greeks. So yeah, they're the ones that came in and burned down the city and forced people to eat pork and all kinds of stuff like that. Yep.
Interesting. Well, I mean, we will have to. Yeah, let me actually try and map what you're saying about Ptolemy into chapter 11, and I mean we can see if that jives up. But I think the text still, as it continues in chapter 12, really makes a case for it being about the Roman armies coming and literally destroying the city, not just maybe having an attack on it and then polluting the temple. But
not sure where you get Romans in here. They're just not mentioned. Like you can wish them in here all you want, but they're not in here.
Well, we talked about that last time though, when it says Tarshish, not Tarshish, Javon, like in Daniel chapter 7, Javon. That's not necessarily meaning Greeks.
That's a region.
It is a region where the Romans came from as well, right?
Greeks and Romans, yes.
Right. So it's possible that this is talking about Rome. If we can reconcile the timeline of the events.
It specifically references the Greeks as the final kingdom. I have no reason to believe that in one chapter the Greeks are the final kingdom, but then in another chapter, surprise, we got a different final kingdom.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. In chapter 2 and chapter 7, it's never Rome. It's never Greece.
You're right. It's never Rome. You got it. No, Rome doesn't exist in chapter 2.
Okay, so why let me ask you this, and then I'll bow out. I am curious. When Daniel is seeing the vision of the statue, the one that is of the two thighs, the brass kingdom. Why is it that if you want to make the argument, like the text clearly talks about the two thighs, and that would be the two empires of Greece. So then we've got the next kingdom after that, which historically was Rome, with the way that the Roman Empire was set up as well, with the mixing of the iron and the clay. It's talking about like the intermingling of the societal customs between
That's
Rome's government or the Roman people.
It's a very interpretive solution, but no. The four kingdom fold in all of the literature from ancient Greece, from ancient Rome, and from the Jewish literature, and even from the Bible, is that it's going to be Babylon, Media, Persia, and then the Macedonians. It's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, is in Isaiah 7:13, it's in Jeremiah 51, it's in Judith 1:1, Judith 16:10, Polybius, Roman Histories, Amelius, Roman Histories, Dionysius, Roman Antiquities, Tacitus's Book 5 of Histories. It's in the Sibylline Oracles. It's in Herodotus. It's even in one of the letters of Constantine. This is just a well-known four-kingdom succession that everybody talked about. It wasn't until like modern times when people are like, I don't know, maybe there was a different succession. Maybe actually the Persians defeated the Medes prior to defeating the Babylonians, which is not what ancient people thought.
So wait, what you said? Isaiah 7:13.
I'm saying Isaiah 13:17 says, "I'm stirring
13.
up."
I'm sorry, 13.
Yeah, I'm stirring up the
Yeah.
Medes against Babylon.
Correct.
Is what he's
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Against Babylon. Correct. Yeah. So I agree that it was the Median Empire, and then the Persian Empire. I know that your argument is, well, really that's the third kingdom. I would say that it's in Daniel 2 still specifying there's two arms and then the two thighs, and then you've got the feet. I get where you're coming from with the scholarly apologetic on it being Greece being the final kingdom, but again, if we look at how the term Javon is used, it's a region, not necessarily the Grecian people, and we know that Rome came from there. And even when we look at Daniel chapter 7, how it talks about the people that would come towards the Holy Land, can't fit. It cannot fit Antiochus Epiphanes, because the Seleucid Empire was southeast of Jerusalem, but according to the text of Daniel 7, these people would be coming from the northwest. They're heading towards the Holy Land, to the southeast, and so I don't see this still as fitting Antiochus Epiphanes. I think this is talking about the Roman Empire, but it's interesting though that how you're coming to that conclusion with it,
because it directly states it in the book in chapter 8. It directly says it. Explicit
about
reference.
in Daniel 8, chapter 8.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. Chapter 8, not chapter 7. Yeah. So that's the argument. Like if you see that in Daniel chapter 8, the empire that's coming to, it says it's coming towards the Holy Land. Let's see here. I could find it. Or is it called the Beautiful Land?
Truth, don't you think there's a reason why all the scholars disagree with you? Like, you don't actually think that you've bested all the scholars, right?
I mean, I'm not trying to say that, but just like if we take the text in verse 9,
I just want
8:9.
you to take a second and think about that. How did you? What did you do that all the guys with the PhD that spent their life studying this material got it all wrong? Don't you find that to be kind of silly?
I mean, yeah, I understand. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh, I've got some divine knowledge that nobody else knows, but I'm just looking at the text for what it says. And in Daniel chapter 8, verse 9, it says that the horn is made great unto the south and unto the east, and that's not the Seleucid Empire. The Seleucid Empire was not. If you went southeast of the Seleucid Empire, you don't reach Jerusalem.
What are you talking about?
In Daniel chapter 8, verse 9, you would say this is the Seleucid Empire. You would say this is the Seleucid Empire.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I would say.
Okay.
So we'll go through it. We'll make it very clear. Yeah. Okay. So which part are you talking about? Want to start at the beginning?
Yeah, you can start at like verse 9. It's fine.
Okay. Out of one of them came another horn, a little one, which grew exceedingly great towards the south and towards the east and towards the beautiful land. How is this not true of Antiochus? He literally went south into Egypt to wage war against Ptolemy, and he went up into Syria to wage war over there. And he won both of them.
I understand, but he didn't go southeast, and that's not toward the beauty land. The beauty land would have been northwest of the Seleucid Empire.
Towards the south, towards the east in my translation. He went south and he went east comparative to where he was located and won.
In the Seleucid Empire, what was east of the Seleucid Empire?
It would have been, like we call it, Syria. Technically, it'd be part of it. But prior to the actual formation of Syria, it would have been part of. Hold on.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because I was always under the impression that would have been like India.
All right, so Antigonus, and then to the east is Seleucus. So Ptolemy, Antigonus, and Seleucus. And Antiochus waged war with the all three of the kingdoms that weren't his.
East of the Seleucian Empire, though, is that not the part of India that he never took over? Or what are you confused? If you could just kind of expand on that for me.
This isn't a reference to east of anything. This is east of the author. It says, out of one of them came another horn, a little one which grew exceedingly great towards the south. That would be Ptolemy. Towards the east, well, that would be everybody east of the Levant, the entire Seleucid kingdom, which obviously he was the commander of.
Interesting, because I would say verse 8 is when the Seleucian Empire ceases, because that's the breaking of the great horn, and there's a division of four in its place at the four winds of the heavens, which is the division of the four kingdoms. So the Seleucid Empire is it's being talked about as being that division at the four winds of the heavens. And then when it goes on in verse 9, now it's talking about the Roman Empire coming from the land of Javan, extending to the east and unto the south, which, I mean, that's just, if you look at a map, that's how they expanded into the ancient Near East. Yeah, so I don't see the Seleucid Empire going any more east than where it was, because that was part of the Indian Empire.
It's not east of the Seleucid Empire. It didn't say east of the Seleucids.
No, you're right, but that's what I'm saying. Verse 8 is the end of talking about the kingdoms, those four kingdoms. The Seleucid Empire, being where it was at that time, had no further east to go because it never took over part of India. But yet in verse 9, the horn coming from and it even says, and from one of them came forth. It's talking about the land that they came from, Javan. It's talking about Javan. So from the Javanites, that region, it comes forth towards the south, towards the east towards the beauty, which is Jerusalem. So I just, I don't know, maybe just some food for thought. But
Javan is clearly Greece, and the reason why it's Greece is because it just says so. This is the king who went to war. Alexander went to war against the Medes and the Persians. It says, as for the ram that you saw with the two horns, these are the kings of Media and Persia. Two different kings of Media and Persia. The male goat is the king of Greece. And now you call it Javan, but the reason why it's the king of Greece is because it's Alexander, the great horn. It says, and the great horn between his eyes is the first king. The first king of this kingdom was the one who defeated the Medes and the Persians. That's Alexander. And then it says, as for the horn that was broken, in its place 4 others arose. Well, that's the 4 kingdom succession after the death of Alexander. There's
Correct.
nothing about Rome in here. This is clearly the final animal here is the kingdom of Greece.
Right, but the point is the 4 kingdoms are already set in place, so the expansion of the kingdoms is done. They already went and did all their battle, they got their empires set up, and then in the next verse, you still have, like, okay, according to Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, Javon is just a region. So to say Javon is... Go ahead.
This is not Genesis. We're in Daniel.
I understand, but the same word that's used in Genesis 10:2 is used in Daniel, right? It's Javon. Go ahead.
I'm sure it is.
Sorry. Yeah, right. Because that's just a region. So from that same region, from the same region that these men were from, he goes east and south. That's Rome. That's literally the path of like how they took over the
I don't know what
empire.
this is doing for you. The first king, represented by the shaggy goat, defeats the Medes and the Persians. That's exactly Alexander.
That is Alexander.
I
don't deny that.
Nobody. Okay, so the final kingdom is Alexander's kingdom after it divides into 4. That's just what it says. It says in verse 17, he came near where I stood, and when he came down, I became frightened and fell prostrate. But he said to me, understand, O mortal, that the vision is for the time of the end. And then he explains the vision. And the final kingdom in this vision, like this final animal, the shaggy goat, is the kingdom of Greece, the Macedonians. So there's just no Rome in here.
Yeah, I mean it's just going to be a bit of a back and forth about it, because like I think the text is being explicit that the kingdoms are already set in place in chapter 8 or verse 8. So in verse 9, it's not like talking about, oh, and by the way, I'm going to repeat myself about the kingdoms. It's literally saying that there is a different horn. It's not though, because it says from them comes a little horn.
Every one of these chapters is a repeat. Chapter 7, chapter 8, chapter 9.
I said
all
the verse.
Of these,
I said the verse.
All of these chapters are repeating the same thing using multiple visions.
I agree that the chapters are recapitulating, but verse 9 in itself literally says, from where they came from Javon, a little horn comes forth. Dude, that's a political ruler. It's not talking about anybody from these 4 empires because they're already established in verse 8. It's talking about Rome. And I know you don't want it to be because it's prophecy.
No, it has nothing to do with what I want. It has to do with what the actual the book is certainly not true. So again, nothing about Daniel ends in Rome. This is wishful thinking. This is cope.
I know, because if it is true, then the Bible is true, or it's got more validity, and you don't want that.
Even if this was about Rome, it still wouldn't make Christianity true. That's a huge problem that you've got. So the book of Daniel not only isn't true, it's not only not about Rome, even if it was, it wouldn't make the Jesus story true.
Well, I understand that, that would be a whole other part of the pie to eat. But if in verse 9 through 14, if this is talking about 70 AD and it was written 250 years before 70 AD, I think we have a pretty good, argument for the inspiration of the book.
Unfortunately, it's not talking about 70 AD. It has nothing to do with 70 AD.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll leave it at that, man. I think, if we are honest with the text, it's definitely not talking about the same 4 kingdoms as verse 8.
If we were honest about the text, we would say it means exactly what it says.
Right. I agree. It does say exactly what it says. Yes, sir.
It says Greece. It specifically describes the first king of Greece defeating the Medes and the Persians. It's Alexander.
I agree with you, man. But you're trying to extend Alexander or the Seleucid empires into verse 9, where it just isn't there. It's talking about a different king, a different ruler from the land, from the land of Javon.
The male goat grew exceedingly great, but at the height of its power, the great horn was broken. That's Alexander. That's the male goat. In its place, there came 4 prominent horns towards the 4 winds. Those are the 4 kingdoms. That vision is re-explained in the following passage, starting in verse 15. It's the same interpretation of the same vision, and it ends with the Macedonians.
I get that. Yes, I understand that 15 is now the interpretation by Gabriel, but I'm talking about verse 9 when the
Well,
actual vision's being
but
given.
verse 9 doesn't
Yeah.
help you because it's talking about Antiochus. It says, even against the prince of the host, it acted arrogantly. Identical to what it says about Antiochus elsewhere in the Bible and in Book of Maccabees. Look at the Book of Maccabees. It talks about Antiochus and it calls him the arrogant one like 10 times. It says it took the
Mhm.
regular burnt offerings away. That's what Antiochus did from him and overthrew the place of his sanctuary. Yeah, that's what he did. Because of wickedness, the host was given over to it together, the regular burnt offering. It cast truth to the ground, and kept prospering in what it did. Then I heard a voice. I heard a holy one speaking, and another holy one said to the one who spoke, "For how long is this vision concerning the regular burnt offerings, the transgressions that make desolate, and giving over of the sanctuary to the host to be trampled?" This is what happened under Antiochus. This is repeating the identical same prophecy of Antiochus coming in and making sacrifices and offerings cease and causing turmoil in the temple by obliterating their sacrificial system and putting in these idolatrous practices. Listen, I know that you're smarter than this, Truth. You can do better than this. I guarantee you, if you look at some scholarly commentaries that mention verse 9 and mention verse 10, you'll get an adequate explanation for this. This is not a difficult one. You can't ignore all the other verses just because there's a weird phrasing in one verse.
Well, no, I understand that. And I would also argue that verse 23 is at the latter end of their kingdom. It's talking about the latter end of the Grecian kingdom, which includes the Seleucid Empire. So I still think that verse 24, 25, 26, 27 is inclusive of the Roman Empire. I think we've got legitimate
Except it
prophecy
doesn't
here.
mention the Roman Empire, and you'd be wrong.
I know, I understand that, but there's a different king at the last half of verse 23. The first half of verse 23 is the latter end of their kingdom. It's talking about the kingdom of the Grecians. They got overtaken by the Romans. So the other king that comes up is talking about again Augustus Caesar, which then we go back to Daniel 11, Cleopatra and Caesar. So anyway, yeah, I mean, I appreciate. I will map that out though. I'm interested to see if that Ptolemy actually fits Daniel chapter 11 because I don't recall if his campaigns actually do. But
Okay. Well,
cool.
Thanks for giving another try.
Yep, no problem. Thank you. You have a good night.
I will never understand Christians who think it's a good position to go against all of the scholarship that's been done by other Christians on their own book. It's baffling to me that this happens. Nevertheless, I get it. I mean, cope is hope. What are you going to do? Nevertheless, if you want a good commentary on the Book of Daniel, y'all just get the John J. Collins. There's a newer one out. Actually, it's really good. But get yourself the John J. Collins commentary on Daniel. Like almost every study reference on the Book of Daniel nowadays is based on John J. Collins' work. I know there's some newer commentaries, but I don't know if they're as good. I have to talk to Dr. Josh to see who he thinks. There might be one out that's better, but for what it's worth, I mean, if you really want to know what's happening in Daniel, just get the John J. Collins commentary. I think it'll give you everything you need to know about what's happening. I want to see what it says specifically for verse 11 in the chapter. It says, he grew great even up to the prince of the host. In view of the mention of the daily offerings, his sanctuary, there can be no doubt the reference to God. Similarly, in Daniel 8:25, the king opposes the prince of princes, blah, 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 blah. Does it talk about, Michael. And it says, concerning the same verse, Ephraim Sirius would have identified him as the high priest Onias, so on and so forth. Okay. So it's still just everything's talking about Daniel 8 being the Antiochian crisis. I have no idea where he's reading Rome into this book. It's wild to me. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and then we are going to get our next guest in here. William, thank you for the $12.34 super chat. Says, how do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. Oh, there we go. That deserves a rim shot. Thank you for that good joke. And Golden, thank you for the super chat. Says, if you think crying fish is radical, That's mild compared to Sunni hadiths. Sunnis believe Adam and the patriarchs were 90 foot tall. You know what? I don't disbelieve that. In fact, if you read other like books like the Book of Enoch and whatnot, it talks about Gilgamesh being like hundreds of feet tall or something like that at some point. I forget actually how tall. So I mean, these types of lore did actually happen. So, and Polum, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, idea, set up a small green screen near the floor and point the kitty cam at it. Then overlay that over your main camera with a chroma key. It can be always on and invisible until they walk in front. This is not a bad ploy because they're not green. I theoretically could do that. That wouldn't be too hard. Polum, I actually really enjoy this suggestion. This is a good suggestion. They're behind me now over here on their post napping. But yeah, I actually do like this idea. I think this could be done so we don't have to turn the kitty camera on and off when the cats are here and there. Good suggestion. And Dogan says Edmund Halley noticed that comets of 1531, 1607, and 1682 were one comet, not three. Using Newton's equations, he predicted its return in 1758 or early in 1759. It arrived as predicted. That is prophecy. I mean, yeah, but it's based on math. Like prophecy is not supposed to be math-based. It's supposed to be God-based, so it's not really prophecy. It's just like good math. And Genji, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, Telos, you're engaged in motivated reasoning, but you can't see it. I recommend The Fall of Civilizations episode about the Persian Empire to clear up your deep confusion. Good suggestion, Genji, and thank you for being here. Good to see you, friend. All right, let's get our next guest in the box. As far as I can tell, it's going to be Joel, and then DX Josh is... I think that's the order that they came in. So, Joel, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I do believe in God. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Which God do you believe in?
So I believe in the Christian God.
Gotcha. What do you think is a compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So I can share that with you, but also I just like to ask, I've heard a lot of people's own opinion that you have on. Can I have actually your opinion on what you think about you think no God exists in general, or like what's your like type of theology? Are you atheist? Like what do you consider yourself?
I'm an atheist. I'm agnostic, specifically atheist, which is to say that I have no knowledge of God and I have no belief in God.
Okay, so for me, I think if we're going to prove the fact that Jesus is God, first, I think we have to agree on the fact that Jesus existed historically. Do you believe that that's correct?
Yeah.
And so I think if we're going to build upon the fact that Jesus did exist in history, and do you also believe the fact of the history that says that he died and rose again? Do you believe that?
Obviously not. I'd be a Christian.
Okay, so I think that there's a lot of written evidence stating the fact that Jesus died and rose again. And there's a lot of historic evidence outside of the Bible which says that.
Sure, let's have it. Got it?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Sure. You want to start with Tacitus, Suetonius, Pliny? Which one you want to go to first? You want to go to the forgery in Josephus that was invented by Eusebius? Where do you want to go?
What is the last one that you just mentioned? I don't know what that is.
In Antiquities of the Jews, book 18, Josephus makes a preposterous statement that is basically only recorded in the edition that was preserved by the Christians.
So what I have is the fact of Tacitus and how that states that Jesus was crucified by Pilate and rose again.
Well, we agree that he was crucified by Pilate. Tacitus does not state that he rose again.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe that Jesus rose again?
Obviously not, and neither does Tacitus. Tacitus says, therefore, to scotch the rumor, Nero substituted as culprits and punished with the utmost refinements of cruelty a class of men loath for their vices, whom they crowd styled Christians. Christus, the former the founder of the name had undergone death penalty in the reign of Tiberius by sentence of the procurator Pontius Pilate. It says, and the pernicious superstition was checked for a moment.
So if I feel like in order to say that Jesus rose again, obviously, if you believe that, you would be Christian. And the only sources that state that are directly from the Bible.
Yep. We can discuss whether or not they're good sources.
Okay, yeah. Why, in your opinion, why don't you think that those are good sources?
Because they're contradictory sources and because they make preposterous claims about the Hebrew Bible that are just demonstrably false. So the New Testament purports that Jesus was the final sacrifice. The Old Testament says there will never be an end to the sacrifices, especially not during the Messianic era. Jesus supposedly spilled his blood, but according to Ezekiel, the Messiah is only supposed to spill the blood of animals, and that's going to be inside of the temple. The Old Testament says that the Messiah is going to be an actual victorious king who sits on the physical throne of King David, who comes from the physical body of King David, and defeats all of Israel's enemies and brings them back to the land. Jesus did none of those things. And if you look at the prophecies that are listed for Jesus, the majority of them aren't even prophecies. They're random, out of context quotations. So I don't really care whether he rose from the dead or not. If he rose from the dead, all it could possibly mean is that the God of the Old Testament decided to make true Deuteronomy 13 when he said he would send false prophets who would basically do signs and wonders in order to test his people.
So you're saying that Jesus would be the description that's said in Deuteronomy 13?
Yeah, he's the false prophets of all false prophets.
Can you say the first thing you said about how King David would lead his people, and you're saying that Jesus did none of that, how King David would lead his people and the son of David would sit on the throne on high, but that never happened?
Yeah, there's a lot of prophecies concerning like the actual Messiah. I would take you to, for example, Jeremiah 33 and say Ezekiel 37. I'll put them on the screen for you. And I would also point towards Isaiah. We can get there next. Jeremiah 33 talks about the Messianic age when Israel is restored. In fact, you can start earlier if you want to hear about the restoration. But he says, I will restore the fortunes of the land as at first, says the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in this place that is a waste, without humans or animals, and in all of its towns there shall again be pasture for shepherds. And he just goes on to describe what's going to happen during the restoration. It's going to be beautiful. Flocks will again pass under the hands of the Judeans and whatever. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. Well, we just read part of the promise. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Never happened. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So that basically just negates the entire Christian message.
Why does that negate the Christian message?
Because there's no king on the throne. Jesus was never on the throne. And it says that Levitical priests, like actual Levitical priests, are going to be giving offerings and sacrifices forever.
Can you scroll up a little bit on that thing that you have on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
So can you hear me?
I did. What if you said something I didn't hear it?
Sorry. Okay. So for that, honestly, I'm kind of confused on that argument. Can you say what you said again for Jeremiah 13? I don't really understand what you're trying to say.
Jeremiah 33 negates the Christian message because it says that when God fulfills his promise by bringing the branch from David, right? The branch that springs up from David, Isaiah 11, this is clearly a reference to the Messiah, says he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land, which he would do if he was an actual king. And it says, in those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. They did no such thing during the time of Jesus. And then it says, of this time period, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. Well, that didn't come true. And the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So Jesus can't be the final sacrifice if the Messianic age is accompanied by sacrifices.
Okay, I see. So I will say for 33 verse 16, when it says, my translation says, in those days Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. This is the name by which it will be called the Lord our righteous Savior. So I think for the first part, when it says Judah will be saved, it's talking about how Jesus himself is the sacrifice. When he says that Judah will be saved, he's saying that Judah is saved from the sins that they do and the evil things that they do.
No, I didn't say that. It says they will be saved and they will live in safety. Living in safety is safety from their enemies. It has nothing to do with anyone's sin. They didn't need Jesus to come and die for their sins.
So you're saying that can't be read that has to be read in a physical context?
Yeah, there's no reason to
not a
think.
physical context.
No, I'm saying that the straightforward reading of the text is that it just means what it says.
So is it not when it says in verse 14, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will fulfill the good promise I made to the people of Israel and Judah? You're saying that that's not Jesus. That's not claiming that Jesus, when I will fulfill the good promise I made to the people of Israel and Judah, that's not claiming that Jesus is coming.
It has nothing to do with Jesus, no. The promise made to Israel and Judah is that they would be completely restored to their land. It didn't say anything about anyone dying for your sins. There's no promise of anyone dying for your sins here. It says, I will restore the fortunes of the land as at first, which is coinciding with Ezekiel. If you go to Ezekiel 36 and Ezekiel 37, it says the same thing. It says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my statutes and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, and they and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. So.
So
you want to know the appropriate apologetic for this?
What do you mean?
Do you want to know what the Christian apologetic for this problem is?
Sure.
Is that he'll do this when he comes back, but it fails because he won't do it when he comes back, because he's not going to be bringing back sacrifices and offerings when he comes back, according to the New Testament. So he's actually not going to do it. But that's what they're going to say, like if you look it up on the internet.
Okay. So for the New Testament, specifically the Gospels, do you think that anything said in the Gospels, in your opinion, is just false and it's fabricated?
Yeah, I think all of the secret prayers of Jesus are fabricated. No one was there to listen to his prayers, and the disciples were illiterate, according to Acts chapter 4. So I have no reason to believe that the disciples were there jotting down his secret prayers. That's demonstrably false.
Okay, so can you bring up specific examples of why you think the whole Gospels are incorrect and false?
I never said the whole gospel.
Or just the Gospels the parts that you think are fabricated, and like why you think they're fabricated. What specific parts?
Well, easy, because you can't record somebody's private conversation if you're not there. Especially the one with Pilate. When you look at the death narrative of Jesus, he has private conversations with the people that are persecuting him that nobody was present for. And then he goes from there to the cross and dies.
Well, I think for the gospel specifically, when these gospels are written, they're written with the help of God. These gospels aren't specifically just written where it's like Matthew just like wrote down all this stuff. Like I do think that when the disciples wrote these books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, like they did have help from God when writing these. I think when you look in, like, for example, Revelation, when you look at the beginning of Revelation, it's like these books aren't written by like these people's own power. Like there's other power that they have when writing these books.
Sure, well, that may be true, but then it begs the question, why did God inspire people to write down things that were untrue? Like just demonstrably untrue? Like in Matthew 2, this is one of my favorite contradictions. There's a ton of contradictions, but that might be one of my favorites, at least recently. It states that Jesus and his parents had to go into Egypt in order to escape being unalived by Herod. So this is Herod the Great. It says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. And then it says later down in the same chapter, it says when word was given that Herod was dead, so on and so forth, they ended up coming back to the land when Archelaus was ruling. Well, listen, it might say all those things, but what that does is it creates a huge contradiction with Luke. Luke chapter 2 says that in those days, this is before Jesus was born, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration that was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. That can't be true. These events are at least 10 years apart. Quirinius didn't become governor until the son, Archelaus, the son of Herod the Great, was already deposed from his position. So he couldn't have been born prior to the death of Herod the Great, and then also born 10 to 12 years later during the census of Quirinius.
Can you read the part from Luke that you read again?
Yeah. In those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. And you know what story? They go back to Bethlehem to register for the census, and then Jesus is born in Bethlehem.
Mm-hmm.
You see the problem, right?
I'm honestly really confused, if I'm being honest with you.
Okay. We can do a simple timeline. Right. Get this Bible verse off the screen here, and we'll get a timeline going. All right, so we're going to start with Herod's death. That's the beginning of our timeline. For now, this happened in 4 BCE. So 4 BCE, Herod dies. And then we've got a period of 10 years, and this is going to be the census of Quirinius. The census of Quirinius happened in 6 CE. That's a period of 10 years. Now, according to Matthew, Jesus was born here. Right? He was born prior to the death of Herod in 4 BCE. Before that. Now, in Luke, it says that Jesus was born here 10 years later during the census of Quirinius. That can't be the case. He wasn't born prior to the death of Herod, and then also, again, during the census of Quirinius. Now, the reason why we know this is because from here to here, between the death of Herod and the census of Quirinius was the rulership of Archelaus. That was the son of Herod over here. All right, so this guy right here, Archelaus, got deposed by the Romans, and they put Quirinius in place of Archelaus, the son of Herod. So what that means is that there's a large time gap between Luke's birth narrative and Matthew's birth narrative of at least 10 years.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
See the problem, right?
I do see the problem that you're present. Yes.
Okay. So these types of errors I would expect wouldn't exist if these authors were being inspired by the Holy Spirit. Also, I wouldn't see like nonsensical stuff in the Hebrew Bible, like Jesus clearly, or even Matthew clearly referencing passages that don't exist. One of my favorites is Matthew 27. In Matthew 27, he references a prophecy in verse 9 that was supposed to be from Jeremiah. And you'll never find this passage in Jeremiah because whoever wrote this just got it wrong. So he's actually quoting a prophecy that shows up in Zechariah, and he accidentally conflates it with the prophecy that's almost given in Jeremiah. It says, and they took 30 pieces of silver. This is in regards to Jesus being betrayed. It says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. But this quotation just simply doesn't show up in Jeremiah, and it doesn't have anything to do with the Messiah whatsoever when it shows up in Zechariah.
See, I'm trying to find a passage in Jeremiah.
Not going to find it. Should be like Jeremiah 19 is the one you're looking for, but it's not going to say what you want it to. So Jeremiah 19 starts out with the buying of the potter's field, but it's actually not for 30 pieces of silver. It says, when the morning came, all the chief priests... Oh, sorry, I need to scroll down further. Do the Jeremiah. I grabbed them both at the same time. All right. Thus saith the Lord, go and buy potter's earthenware jug. Take with you some of the elders of the people and some of their senior priests, and go out to the valley of the son of Hinnom at the entry of the potsherd gate, and proclaim there the words that I tell you. And eventually he actually goes and just buys the thing. He is instructed to buy the field. But it wasn't for 30 pieces of silver. In fact, how many was it? I think it was 20, right? Might not even tell you in this chapter. Might have to get to the next chapter. It might not even tell you how many he bought it for, but I'm pretty sure it's to say 20 pieces in here. Let me do a word search real quick to see where it shows up in Jeremiah. The price comes later. He tells you the price in chapter 32, 32:9, and it's not 20, it's 17 shekels of silver. So nothing here in Matthew 25 actually came from like authentically from a prophetic source. Unfortunately, this is the way all the prophecies of Jesus read. Every one of them is just as confounding as this one. Like, out of Egypt I have called my son. That's Matthew chapter 2, like verse 13, 14, I think verse 15. That's not a prophecy about anybody. That's a retelling of the Exodus narrative. If you go to Hosea 11, it's just talking about the Exodus. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went for me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Matthew says this is a fulfilled prophecy when Jesus came out of Egypt. Not a prophecy at all.
I will say I think there's a lot of things that happen in the Old Testament, which also which like you're saying that it's not a prophecy, but in the same way that what happens in what you're talking about in Hosea, correct? What happens in Hosea, it happens again in the New Testament. It
It
happens
didn't
again
though.
in the New Testament.
The Israelites were not freed from Egypt in the New Testament.
So you're saying that every bit of the Bible has to be taken literally and not figuratively.
What I'm saying is the straightforward reading of this text is that it's talking about something in the past. Prophecies aren't random verses that just sound vaguely familiar to something later. They're actual like predictions for the future, and the Old Testament's full of them. There's tons of them.
So you're saying that the people being called out of Egypt in Hosea that you're talking about cannot also figuratively represent how Jesus will call his people?
Jesus didn't call his people out of Egypt. And no, this is not a prophecy. It doesn't even have a figurative future nature. It's just a historical retelling of an event.
So you're saying Matthew is fabricating that and using what was calling God's people out of Egypt, and he's just saying that incorrectly in Matthew.
Yes, Matthew has no idea how to read the Hebrew Bible. In fact, he's almost exclusively, other than this passage, is quoting it from the Greek, which is another problem. But on top of that, like he's just saying anything that sounds vaguely familiar to my Jesus guy, we're just going to call it a prophecy. But that's ludicrous. Listen, I can do that too. I've got dozens and dozens of prophecies that I have fulfilled from the Hebrew Bible as long as I get to ignore the context and ignore the genre. I mean, Isaiah 66, when I spoke, they did not listen. Oh, that happens to me all the time. I speak on here, people don't listen to me. Exodus 22:31 says, you shall throw it to the dogs. Well, shit, I've had dogs all my life. I throw stuff to dogs all the time. So like, I mean, I don't know. Like if we can just apply any random words to any person we want to, it sounds like I'm kind of the Messiah. Psalm 95:11, therefore in my anger I swore. Listen, I do that shit all the time. Fuck, I just did it right now. Oh my God, I fulfilled another fucking time. Oh my shit, a fourth time. See how easy it is to fulfill prophecy if we ignore the context and the genre?
I do understand that. So in Hosea, when it says that God's people were called out of Egypt, it says that Israel is called God's son.
Yeah, Exodus chapter 4:22.
And so is it not interesting about the fact that God's son in Exodus was called out of Egypt, and now again in Matthew it's also called out of Egypt when God's literal son is on earth?
God doesn't have a literal son. He has a metaphorical son, and that son is not Jesus, it's the Israelites. And the Israelites were the ones that were called out of Egypt. And again, it's not a prophecy just because it sounds vaguely familiar to something else. A prophecy is a clear form of speech.
So Jesus is not God's son.
No, I mean, certainly not in the way that you and I use the word son.
Okay.
I mean, Psalm 2, I mean, King David says that he's a begotten son of God. You don't think that David is a son of God?
Well, I think there's the idea of there being, the Bible can be taken both literally and figuratively. And so I think obviously there are many different ways people can interpret the Bible. I'm not denying that. You can interpret the Bible however you want. But I think there are correct and incorrect ways to interpret the Bible. So I think when David calls himself a son of God, he's talking about him like spiritually. It talks about it. It's Genesis 1:1 when it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. And then throughout the Bible, it talks about how Jesus says that Jesus was the Word in the beginning. I believe that's John.
That's John 1:1. Why do I care about that? How words don't manifest as thinking entities. Words are vibrations in sound space.
Can you say that one more time? Words are just sound in space?
Yeah, words don't manifest as human beings. Jesus can't be the Word of God manifest. So words really don't even exist. Words are just when our vocal cords vibrate the atmosphere, which God can't even do. God doesn't live in any atmosphere. He lives in a near vacuum, which is why sound waves don't exist in outer space.
Well, I think for that specifically, if we talk about sorry, it's kind of windy outside.
You there? Joel?
Hello, can you hear me now? Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
So I think that's the thing when you talk about the Bible can be taken literally and figuratively. So in John 1:1, it says we've already talked about how you disagree with that. We've already talked about how like words are just figures in speech. But then in verse 14 it says the word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. We have seen his glory, the glory of the one and the only Son, who came from the Father, full of grace and truth. John testified concerning him. He cried out saying, "This is the one who I spoke about when I said,
Mhm.
He who comes after me surpassed me because he was before me."
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's like stating right there that Jesus is the Son, like Jesus is the Son of God, and he came
But
to earth.
I'm sure it says that. I have no reason to believe it. It's the same reason why you don't believe that Muhammad rode a winged donkey in the middle of the night or split the moon in two.
Okay, then with that mindset, why do we believe anything? Why are we
That
certain
has
about anything
no
ever?
connection whatsoever, right? So,
You're
listen,
saying these words and
do you
okay.
believe that Muhammad existed?
Yes.
Do you believe he split the moon in two?
No.
Neither do I. The same text that testified to Muhammad's existence also testifies to nonsense miracle claims. The same texts
Okay.
that demonstrate Jesus existed also say nonsense miracle claims happen. I'm rejecting the nonsense miracle claims of the New Testament for the same reason you're rejecting the nonsense miracle claims of the Hadiths and the Quran.
Okay, I understand. I agree with what you're saying.
So listen, if Jesus was the Messiah, nobody would be questioning it. Jeremiah 31 talks about the messianic age, and it says that when this happens, the Israelites are going to be restored. They're going to be given a new heart. Remember, this is a promise to Israel and Judah. And it says, every one of them, from youngest to oldest, will know the Lord, and no longer will anyone have to tell them to know the Lord. But that certainly couldn't have come true. The Jews have been progressively becoming more atheists over the course of time. In fact, about half of them worldwide today are considered atheists. So,
Can you give me that passage in Jeremiah? You said Jeremiah 31, correct?
yeah, Jeremiah 31 verses like 31 to 34. Yeah. It says, this is a covenant that I will make. I'm in verse 33 with the house of Israel. After those days, says the Lord, I will put my law within them. I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. No longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. So, knowledge of God is supposed to be worldwide when the Messiah comes.
And so this covenant that the Lord is making, you're saying has no connection at all with what could be heaven, figuratively.
Say that one more time.
So you're saying that this could not be taken figuratively in any sense to say that this is what God is talking about when he's talking about the covenant, that could be heaven.
No. According to the Hebrew Bible, heaven is just the sky above your head. There's going to be a renewed heaven and a renewed earth at the end of time. There's no mystical kingdom far away in the Hebrew Bible.
Where is that evidence?
Just every mention of the word heaven in the Hebrew Bible, and literally talks about heaven being like where the pinnacle of the Tower of Babel is going to reach to. It talks about how birds fly across the face of the heaven. This is the sky, my man. Talks about where the clouds are. The clouds are in heaven. So Job 22:14, thick clouds enwrap him, referring to Yahweh. Thick clouds enwrap him so that he does not see, and he walks on the dome of heaven. That's the firmament. They believe there was a firmament over the flat disk earth, and that God's throne was on top of the firmament.
So you're saying that the other parts of the Bible that talk about heaven are not like the heaven that's talked about in the gospel about how there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth.
The new heaven and new earth is the same as the heaven in the Hebrew Bible. Even in the New Testament, the new heaven isn't a kingdom far away. It's the thing in the sky. They believed that the gods lived in the sky. Uranos in Greek is the word we get for heaven. It just means the sky. That's why all the gods in Greek mythology are pictured in the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So
Job 30. Go ahead.
So you're saying because the heaven that's talked about in the New Testament and the heaven that's talked about in the Old Testament are the same word, that's what disproves the idea of a new heaven and a new earth.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is the heaven and the earth and the new heaven and the new earth are both here, right? The heaven above your head, the skies, they're going to get renewed. The heaven or the earth below your feet, that's going to get renewed. The new heaven, new earth isn't far away. It's just this location here is going to be restored.
So you're saying that the word heaven cannot be used in multiple contexts?
No, what I'm saying is there's not a single context anywhere in the Bible ever at all that says that heaven is somewhere off of this planet. Psalm 89, let the heavens praise your wonders, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. For who in the clouds can be compared to the Lord?
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Let the heavens praise your wonders, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. For who in the clouds can be compared to the Lord? Deuteronomy 33, there is none like God, O Jeshurun, who rides through the clouds to your help.
And that word cloud is the same as heaven?
No, the clouds are in the sky. So when it says that there are clouds in the heavens, and we know that clouds are in the physical sky, that means that the heavens is the thing above your head where the clouds are, where the birds fly across. That's why it says that the birds fly across the heavens.
Hmm. What about in Revelation?
How long have you been
go
a
ahead.
Christian, Joel?
I've been a Christian my entire life.
How long's that been?
18 years.
Gotcha. So you're relatively wet behind the ears in terms of probably doing biblical studies, huh?
Probably.
Fair enough. I was once an 18-year-old doing the same apologetics you're doing right now. I'm familiar with this, with what's happening right now.
I'm sorry, I will say you are very well known about the Bible, and I honestly admire you for how much you know about this book. I honestly wish I could say that I knew as much as you did about what the Bible says. I think we do definitely disagree about what the things mean when what they say, but the things that you have to say, you are very knowledgeable about this book.
I appreciate that. And you'll be that knowledgeable one day as well. Revelation 3 says that God comes out of heaven, the heavens. That's where the clouds are. Remember, he's caught up in the sky. But what were you going to say? You had a question about Revelation?
Yeah, I was going to say in Revelation 21, the first verse, it says, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth. The first heaven and the first earth had passed away. There was no longer any sea. I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride beautifully dressed for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and he will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and their God. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, from the old order of things has passed away. So in verse 3, when it says, Look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, I think that's talking about heaven and how God is in heaven currently, and his dwelling place is coming down to the people. You see what I'm saying? How like heaven is another spiritual reality where God is right now. But
No.
when God comes back to earth, that heaven is coming to earth.
No. Jerusalem comes out of the heavens, right? And it comes down to the physical earth, right? So what's happening is, yes, it's a new Jerusalem. This is a parallel to Isaiah 65. It says a new heaven and a new earth. So the heaven above us, the sky, and the earth that we live on, they're getting renewed, right? That's why it says the first heaven and the first earth passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city and the new Jerusalem coming down out of heaven from God, because God's in heaven in the sky. And then it comes down from the sky to the earth, the new Jerusalem does, which is in line with what people believed at the time of Jesus. That's why it talks about this type of stuff, raining down fire from heaven. When is your kingdom going to come down, descend from heaven? Because heaven was just up there above your head. That's it.
I don't know. I think I would disagree with that, because I think Revelation 21 clearly states how heaven is not just the world in the sky, how heaven is like a spirit. It's a spiritual place. It's not just the world. So I would
Doesn't say
disagree
that.
with that.
Revelation 1 says that he's coming on the clouds, right? Revelation 1:7 says, look, he's coming with the clouds. He's coming with the clouds because heaven is the sky. That's where the clouds are. Who told you that heaven was a place far away? Because the Bible didn't tell you that.
I'm not saying that heaven is a place far away. I'm saying that heaven is a spiritual place of being with God.
That's not what the Bible says, though.
What does the Bible say?
Bible says that God dwells in the sky, in the heavens. In fact, it says his throne is up there. He sits in the heavens, in the sky, and laughs. That's what the Bible says. And it says that God will come down from heaven and dwell with mankind eventually. Which is why in Genesis, when he wants to inspect the tower, he says, let us go down. When the elders of Israel, the 70 elders, and Nadab, Abihu, Aaron, and Moses go up on the mountain to meet God, they go up on the mountain and they meet God at the top of the mountain, because the tops of these mountains were considered to be the bottom layer of the sky, which is why all the ancient people in this time period believed that gods lived on mountains, because they believed that God lived in the skies. That's why they built ziggurats. They had ziggurats with a room in the top. It was their attempt to build basically a man-made mountain that will allow the gods to commune with humans. Gods can come down from the sky and dwell on a high mountain, and humans can come from the earth up a high mountain and meet God in the middle. That's the general concept.
So what about in Acts? It talks about in Acts 7:48, it says that, however, the Most High does not live in houses made by human hands, as the prophet says. Heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. What kind of house will you build for me, says the Lord? Or where will be my resting place? I think 48 accurately describes how it's when it says the Most High does not live in houses made by human hands. That's saying that God is not defined to a physical place in earth, and he's not in the sky. He's in heaven. He's not.
Heaven is the sky. That's why verse 49 says, heaven is my throne. Heaven, in the Hebrew Bible, Hashemayim, the heavens, literally means sky. I think in the Babylonian pantheon, there's a high deity called Anu. Anu means sky. Like the gods in all of these ancient religions just lived in the sky. You understand that heaven has to mean sky, or Job 14 is going to be telling you that God's like kingdom is going to be wiped out.
What part are you talking about for Job 14?
Verse 12, mortals lie down and do not rise again until the heavens are no more. They will not awake or be roused. The heavens will eventually be no more because they're going to get wiped out and remade. But God's heaven isn't going to be wiped out. That'd be preposterous. You can't wipe out a metaphysical place. I mean, theoretically, I guess God could, but what a silly thing.
You said Job 12, right?
Job 14:12.
Oh, sorry.
Have you read the book of Jasher?
I've not.
The book of Jasher explains the Tower of Babel nonsense, right? They built the tower to reach to the sky so that they can storm the heavens and gain immortality. That's why God had to destroy the tower, because it was a threat to the heavenly realm. They believed that the gods lived in the skies. They believed that until the medieval period. All the ancient rabbis that wrote on the Hebrew Bible said the same thing. They even had lengthy discussions about how God can live on the top of the firmament when there's actually water on the top of the firmament. And they say, well, actually, the Spirit of God causes the water to hover above God so that there is basically an air gap between the water and the top of a firmament where God gets to live. So this is just ancient convention. Nobody conceived of alternative kingdoms far away. That's a modern notion.
So you're saying God destroyed the Tower of Babel because it was a threat to his superiority, so he destroyed it?
It was a threat to the entire heavenly system. And we see this echoed in other ancient literature as well. So I'm not surprised that it shows up in the first 11 chapters of Genesis, since the first 11 chapters of Genesis are basically all just riffing off of Babylonian literature. Everything in Genesis 1 through 11 is a Babylonian counterpart, even the tower. In Babylonian literature, they refer to it as a mound. They're trying to build a mound up to the heavens. And the gods are like, nope, fuck that. And then they confuse the languages of the people so that the building project gets undone. Same thing in the Tower of Babel. The obvious reason was that they could do anything if they reached the heavens. Epic of Gilgamesh says the same thing. When he's lamenting over the fact that he can't live forever, the reason that he gives that he can't live forever is because he's down here on earth. It says, who can ascend to the sky and live forever with the gods? That's what they thought. The gods get to live in the sky and they get to live forever. Us mortals, we get down here in this kind of shithole.
So you said Genesis 11, verse 6, I think?
I didn't say the verse. I said Genesis 1 through 11.
Or Genesis 1 through 11, sorry. Well, in Genesis 11, it's talking about the Tower of Babel, and it says, the Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. How is God saying that that's a threat to his superiority?
I didn't say that the book of Genesis said that. I said the book of Jasher said that, which was written by the same people who wrote the Hebrew Bible.
Well, I actually have no knowledge of the book of Jasher, so I'm not confident or able to say anything about that.
Fair enough. But point being, the heavens in all of the ancient Near Eastern literature is literally just the sky above your head. In fact, I got a document that I've been kind of roughly compiling with some references on this particular matter. I started it and then I kind of got distracted. Even one of the Dead Sea Scrolls says it. In fact, 4Q 369 says, "There is no one like him as a prince and ruler in all of the inhabited world, the crown of the heavens and the glory of the clouds," referring to God. He's the crown of heaven and the glory of the clouds, because that's where heaven is, where the clouds are. It's the sky. In fact, I might point you towards one of the ancient cuneiform tablets. We've got a cool tablet from Lagash from about the year 2000 or so BCE, and it talks a little bit about one of the ancient ziggurats. And it talks about this ziggurat, and it calls it a house that reaches to heaven like a great mountain. The goal of the ancient ziggurats was to reach as high as the mountains so that they can commune with God, which is why at the top of the ziggurat they had a singular room that was fit for a god, that would be full of water for the god to wash in. It would have a place for the god to rest, and it would have food, sacrifices, and offerings waiting at all times at the top of the ziggurat, because this is how the ancient world conceived of the heavenly realm. And the Bible's no different.
Do you think that it's possible that for the Tower of Babel, the people who were making the tower, they were making it for prideful reasons and not to literally reach heaven?
No, in fact, the phrase "to make a name for ourselves" clearly envisions that they're going to challenge the gods, because that is a line directly lifted from the Epic of Gilgamesh. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, they go to the forest of God, and they specifically plan to invade the forest of God, make war with the cherubim protecting the forest of God. Also, in the middle of the forest was the mountain of God, and to cut down the trees of God and rob God. They marched into God's territory and stole God's sacred trees after killing the guardian of the forest. This is like a parallel. This is just a one-to-one parallel with Babylonian mythology. Welcome in everybody from the cam raid.
Well, honestly, I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough about the Bible to debate you any further. So
Fair enough.
I
Well,
appreciate
listen,
your time, and I appreciate you hearing me out.
thanks for coming in, Joel. Spend some time reading the book. I was a young man like you who believed in this religion for a long time. It was reading the Bible that made me realize that the religion wasn't true. But I can't make you see that. You have to read the book for yourself. So give it some time. Read the book. Read a good scholarly translation. Read a good scholarly study Bible, like the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, or maybe the Catholic Study Bible, 3rd edition, and learn what the scholars are saying about these passages, and then come back and we'll have a chat.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Cheers, man. Oh boy, that was the sound of a lump in someone's throat. I feel bad that I had to be the one to do it, but it is what it is. We're going to get DX Josh in here next. Jesus Christ, thank you for the super chat. It says he was so confused at the times of Alexander's death, and the Seleucids' Rome wasn't an empire. It was still a republic. They weren't important yet to be mentioned by anyone. Yeah, referring to Truth and Tellus. Listen, Truth, he's calming down at least a little bit, but man, he's reaching really hard. He's trying everything he can to hold on to this viewpoint. And the reason why he's doing so much work is because the last stop at the train station, like the last train station you stop at before you get off the train of, biblical theism, is preterism. It's the only way to salvage the failed prophecies. But once you fuck up preterism, it's done. They got nowhere to go. TM, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Justin, thank you for encouraging me to read the Bible and for opening my eyes. I realize religion do not make someone a good person. Well, thank you, TM. I appreciate that. And you're right. Religion doesn't do anything for making somebody good. Somebody can choose to be good on their own without religion. In fact, I would say that's even more important than claiming a God wants you to be good. And Ashandere says, always funny to me that the omnipresent and omnipotent God could only show himself to the 10,000 Middle Easterners instead of Asia or everywhere at once for his amazing humanity-saving message. I agree. And listen, Julian the Heretic wrote about this as well. If you read his book Against the Galileans, like he says the same thing. Why should we be beholden to this supposed revelation of God through Jesus? This God didn't speak to us. We don't know anything about this deity. We don't have any revelation from this God. Why should we be punished for not properly venerating a corpse that we had no knowledge of the God from? So, yeah, it's preposterous. Last super chat for now from Primordial Puggles. Good to see you. Thank you for the 100 Aussie dollars. Hell yeah, I really appreciate that, Primordial. That super helps the channel. I really appreciate it. We do have DX Josh still in the box, so let's get DX in here, see if we can get some discussion going. Welcome in, DX.
Hey, Gon, how's things?
Not too bad. DX, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm over 18. I actually had my 36th birthday recently, so that was pretty fun. I am an atheist, so I won't take up too much of your time.
Oh, that is true. That is true. All right, we're going to move on to the next theist. Friends, this is a debate stage. I'm doing a Q&A on the 19th. Please don't come up here and mess up the flow. Everyone's here to see a good debate, so that's what we're going to do. All right, now we had a Sam come in here already tonight. There's another Sam in the guest box that was next in line. Let's try Sam number 2 and see what we get. We also have Isaac and Nina waiting to get in. So Isaac and Nina, hold on tight. We'll get to you as soon as possible. And welcome in Sam. Sam, did you have no audio source hooked up? When you come into this room, it asks you to what audio source you want. You have no audio source. You can't even hear me. All right, I'm going to hang up on that. All right, we'll move on to Isaac then, and then we'll do Nina after Isaac. Welcome in, Isaac. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do believe in God. I'm a faithful Christian. I just turned 20 in January.
Awesome.
So I have a question based on the, I mean, obviously, I am a strong Christian, but I am open to, being wrong about certain things about the faith. I'm very dedicated to, seeing the logic of the faith, but I also see that there may be some loopholes to understand about, the Bible, the New Testament, Old Testament. And so you were arguing.
I might not have heard what you said just now. Can you say it again?
You were arguing about how the heavens only refer to the sky. Well,
yeah.
This is an error because the heavens can be referred, yes, they can be referred to as the sky, but when we Christians say the kingdom of heaven, we are not referring to just the sky.
You're not. The Bible is.
Well, sometimes, yes, the Bible may refer to the heavens in the sky, but for example, when Jesus says the kingdom of heaven is at hand, he is not saying the kingdom of the sky is at hand.
He is actually. Can you get closer to your mic? It sounds like you're in like a basement somewhere.
Sorry. Well, why do you think that he's referring to the sky?
Because the Bible says so. Bible says that the clouds are in the heavens.
So the heavens, plural, is different than to what Jesus is referring to in a different verse in the gospel. That's what I'm trying to say.
But it's not.
So why do you think this? Can you explain why? Something that just to
Yes,
me is
because
incredible thinks this.
there is no notion of a universe outside of our planet in the ancient world. It doesn't
That's
exist.
really like so you're saying that in the Bible, there's not even a verse, no notion saying there is a spiritual realm outside of the physical world.
No, there's clearly a spiritual realm. It's here, though. It's not far away. It's on this planet.
But you're already saying that the spiritual realm takes up space. To say that it's in this location is already saying that it's a physical thing, because a physical, like Descartes talks about this, a physical thing is something that is extended into space.
A physical thing is something that takes up space, and they believe that the heavenly realm did that. The heavenly realm takes up space. That's the sky, as did the deities. They just have a different type of body. They had a finer material that they were made out of. If you read the Greek philosophers, they would say that the heavenly beings are invisible because they're made of stuff, but it's different stuff. It's finer.
I mean,
If you just
obviously disagree. Sorry.
if you just look up the Hebrew word in like the lexicon, it would give you the answer.
The Hebrew word for heaven, or
Yeah.
sorry, spiritual realm.
No, heaven.
So it literally means the sky, called the sky or atmosphere.
Yep.
But also refers to the dwelling place of God.
Yes, which is the sky.
No. See,
Yep.
God is not a physical being. God is not a physical being. God
Well,
is
you'd be
spirit.
wrong on that.
Now, you made a comment on the fact that Jesus has a physical body.
Well, so did God. God had a physical body. It's described in the Hebrew Bible a number of times. And being spiritual didn't mean that you weren't physical. It certainly meant that you typically weren't seeable, but they had an explanation for this. It was because you were made of a different material. It wasn't that you were immaterial.
What kind of material do you think God was made of?
It's spiritual material. It's a material that doesn't exist.
I'm confused. So for
That
something
is
to
the
be
case.
spiritual means to not be material.
No, not in the Bible. Wrong again. Not in any of these ancient people's minds. That's something you're bringing to the book.
The Bible? Can you give me a verse in the Bible that says there's such a thing as spiritual material?
Yep. 1 Corinthians 15. When it says that Jesus received a new heavenly body, it was still made out of something. Also, you can literally just read, just Google the word heaven in your Bible. 1 Kings 18:45. In a little while, the heavens grew black with clouds and wind. Yeah, because that's where the clouds are. The clouds are in heaven, the sky.
You said that 1 Corinthians 15, chapter 15,
Mhm.
describes Christ having a heavenly body. Sorry, glorified physical body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, I agree that Jesus, who is God, has a glorified body. Now, but this body is different than the body that we have. This is right. It's a resurrected body. So, for example, Jesus cannot be hurt by this body. He can't fall down from a building and actually get hurt or be killed again, since he has a resurrected body. See,
I fail to see what this does for your position. I agree, yes. The physical body is superior to the non-physical, or to the earthly body. What about it?
So it says it is sown a physical body, it is raised a spiritual body. If there is
Yes,
a physical body,
it is
there is
still a
also a
body.
spirit.
Yes. And everyone's going to have one. The spiritual body wasn't immaterial. It's still a body. If it's immaterial, it's not a body. Body is defining the boundary of something that exists, which would mean that it had to have some sort of space that it takes up, space and time.
Yeah, so I would say that this doesn't mean, right, that heaven has to be a physical place,
Yes, it does.
because it is not the same as our place, right?
Yes, it
So
is.
our
You can say no all you want, but the Bible says over and over again that the sky is where the clouds are and where the birds are. That's heaven. The word for heaven and the word for sky are identical.
So you think that heaven is on this earth, but we just can't see it?
No. Heaven is the sky above your head, which you can clearly
Why does
see.
Jesus call it the kingdom of heaven?
Because that's the kingdom that everyone's waiting for. They're waiting for a renewed kingdom to drop down from the sky that they can't see.
So a physical kingdom is going to fall down from the sky and like just appear out of nowhere in the second coming.
Sure is. Yeah, that's exactly what it says in Revelation 21. That's exactly what they asked them for, like what the disciples asked Jesus about right before the Olivet Discourse. It says, when is your kingdom coming down?
So if you look at John 18, verse 36, Jesus says, "My kingdom is not of this world." He's telling this to Pilate, right?
I'm aware. It's in the sky.
Well, you're saying that's in this world. The kingdom is in this world.
No. Jesus' kingdom being in the sky is, you can call
The
it
sky is in the world.
otherworldly, because it's something that you can't physically see it. It's spiritual. It's a spiritual world. It's still in the sky.
Is it in this sky as in earth? Or like
It's in the sky above our head, which is why in Revelation 21, there's a new heaven and a new earth. No, it's otherworldly in that there's a world in which we exist, and there's a world in which the spirits exist, and we don't get to access it. We don't have access to the spirit world. We don't get to possess people's bodies. It's otherworldly in that we don't have access to it, even though it technically has access to us. That's why it says, I saw the holy city, Revelation 21, New Jerusalem coming down out of heaven. Coming down from the sky, out of heaven.
Revelation 21, verse 1. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away.
You got it, yeah. You nailed it, because they're going to get renewed.
The holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride, beautifully dressed for her husband. Look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and he will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God. So it sounds like it's not saying that the kingdom is going to come to this world, but
It
this world
specifically
is actually going to
said
be ceased, destroyed.
the earth.
It's going to be, yeah,
It
says
just
a new heaven and a new earth.
It just explicitly said the thing that I said. Yes, which aligns with 2 Peter, which says that this heaven and this earth is going to be consumed and rebuilt.
So you think that it's going to be this earth, but it's just going to be like renewed in a certain way?
That's what the Bible says. It says the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with a loud noise, and the elements, that's the stuff on the earth, will be destroyed with fire. And the earth and everything that is done on it will be disclosed. Since all these things are to be destroyed in this way, what sort of persons ought you to be leading lives of holiness and godliness, waiting for and hastening the coming of the day of God, so on and so forth? If you read the New Testament, the heaven and the earth is going to be wiped out and redone. That's why it's called the new heaven, new earth.
Is this 2 Peter chapter 14?
There's no chapter 14. It's 2 Peter 3.
Sorry. Forgive me for my ignorance. 2 Peter chapter 3?
Yeah, 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 11 or so.
The heavens will disappear with the power. The sky. The heavens will be destroyed by fire, and the earth and everything done in it will be laid bare. Since everything will be destroyed this way, what kind of people ought you to be? You ought to live holy and godly lives as you look forward to the day of God and speed is coming. That day will bring about the destruction of the heavens by fire, and the elements will melt in the heat. But in keeping with this promise, we are looking forward to a new heaven and a new earth where righteousness dwells.
Yep,
I don't see
new
how
heaven.
this is saying. Yes, I don't see how this world that we're still in is still going to exist. Sounds like there's going to be a complete
Says new heaven and new earth. That means the heaven above your head and the earth that your feet are on will be destroyed and renewed.
So this is what I'm trying to say. You can tell that. Do you believe that the sky is a part of the earth? Like
No.
the whole planet.
The sky being part of the earth is something that modern people say. Ancients believed that the sky was a separate realm from the earth. They had no notion that there's an earth and then there's stuff beyond the earth. You had the earthly realm and the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm was the thing above your head. That's where the gods got to go. You weren't supposed to go up there typically. It's crazy that Christians don't know about this.
Flat, right?
I know the Bible says it is. Job 37 and 38 both say it.
I do not agree with that.
Well, you'd be wrong then. Isaiah 40, 22 says the same thing.
Isaiah 22?
22, 40 maybe. I might have got them switched. I think it's Isaiah 40, 22 actually.
Oh, Isaiah 40. Okay.
And Job 38 as well.
Have you not understood since the earth was founded? He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, and his people are like grasshoppers.
You got
he
it.
stretches out the heavens like a canopy, and spreads them out like a tent to live in.
Yeah.
I don't see how that says
he stretches out the heavens.
Is not a part of the earth. Just because they have different names, because the heaven refers to the sky, that is still a part of the earth, in my opinion. I don't see how he's saying that the heaven is not,
He stretches out the heavens like a curtain over the earth. That's the sky. It's a circular disc. He who sits above the circle of the earth. It's a disc. Hebrew word is hu. It means a circular flat 2D disc. What it means. The Hebrew word for ball is typically either dur or kadur, depending on how you want to conjugate. It doesn't show up here. This is a flat disc. They believe that the earth was a flat disc with a dome over it. Job 38:14. It takes form like clay under a seal. That's a flat disc. Clay seals were flattened using a ring. They resembled discs when they were done. That's why it says in Job 37 that the heavens are hard like a cast metal mirror, because that's where the firmament was. Yeah, 18.
I mean, that could also refer to the Earth's, spherical.
It cannot.
Circular appearance from above.
Wrong,
You
it
know, because
does
he's
not.
sitting in the throne above the earth.
It doesn't
So
say
the
anything
appearance
about God's
doesn't mean the
perspective.
earth is flat.
It doesn't say anything about anyone's perspective. It says objectively that God sits above the flat disk of the earth. Which is why Job 37:18 says that you have spread out the skies strong as a cast metal mirror, because they thought the sky included the firmament, and they thought the firmament was made of a crystalline substance.
So like when it says the people, right, are like grasshoppers.
Yep.
So for him, his view, just looking at the poetical language in this, doesn't mean he's looking at a flat Earth.
It
But
does.
he's looking at the planet as a circle.
Nope. It doesn't say any of that. It says he sits above the circle of the earth. If they thought the earth was spherical, they could have said they sit above the sphere of the earth. He sits above the ball of the earth. This is not about perspective. This is just a blanket statement about the earth.
Well, I think you could interpret that in certain ways. I mean, this is obviously poetical knowledge. I don't think that God is actually God isn't physically sitting on a throne, right?
No, that is true according to the text. In fact, you'll see the throne in Isaiah. Isaiah gets to see the throne, and so does Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 1, Ezekiel chapter 10, and Isaiah chapter 6.
I'm sure it's described, but like I said, it's poetical language. God in his divine nature is spirit.
Poetic language? What touches Isaiah's lips from God's throne room?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that God in his divine nature is spirit. And
It's
at
Cole.
this time, they
Listen,
believed
you
that
can
this is before
you can
Jesus.
repeat it all you want. It's never going to be true every time you say it. In Isaiah 6, it says one of the seraphim flew to me. He's in God's temple right now, the heavenly temple. It says one of the seraphim flew to me, having his hand in his hand a live coal, which had taken with the tongs from the altar, and he touched my mouth with it. How did he touch Isaiah's mouth with a live coal if none of this exists?
So the angel can take, God can make effects to make a physical body, right? It doesn't automatically imply that. In order to meet the human who does have a physical body.
Where did the coal come from?
Right? So
why are you out here reading me nonsense chat GPT stuff?
Isaiah is saying, this is not, I'm not getting this from ChatGPT. So Isaiah is right. He's repenting. He is overwhelmed by God's presence, and so the angel to comfort him, using this poetical language, is to represent the forgiveness of Isaiah's guilt, the takeaway of his guilt.
Yeah, my question is, what touched his lips?
Well, it's described, like I said, as a coal, a live coal in his hand.
Okay, so what touched it?
Like I said, poetical knowledge, using this poetical knowledge, doesn't have to mean.
I don't think the word poetical knowledge isn't helping you. What I'm asking is, what touched his lips?
The coal. See,
okay, so where did the coal come from?
Sin atoned for. So where did it come from?
Yeah.
Well, from the seraphim.
Angel. And where did the seraphim get it from?
I mean, God has the power to, like I said, as he did make this world, if you take the Bible's perspective.
Where does the Bible say it came from?
So it says it came from the angel, the seraphim.
Right, where does it say the angel got it from?
I guess the king, right? Who's in the book they're declaring.
It says from the altar, which is where?
Okay, with tongs from the altar. I see what you mean.
From
Well, like I said,
and where's the altar?
on the earth, I guess. I mean, Isaiah's on earth as well.
No. It says, I saw the Lord sitting on a throne, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the temple. It stood above the seraphim. Each had 6 wings, 2 covered his face. Where is this vision happening? If it's a vision, it's either in the heavenly throne room or it's in the temple. You think this is happening in the temple? I mean, it could be, but that's not the traditional interpretation.
That could be the case. But like, let's say for the sake of argument, I mean that okay, he is experiencing these physical things, like the thing physically touched his lips. That doesn't mean that it automatically implies that heaven is this physical place. Like this is a vision. God has presented him this vision in order to meet his senses to perceive the reality, to understand, to be able to contemplate the reality that he's experiencing. So he goes down to the human's level in the good God he is, just like Jesus, right? God became flesh, the Word became flesh, so that we are able to understand. And like I said, the writer, right, Isaiah is writing to try to present to us the glory of God, his glorifying presence, his royalty, his kingship.
Yeah, his presence moves from the skies to the earth. I agree. Yeah. It says his presence is in the sky. In fact, it says his throne room is in the sky.
Like I said, it doesn't have to be, the Bible doesn't say this is a physical place. He's just simply describing.
It describes it as a physical place.
Yeah,
Psalm 150, verse 1, literally says that his sanctuary is in the firmament. It says, praise the Lord, praise God in his sanctuary, praise him in his mighty firmament. The mighty firmament is the sky, my man. Genesis says that the firmament is called sky as well.
Is this Psalm 50? 150? Sorry.
Psalm 150, verse 1.
So this could be referring to, right? Praise him in his mighty firmament. This can just refer to the expanse of his power.
No. Didn't say anything about power. It says the firmament. The firmament is not God's power. That's the dome over top of the earth. I highly suggest you don't say things about the Hebrew text. I can guarantee you don't know Hebrew.
But there are other sources that I have known, I've been taught, right?
Well,
Authorities who do know it pretty well.
They're not authorities.
But just for the sake of argument, let's say it is referring to a physical firmament. Like I said, this is a poetical language. It is in order for us to understand, right? To even be able to acknowledge the reality of God, is to take examples of earthly things and simply apply it to him. We are simply we're like grasshoppers to him. We are very finite compared to God, who is infinite.
Yeah, that's an adorable claim that's not in the book or any single text at all of the ancient world. Every text we have from the ancient world describes the realm of God as being the sky above your head. Did you not listen to anything that I said to the last guest? Do I have to repeat the entire conversation?
No, you did not.
Okay. So nothing in the Bible, not a single phrase of the Bible disagrees with the rest of the people of that time period in the location of God's throne or the sky or the heavens.
People outside sources outside sources from the Bible don't always have to be true, especially at that time.
I didn't say
The Bible
outside
is false.
sources have to be true. What I said is everything in the Bible agrees with the outside sources. There's not a single passage that doesn't agree. Everyone believed that the earth was a flat disk with a dome over top of it. They wrote many books about it, the Jews included.
Just because outside sources might connect to the Bible doesn't mean the Bible has to resort to that person's interpretation.
No, it's not a fallacy. What's a fallacy is you saying that the Bible means something simply because you want it to mean it. You can't show me a single Bible passage to demonstrate. You can't show me a single Bible passage that demonstrates the validity of your claim. I can show you dozens that demonstrate the validity of my claim. How do the birds fly across the sky of the heavens?
Like I said,
I can hear you Googling my questions.
No, I'm not Googling your question. This is something completely different. You said pulling up verses that show that heaven does not have to be in this world. So in 2 Corinthians 12, verse 2, right, the Jews understand there to be
Did you say
more than
2
just
Corinthians?
2 Corinthians.
Okay.
2 Corinthians 12, verse 2.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And so the Jews had a different perspective when it comes to heaven than we do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they believed the heaven was in layers. In fact, so did the Muslims, and so did a lot of the Greeks. They talked about the various layers of heaven, and they talked about the firmament being the very last layer of heaven, which was the dome covering the earth. I agree, they believed in a layered heaven, but that layered heaven is still the sky above your head. Which is why, in the Bible, it says that heaven is the home of the clouds and also of the birds.
The immediate sky. Yes, I agree. Where the birds fly and the clouds gather. But then there is the second heaven,
which is
like
just
celestial space. Right?
It doesn't say
Stars,
nope. It says that the stars and the planetary bodies are in the firmament.
I'm trying to tell you the perspective that Jews had at this time.
You are not doing that. You are of all the people that will ever get on my live stream, you're the last person I would ever take advice about what the ancient Jews believed. I have their writings. I know what they believe. I can quote them to you if you want.
Feel free. Quote them.
Okay, let's go right to the rabbis. All right, living above the firmament. They even talk about the thickness. Let's go to Bereshit Rabbah 4. The thickness of the earth is equivalent to the thickness of the firmament. As it is stated, it is he who sits over the circle of the earth. Isaiah 40:22. The circle of the earth, of the heavens, makes its way, so on and so forth. So they're saying the thickness of the firmament is the same as the thickness of the earth, because they envision the heavens, or the firmament, as being a dome over the earth, over a flat disk earth, which had a thickness, which is why they compared the thickness of one to the thickness of the other. And then they also posited, like in the Jerusalem Talmud, in various portions, how God actually lives up there. It says, let's see, Rabbi Pinhas says that in the name of Rabbi Hoshea, equivalent to the space between the earth and the firmament. So it is the distance between the firmament and the upper waters. So he's saying the upper waters, as according to Genesis, there's a distance between the upper waters and the surface of the firmament, because in this section, he's trying to explain how God can live at the top of the firmament if there's water above the top of the firmament. And he's saying, there's actually a space between the waters and the firmament. And here's how thick that space is. That's why it says, I would have said that the upper waters rest directly upon the firmament, but it says, and the waters were above the firmament, referencing Genesis 1:7. It indicates that the upper waters are suspended above the firmament by the word of God.
Yeah, so these people could be referring to the first layer of heaven, not the third.
Nope. The last layer of heaven was where the firmament was. All of the heavens are below the firmament. The heavens, the last portion, the hard part, is the firmament. That's why the word firmament is in your Bible. The word firmament means a firm surface, a dome-like surface. In the Greek edition of the Hebrew Bible, it uses steroma, which means the same thing. It just means a firm surface. The Hebrew word rakia that's found for this word firmament literally means a hard, hammered out surface, almost exclusively used for items that are dome shaped. Which is why my Bible just calls it a dome, as do most other like modern translations.
So Paul would he likes to talk about the third heaven.
Yep.
In right, and so this heaven, as we Christians believe, is a non-physical spiritual realm, which can be the dwelling place of God, right, beyond the physical sky, which is the first heaven. And so Paul is a Pharisee, was a Pharisee. He knew all about the Jews. He had the Jewish perspective.
He did not. He didn't even know Hebrew.
He was a Pharisee.
No, he wasn't.
He knew all about the Torah.
No, he was not. And he didn't. He misquotes it at every turn. Like, he can't even quote the episode in the book of Numbers when a curse breaks out and kills 24,000 people. He can't even quote it right. He quotes 23,000 people. I can hear you Googling it. Go ahead.
You said Deuteronomy?
The Numbers.
So you're saying he quotes Numbers, which one?
Incorrectly.
Numbers 3?
Yeah.
And where did he quote this? In which one of his letters?
He quotes it in Romans, I believe, or 1 Corinthians. I've got it. Give me 1 second. I'll find it for you. Dun, 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 dun.
While Justin is looking it up, from me being nitpicky, the third heaven that's not a reference to an extra dimensional space. In first century Jewish cosmology, the belief was that there was a spherical earth, and then surrounding the spherical earth were 7 concentric spheres that were in the 7 heavens, and the third heaven of the 7 heavens is where paradise was located. So it has nothing to do with like the sky in outer space and then like a third extra dimensional space.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not at all what you said. Also, the spherical earth didn't enter Judaism until long after the New Testament was written.
Yeah, the third heaven doesn't extend out to our earth.
The third heaven is the top layer of heaven, under the firmament.
So I said the third heaven, is described as a dwelling place of God.
The third heaven is not where God dwells.
We would have seen it by now.
No, the third heaven is not where God dwelled. God, in first century Jewish cosmology, God dwelt in the 7th heaven. The third and all 7 concentric spheres of the heavens were all part of the physical world. You could literally like go fly up into the sky if you had magical powers and go into the 7th heaven. What Jesus did.
The Haggadah describes the 7 layers. Like, I know Paul was in the third heavens. There are multiple texts, by the way, from the ancient world that describe different numbers. You've got 3 levels at one point, 7 levels at another point, but most of the Jewish literature that I've seen, I agree with Dalton, talks about 7 different heavens. The Greeks, I think, were different. I think the Greeks had a different number than the Jews.
So you said Paul right here is misquoting Numbers 25, saying that we must not engage in sexual immorality, as some of them did, and 23,000 fell in a single day.
Yeah, in 1 Corinthians, he's misquoting numbers. 1 Corinthians 10:8 says that 23,000 fell in a single day. In Numbers 25, it wasn't. It was 24,000. So it says, nevertheless, those who died by the plague were 24,000.
That could be rounding up.
Could be what?
It could be rounding up.
No, he just got it wrong. You don't round up from 23,000 to 24,000. Stupid. He just misquoted it, man. That's it. That's all there is. Paul misquotes the Bible all the time. In Galatians 3, he doesn't even know that the Hebrew word for seed isn't singular. He makes a whole argument about the seed of Abraham being a singular individual based on the text that he had in front of him, which doesn't agree with the Greek or the Hebrew. He's a goof. He doesn't know anything.
Yeah, that shouldn't even be that shouldn't even be controversial. I mean, Paul obviously doesn't have like a physical copy of the Pentateuch at his disposal. He's just quoting things from memory, and of course, he's going to make mistakes when he quotes it. So that shouldn't even be controversial.
I believe
So I'm
that
looking.
Paul is divinely inspired by the Holy Spirit.
Well, he divinely lied, maybe. So it looks like the third heaven comes from Greek literature. I'm looking up some of the sources real quick to talk about what was there. But it looks like they're talking again like the typical stuff, like there are these finer substances, finer materials that these spirit entities are made of up there in the third heaven. But for sure, if you read the Jewish literature, there were 7.
Yeah, that would be first Enoch, second Enoch, third Enoch. Also, the life of Adam and Eve, and the Mishnah and the Haggadah. They all say 7 heavens.
You said Galatians 5 describes Abraham's seed.
Galatians, it's either 3 or 5, I forget now.
It's chapter 3, verse 16. He tries to make a very poor argument for seed. Yeah, you and I both know.
Yeah, Paul's a goof. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It says, look, the promises were made to Abraham. Yeah, verse 16. The promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. It does not say and to his offsprings, plural, as of many, but it says and to your offspring. That is to one person, who is Christ. Well, that's preposterous. In the Hebrew Bible, zarah for a plurality of offspring is always used. There's not a plural form of that word that comes out that refers to multiple lineages or multiple people. It's just the same word. If he knew how to read Hebrew, he would have known it. And if you go to the Greek edition,
Is this Galatians 5?
Galatians
Sorry to interrupt you.
3.
Galatians 5, verse 16?
3:16.
Oh, 3. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I apologize for interrupting you. Continue.
So, Paul, if he could read Hebrew, he should know that in the Hebrew text, the word seed for offspring is a collective noun. It's referred to in the Hebrew Bible almost exclusively to refer to entire lineages of people.
So the seed represents Abraham's lineage, correct?
Yes, it represents a lineage, not a singular person, which is why Paul is a goof.
How is he wrong there? Sorry.
I just told you, the Hebrew word zarah in Hebrew does not mean a singular seed. That's the argument he's making. He's saying because the word is singular, it can't be referring to the lineage of Abraham. It must be referring to a singular person who's Jesus. That's not true. That word is exclusively, nearly always used to refer to an entire lineage of people.
Think of it like this.
He's referring to.
No, think of it like this, bud. Think of it like this, bud. If someone tried to someone took a passage from the Old Testament that talked about the Lord's sheep, and they made the argument to you that the sheep must refer to a singular sheep because it says sheep and not sheeps, you would recognize that that's a silly argument because in the English language, there is no word sheeps. We always use the word sheep, even when we're referring to one sheep or many sheep. And when Paul says, see how in the text it says
error?
seed?
Oh, grammatical error. Okay.
Yeah, and here in Galatians, Paul is saying, look, it says
that big of a deal.
It actually is, because he's building a whole theology on it.
Yeah, he's making the claim that Abraham's seed must be Jesus because it's in the singular and not the plural. But throughout the Pentateuch, even when referring to the nation of Israel as a whole, God says, for example, to Abraham, your seed, singular, will be as numerous as the stars of heaven. So Paul's just wrong.
Yeah. You can't be as numerous as the stars of heaven if you have one seed.
Well, being numerous, right, infinite, it's not a certain number he's giving.
He's saying that your offspring will be as numerous, referring to a multiplicity of entities that comes from him, and it still uses the singular form of seed. Same thing when the Israelites, not the Israelites, when the children of Jacob, when they go into the land of Egypt and they ask for grain, right, so they can eat, it uses the singular seed. Please give us seed, zerah, because it's a plural, it's a collective noun, even though it shows up in the singular. It means a collection, just like the word cloud in Hebrew is a collective noun. It's a singular format, the way it's grammatically structured, but it refers to a multiplicity of items. Just like seed refers to a multiplicity of items, even though it shows up grammatically singular. He should have known this. Paul didn't know that because he couldn't speak Hebrew. He's a goof.
Yeah, Paul, the seed of the book of Genesis is not Jesus. It's referring to the people of Israel as a whole, which technically would include Jesus, although the authors of the Pentateuch probably just have in mind like the Israelites in those days, because the book of Deuteronomy starts off with how they had become as numerous as the stars of heaven.
That's an interesting. I've never seen that before. So that's
Right,
great.
look-
You guys enlightened me to that.
Just got to read the Bible. Like, look at Genesis 47:19, right? It says, buy us our land in exchange for food. We with our land would become slaves to Pharaoh. Just give us seed. This is actually, at this point, this is the Egyptians asking for seed, but the children of Jacob do the same thing in the same fashion. So seed is in the singular, but they're obviously not asking for a singular seed each. This is just how the grammatical construction works for this word, and Paul didn't know it because Paul was not a Pharisee. A true Pharisee would have known the biblical literature in the original language it was written in. They weren't guessing. They weren't reading this thing in Greek.
So I see what you mean. So Paul is making the mistake of using the singular seed because he's referring to one person when it's supposed to mean to a whole lineage.
Yeah.
I understand. I think he could be making more of using symbolic language there. You know, the point he's trying to get across is not like, you know, there are these kind of people that are coming from Abraham, but no, Scripture is referring to Christ. It's trying to refer to the covenant Christ gave to Abraham because Christ is God.
But it
God
doesn't
gave
work.
him- You mean it
Because
doesn't work?
he's saying, look, there was a promise given to Abraham. This promise is obviously about Jesus and not about Abraham's offspring, right? He's saying the promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. So he's like, okay, there's a promise made, right? Then he says, it does not say to offsprings as of many, but as to your offspring, that is one person in Christ. So he's saying the promise made to Abraham was for one person, not many. But directly in the text, the promise was for many, not for one.
So what Paul is referring to here, he's not trying to single out Jesus compared to these people. He's talking about the messianic promise of Jesus that's seen that can be observed in the covenant of Abraham.
Jesus did not
So-
fulfill even one half of one messianic prophecy, not even close to one.
My
Genesis
suffering
is
servant,
promised
Isaiah, and Jesus suffered. That's just one of them.
Well, Isaiah 53 is certainly not about Jesus. What are you going to say, Dalton?
Genesis problem
The suffering
promise to
servant.
Abraham.
Christ
The
suffered.
promise to Abraham.
So
the
did
promise
Simon
to-
Bar Kokhba. Congrats. We'll get there next. Go ahead, Dalton.
The promise to Abraham has nothing to do with Jesus. None of the promises to Abraham have anything to do with Jesus. The promise to Abraham was that his seed would multiply. It did by the time of the book of Deuteronomy. And that through him all families of the earth would be blessed. And that was fulfilled in the time of Joseph, where his progeny Joseph's actions resulted in the whole world being blessed in the famine.
And this is Genesis 12, verse 1 to 3, right?
Yep, that was fulfilled in Joseph.
Yeah, I'll make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through you.
Yeah,
But
that was
that's just
fulfilled
one of
in.
them, right?
Yeah, that was
That's not the
fulfilled
only
in
one.
Joseph. That was fulfilled in Joseph. Pharaoh blessed Joseph, and then Joseph in turn blessed Egypt. Not only Egypt, but the whole world came to Egypt because of what Joseph did. So it has nothing to do with Jesus. The authors probably have in mind Joseph as the fulfillment.
Well, that's because, right, there's a blessing. Doesn't mean there can't be more. He doesn't say there's only going to be one blessing. It's kind of silly.
No, I think
he
it's silly
said,
to insert Jesus into the text.
yeah, he says the blessings is
you're claiming
specifically
that
through the physical lineage of Abraham, though, which means he's just wrong in Galatians. It's nothing about Jesus. This idea that this is about Jesus because the word seed shows up singularly is nonsense.
But see, the case I'm trying to make is that, right, it says, I will bless those who bless you. And you will have a great nation.
Uh-huh.
And
he
then
did.
Paul could be talking about, right, God, Jesus, Christians, we believe that Jesus on the cross saved us from slavery of death, from sin. So, right?
I'm sorry, are you not going to die?
So we believe that there's eternal life. And so you may lose your body, but you don't lose your soul.
Okay, so you are going to die still then.
This sounds more like it was
in the
fulfilled
earthly
in Abraham's.
the body.
This sounds like it was fulfilled in
But
Abraham's
without
own
Christ's
lifetime.
sacrifice,
It was already
not be able to become.
It was already true that your spirit was going to live on in the Hebrew Bible. Jesus didn't have to die for that.
Heck no.
Yeah, Daniel chapter 12.
Many of the Sadducees, for example, believed that there was no resurrection.
The Sadducees did, not the Pharisees. The Pharisees believed in the resurrection. The Sadducees did not.
But they were split. That's the point.
Not as much as you would think.
The Sadducees were mostly the Sadducees were like the elite group, and they were the minority. They were part of the temple. The Pharisees were like the common folk, the people of the common folk, and they were much more numerous than the Sadducees.
Well, yeah, majority doesn't mean a firm opinion. Like majority doesn't win. I don't believe that.
Judaism.
That was
already. Sorry,
we were responding directly to your claim. You said the Jews didn't believe, and then your example was the Sadducees, and then we demonstrated how the view of the Sadducees was a minority view within Judaism. So this was your argument, not ours. We weren't the one making the argument from big numbers. You were.
I didn't say that they didn't believe. I said they were split.
They weren't split.
Completely. Like they didn't have a council.
They weren't. They were not split. The Pharisees greatly outnumbered the Sadducees, and even the Essenes, the fourth group. The Essenes believed in an afterlife as well. It literally just one small faction of Judaism didn't believe in an afterlife. That's about it.
And the Pharisees believed in the possibility of a resurrection, but that can only be done by God.
The absolute.
Right? In the Maccabees, people were dying believing that they would still live after this earth, but they couldn't confirm that, right?
No, nobody can confirm it because we are all going to die, and then you're never going to hear from us again. But they still believed in it. In the book of Maccabees, they clearly believed there was going to be a resurrection. But we're going to say, Dalton?
To be sure, the Pharisees of the first century believed in the resurrection and in the afterlife as assuredly as you do. They already knew that, for example, like Elijah brought someone back from the dead. Someone actually got brought back from the dead when they got thrown onto the bones of Elijah. And the scriptures foretold that there would be a resurrection of the dead. So they already had a belief that they had Chai Olam, everlasting life. That's a very big part of Judaism.
And so the prophecy, the hope of the resurrection, is referring to a future event being
Yeah.
Jesus sacrificing the cross, the
No,
messianic cross.
Jesus's cross is
Why
never
else would
mentioned.
the Jews need a Messiah then? Why else would the Jews need a
So
Messiah?
the Jews don't
Why
need a
else does
Messiah
Moses
for the
promise to
resurrection. The
declare
Jews need a Messiah. Have you read any messianic passages? The Messiah is going to gather all of the lost of Israel, bring them back to the land, sit on the throne where David sat, and is going to rule over them. They're going to live in safety and recommence the Levitical sacrifices. That's what the Messiah is going to do, according to the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible didn't say squat about the Messiah coming and dying for anyone's sins.
Yeah, the Messiah doesn't provide something like for the afterlife. The entire role of the Messiah was to bring salvation, not in the spiritual sense, but literally in the political sense, to stamp down Israel's physical enemies. Read Zechariah 9, for example, and to reestablish the monarchy of Israel and God's reign on the earth. Has nothing to do. Messiah is not necessary for resurrection.
So this is what Christ came down to rebuke the Pharisees for. They're saying, you think that this is a political prophecy, but he clearly proves them wrong.
No, he didn't prove them wrong. The text says it is.
Also, that wasn't Jesus's rebuke of the that's incorrect. That wasn't Jesus's rebuke of the Pharisees. He never once rebuked them for believing in a political Messiah. He rebuked them because they weren't observing the law of Moses to the full extent. That was his rebuke against them.
So yes, there will be a political second coming, but not his coming. He says, I have not come for vengeance.
There's no two comings in the Hebrew Bible.
He says, for
Amos
example,
3:8 says,
I've come for vengeance.
Amos 3:8 says,
I didn't hear what either of y'all saying because you were talking at the same time.
So Isaac, Amos 3:8 says that God does nothing without first revealing it to his servant the prophets. Where in the Hebrew Bible does it foretell two comings of the Messiah?
Amos 3, which verse?
Verse 8. The Lord does nothing without revealing it first to his servant the prophets.
Amos 3, verse 8 says, the lion has roared, who will not hear? The sovereign Lord has spoken, who can but prophesy? How is that saying there's not two comings?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me find the exact verse. Maybe I got the verse wrong. The Lord does nothing with...
That was Amos 3. Like verse 15 or 16.
Is it 16? Not, I've said verse 8.
Oh, no.
It's probably
Unless it's chapter 5. Hold on. Let me see.
It's Amos 3:7. For the Lord does nothing without revealing his secret to his servants, the prophets. So I was one verse off.
Yeah, pretty good.
That's pretty good. Better than me.
So where does the Hebrew Bible foretell that the Messiah will have two comings?
Surely the sovereign Lord does nothing without revealing his plan to his servants, the prophets. And so I believe that what our Lord God revealed to the prophets was Jesus coming.
Sure, show that. Show that in the Hebrew Bible where it says that. We know what you believe. We don't care about what you believe. We want the evidence. Show us where the Hebrew Bible says that anything similar to Jesus is going to happen. And that there's two comings. Sorry, Dalton.
Yeah, to be specific, just like Justin said.
For our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities, and by his wounds we are healed.
To be specific, Isaac. To be specific, Isaac, I want to see where the Hebrew Bible prophesies two comings for the Messiah, because you made the claim that the political coming of the Messiah is the second coming. I said coming too many times in this live. So where does the Hebrew Bible speak of two comings of the Messiah? Two advents. I'm just going to start saying advents. Two advents of the Messiah.
Just for the sake of argument, it doesn't necessarily have to say that there are two comings, but some prophecies aren't fully fulfilled yet, I would say.
None of them are.
So I would say that
there's not one.
Jesus clearly comes down, right? His coming. But then he says, I'm going to come again.
I'm sure he does, but I'm asking you to show me that in the Hebrew Bible. Yes, if my Messiah didn't fulfill shit, I'd say the same thing. He'll do it when he comes back. Great. Show me the stuff that he did do, because the stuff that's listed in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are bullshit non-prophecies.
And I just said he was, I think this is Isaiah.
It's Isaiah 53, and I guarantee you haven't read all of Isaiah. Because if you think this is about the Messiah, you're going to be sorely mistaken. Isaiah tells you that this is about the righteous remnant of Israel. 9 times he tells you.
So how is that Israel?
Israel is a servant in this book. If you go to Deutero-Isaiah, throughout the entire section of Deutero-Isaiah, Israel is personified as the servant. Go to Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. You, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen. All right, Isaiah 41, who's the servant?
Isaiah 40? Isaiah
41.
Sorry. Which verse?
41, 8. It's 8 and 9.
Verse 8. But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, you descendants of Abraham, my friend, I took you from the ends of the earth, from its farthest corners I called you. I said, you are my servant. I have chosen you and have not rejected you. That
so who's
has
the
nothing
servant?
To do with the verse.
So
that
who's
has
the
nothing
servant?
To do with the verse I just gave you.
So who's the servant in
You are
verse
my
41? In 41, 8 and 9?
But you, Israel, my servant, Israel.
Gotcha. Okay, let's go to the next one. Next one is going to be Isaiah 43, 10. You're my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I've chosen. Okay, so we have a precedent, don't we? A multiplicity of people being personified as a singular servant, huh?
You are my witnesses, declares the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen. Oh,
sure.
Actually, you could be saying that he's making a distinction between Israel, who is the witnesses, and the servant who is chosen.
Except not at all. That's not at all what you would do.
And understand that I am he. You can see
Well,
that
unfortunately, like this is basic 5th grade grammar. You are my witnesses and my servant. The and tells you that the object is both. They're the witnesses and the servant.
Mm-hmm. And so we can often describe Jesus as the new Israel.
Well, Jesus is not Israel. You can call him the new Israel all you want. This doesn't say anything about a new Israel.
Well, that's the point, is that Israel is being described as a singular servant.
You got it. Yeah, the nation of Israel is also described as a singular son. It's also described as a singular harlot. The Old Testament describes the nation of Israel as metaphorical individuals a lot. When God freed his people from the bonds of Egypt, Exodus 4:22, he says that he's freeing Israel, his firstborn son. Is Israel a singular person?
Oh, his firstborn son, that can be Jesus, who says...
It's not Jesus. He's freeing his firstborn son, Israel. The cope is getting pretty thick here. Maybe, you know what? Maybe this on me. Maybe you haven't read Exodus. I shouldn't have assumed you've read Exodus. So we'll just pull it up and I'll show you the passage I'm talking about. Exodus 4 says, the Lord said to Moses, when you go back to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders that I have put in your power, but I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. Then you shall say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son. I said to you, let my son go, so that he may serve me. But you refuse to let him go, and now I will kill your firstborn son. So the firstborn son in Exodus 4 is a personification of the nation of Israel. It's a clear metaphor. Like, I know you like metaphors. This is a real metaphor in the Bible, because the nation of Israel isn't a firstborn son. This is just referring to how God cares for his people.
So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that when it's the passage, I think it's Isaiah 51, that says, is it Isaiah 51?
Probably not. You probably want Isaiah 52 and 53. Not going to help you here, though. You're doing a lot of work at the beginning of this exercise, and all of it's just going to bite you in the butt the harder you fight this. The more you fight this, the more you clench, the worse it's going to hurt. Just ease up and let it happen.
So is that what your doctor told you, Justin?
Where's my exam gloves?
You're correct. It's probably 52. The passage is right. He was bruised, right? Wounded.
I know, and there's a reason. There's a reason why we're giving you the context prior to reading this chapter. Do you want
How is
to?
that Israel?
I'll tell you. Do you want me to continue reading you the context? I can tell you. Would you like to hear the rest of the context?
Absolutely.
Okay. Isaiah 44, verse 1 and 2. Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. Who's the servant in Isaiah 44?
Jacob, who's Israel?
The Israelites, you got it. Isaiah 44, 21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. Jacob and Israel, these are people groups, are the servant. Follow? Isaiah 45, 4. For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name. Isaiah 48, 20. Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. So the section in Deutero-Isaiah that we're reading is about God redeeming his people from the Babylonian captivity, namely his servant. His servant suffered in Babylonian captivity. That's why the beginning of the section, Isaiah 40, verses 1 and 2, says that they have served their penalty, their term is over, and they've been given double for their sins. The reason why they've been given double for their sins is because they suffered for their sins and the sins of the nations, because it's through the redemption of Israel that all these nations are going to come to see that Yahweh is the one true God. So this is one of the few actual poetic passages of the Bible that actually employs a metaphor, a real metaphor, a whole group of people as a suffering servant. And somehow you just entirely missed it because you weren't reading all of Isaiah. You read this in isolation.
You can see that he refers to Jacob and Israel as a singular, correct?
Jacob and Israel is a people group.
But it's referred in the singular as one servant.
Right?
Earlier?
Yes. The entire people group.
So
the people group is personified as a singular servant. So when you see singular pronouns, it's still referring to a group of people.
So why can't Jesus be one of those people?
He's not. He didn't exist. This is about a nation. It's about a group of people, not a singular
now
person.
you're making a different argument. You don't even believe Jesus existed. That's a different argument.
I didn't say that shit.
No,
I never
the earlier argument was that
I never said that Jesus didn't exist. That's crazy talk.
Isaac, what Justin is pointing out is that when you
argument now.
Justin,
I didn't hear anything you just said.
Isaac, when you're what Justin is trying to tell you is that when you take a look at the prophecies and words given in this section of Isaiah, it's not describing some far off future event. The tenses of the passages describe someone who having already suffered in the past, not someone who suffers far in the future. That's why it can't be Jesus, because the servant was someone that existed, someone's that existed in the 6th century BCE.
And this is Jacob. I'm confused.
Jacob is Israel.
Yeah, so we often refer to Jesus being the new Jacob.
He's
Just as
not
Jacob
the
is
new
who we are.
Jacob.
And Jacob is one person.
I agree. Jacob is one person in the book of Genesis. Jacob is not one person in the New Testament.
Why would you say that?
Because it's used to refer to the whole people group. When it says they're gonna take the outcasts of Jacob, it's not referring to one outcast.
And Jesus can represent the whole people. That's what I'm trying
No,
to say.
he can't.
Like Jesus took upon all the sins.
He didn't take on anybody's sins.
He was made sin. Paul says this. This is in the Bible.
I'm sure Paul does say this. We don't have a good reason to care what Paul says.
Oh, so you care what the Old Testament says, but not what the New Testament says?
What I'm showing you is that I don't need to know what the New Testament says to know what, I'm sorry, I don't need to know what the New Testament says about the Old Testament to know what the Old Testament is saying. I disagree with what the New Testament says about the Old Testament for the same reason you disagree with what the Book of Mormon says about the New Testament. So just because the New Testament says it doesn't mean it's a viable path forward for interpreting the Hebrew Bible.
The Book of Mormon is not an inspired word of God.
And neither is the New Testament.
See, I believe that it is inspired.
Well, Mormons believe that the Book of Mormon's inspired. Congrats. That doesn't make it true.
The Book of Mormon wasn't written way after Christ's lifetime.
So what?
It's a denomination taking off from the Catholic Church.
I didn't hear what y'all were saying. Y'all got to find a way to not talk over each other.
Isaac, you know the New Testament never makes the claim that the New Testament is divinely inspired, right?
Well, of course, that's why you have the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust the guys that are pounding kids. Yeah, that's the ticket.
Pounding kids?
Yeah.
The Pope? Is that what you're referring to?
The church
is pounding kids. Like,
I'm sorry. Do you live under a rock? Do you not know about the thousands and thousands of children that have been sexually assaulted by priests?
Of course, I agree. The Catholic Church is not perfect. The community is run by humans.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree. That's why I don't trust it.
That the bishops and the
Yeah,
Pope is not.
I don't trust a bunch of people that touch children.
And the problem goes all the way up to...
It's horrible. I agree, it's horrible. I do not side with those priests who are doing that. But
it's not just the priests. The problem goes...
part of the Catholic Church. God has
Isaac,
given
it's not just...
apostolic succession for those to interpret Scripture.
No, we don't need the apostles to read the book. We don't need that. That's like saying that you need Joseph Smith to read the New Testament. That's preposterous. Again, it fails every time you presuppose the authority of the New Testament. I can just presuppose the authority of a one that came later. This is why it's always going to fail. I could presuppose the authority of the Quran. The Quran says that the Bible was corrupted and that they got the true version. Just presupposing the authority of a text is meaningless.
Mm-hmm. Why would you believe a book that came like 500 years or so after Christ's lifetime compared to the book that was written in closer to Christ?
A book coming later is irrelevant to its truthfulness. The New Testament came later than the Hebrew Bible. That doesn't mean that it's untrue just because it... Why are you talking over me, Isaac?
I'm sorry.
So the New Testament comes after the Hebrew Bible. That doesn't mean that it's wrong just because it comes later. It's wrong because it says things that are demonstrably untrue. So something coming later has no validity on the claim of it being true or false.
I'm saying compared to the Quran and the Book of Mormon.
So what?
Not just in general.
The New Testament came way after the Hebrew Bible, even more than the Quran came after the New Testament.
But
so this is not a workable argument for you.
So I believe the eyewitness testimony brought by the 4 gospel writers.
They're not eyewitness testimonies.
I trust those people than those people who wrote the Quran.
But they weren't there, and I don't believe in the Quran. Mark's not an eyewitness. He wasn't even a disciple. The others, whoever wrote those, copied after Mark decades later. They obviously weren't there. Matthew didn't write Matthew. Luke didn't write Luke or Acts. John certainly didn't write the Gospel of John. We have no eyewitnesses.
Why would you think this?
Because it's just demonstrably true. Mark, if he wrote Mark would be the cousin of Barnabas. You learned that in Colossians chapter 4. He wasn't a disciple. He didn't know Jesus. He wasn't there. He was writing somebody else's story, if that's even Mark, and he's writing after the fall of the temple, around maybe 71, 72 BCE, or CE. The other Gospels copy directly from Mark, except for John. John's on his own, but he wrote like 90 CE. So Luke and Matthew are copying directly from Mark, which means they have to have come after Mark. Matthew, that Gospel, his name wasn't on it, by the way, in the earliest copy, P1, copies almost word for word his entire conversion story. Why? Why would a guy, let's say his name is Matthew, copy his own conversion story from another guy and not change it, or even change it to first person language?
So you said that the Gospel of Mark is not accurate because
I didn't
Mark
say
was
that.
not there. Mark was not an eyewitness.
I didn't say that. I said
Sorry.
Mark's not an eyewitness. Now, it's not accurate because it just demonstrably says things that are untrue. For example, chapter 1 of Mark says that Jesus was, prior to the birth of Jesus, it quotes a prophecy concerning John the Baptist. It misquotes two different prophets and confuses them. It says that Isaiah said a thing, but the first quote doesn't even come from Isaiah. It comes from Malachi. He confuses two similar quotes and thinks that Isaiah said them both. It says, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending a messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. The voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord. These are actually two different quotes. Only one of them comes from Isaiah. This first one comes from Malachi. He goofed. He made a mistake. Not inspired.
So you're saying that he's referring to Isaiah, but in reality, he was not just referring to Isaiah, but also to Malachi?
In reality, yes, that quote comes from Malachi chapter 3. It does not come from Isaiah. That's why in your Bible, if you have a cross-reference, it's just going to say Malachi.
Here's another good one. Does the prophet Jeremiah ever prophesy about anything regarding 30 pieces of silver?
Fucking love it.
I don't know.
Well, because Matthew says he does in Matthew 27. It says, then was fulfilled what was spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. That's not in Jeremiah.
You're saying that Jeremiah was didn't say that?
Nope. Zechariah said it. Chapter 11. And it's not about a Messiah or anybody being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver.
Well, there could be a combination of Jeremiah's like symbolic actions.
Jeremiah symbolic
18 to 19, and Zechariah's
Jeremiah's
prophecy
symbolic
of
action had nothing to do with 30 pieces of silver or a betrayal.
That's what I'm saying. I think there was a mix.
Yeah, he got the wrong guy. He quoted Zechariah chapter 11, said it came from Jeremiah, didn't. And even the prophecy in Zechariah 11 is not about the Messiah or anyone being betrayed.
Jesus was sold for 30 pieces of silver.
I'm sure he was, but that's not predicted anywhere in the Hebrew Bible, not even once.
It says it right here. And they took the 30 pieces of silver,
the
price of the one on whom a price had been set, whom some of the people
And that comes from where?
I'd say a combination of Jeremiah and Zechariah's writings.
It comes not from Jeremiah, not at all. It comes from Zechariah chapter 11, and that doesn't say anything about the Messiah. Jeremiah 11 is not a prophecy about a Messiah at all. And nobody gets betrayed in that chapter. Nobody gets betrayed for 30 pieces of silver.
You can see that the general price of a slave was around 30 pieces of silver.
Irrelevant. We're talking about prophecies.
I'm talking about the reliability of the New Testament.
Well, that's the problem, because Dalton has brought up a passage, Matthew 27, that is not reliable because Matthew quotes a prophecy from Jeremiah that doesn't come from Jeremiah, and the prophecy that he quotes has nothing to do with the Messiah whatsoever. Even if he got the right prophet, nothing to do with Jesus.
I would agree that I can't fully back the fact that this was Zechariah, not Jeremiah. So thank you. I did not know that.
And Matthew's full of this kind of nonsense. Like the very first page of Matthew has like six different problems. The first problem you'll find is that it says that Josiah was one of the problems. Josiah was the father of Jeconiah. He was not. The father of Jeconiah was Jehoiakim. Josiah was the grandfather of Jeconiah. The other one, it says that Joram was the father of Uzziah. Joram was not. There are 3 generations between Joram and Uzziah. The guy writing this just left them out. Or he was copying from the Greek Septuagint, because there's a variant in the Greek Septuagint where there are 3 generations missing between Joram and Uzziah. He could have been copying from that. Either that or he just left them out. He also just couldn't count. Right? He says down here, all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations, and from the deportation to Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. But that's not true. That last set here, you only get the 14 if you double count Jeconiah, which is what he did by accident, because he's a goof.
You know, I really like
You're saying
Matthew
he said
23.
Sorry.
What's that, Dalton?
I said I really like Matthew 2:23 as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if Isaac can tell us where this prophecy is located.
So the prophecy that's mentioned in Matthew is about Jesus going to Nazareth, and it says, there he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. What do you make about that? Where's that prophecy?
This is a prophecy that he'll be born in Bethlehem.
Right, but that's not this. This is about Nazareth. And also, he didn't fulfill that either. That's Micah 5. It says that he will be called a Nazarene. Like the prophets had said this. Where did they say that?
I mean, you could make the connection to Psalm 22 or 6. Or Isaiah 53.
Certainly not Psalm 22. Nope.
Maybe not. Describing the word branch or sprout, which is a messianic title for a descendant of Jesse, which is
that's from Isaiah 11. It does show up in Isaiah elsewhere, like 53. The word branch, netzer in Hebrew, it just happens to sound vaguely familiar to the town Nazareth, but they're not actually that similar. There's one letter missing. So there's no prophecy in the Hebrew Bible about the Messiah being called a Nazarene. It just says that the Messiah, Isaiah 11, is going to be a branch of David, meaning he's going to come from the lineage of David. He's going to be a branch from David, which is uttered also in 2 Samuel 7, verse 12. It says that the Messiah is going to come from, that the lineage, the eternal throne, is going to be dwelt upon by someone who comes from the physical seed of David, which obviously Jesus didn't come from the physical seed of David. So he doesn't fulfill Isaiah 11. He doesn't fulfill 2 Samuel 7:12 because he doesn't come from David.
Well, you could say his king, his lineage, his royalty comes from David.
He doesn't have any royalty. You have to be coming from David for that.
Was king.
He was never a king, not for 1 minute.
Jesus is the heavenly king.
There's no heavenly king. It says that he's going to be a king in Israel. It says Isaiah 5 says he's going to rule in Israel. It doesn't say he's going to rule in a heavenly kingdom.
And that can be referring to the second coming.
It certainly
to ask
isn't.
earlier, is there a prophet? Is there a prophecy of two comings?
There's
Well,
not.
that could be referring to the prophecy of the second coming.
Except it's not.
So,
That's a cope. It says, but you, Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah. So this is talking about clans, first of all. Bethlehem of Ephrathah are two different people groups that are part of the lineage of David that also had cities named after them. Bethlehem and Ephrathah both had territories named for them. Eventually they got conflated into one. That's a whole other story. But these are clans that gave birth to Judah, which is why we're talking about a Davidic ruler. From you shall come forth from me one who is to rule in Israel. Okay, easy enough. There's going to be a Davidic ruler that comes to rule in Israel. Jesus didn't do that shit. Whose origin is from old, from ancient days. Oh, cool. Well, this is not Jesus. He didn't do any of it.
So I believe that Jesus is God.
I'm sure you do believe that he's God, but he's not. In fact, according to the same passage, he can't be God. Because it says, in the majesty of the name of Yahweh his God. Oh, this person has a God. He can't be God.
Yeah, so to say, right, his God is to say that Jesus, in a sense, had a God in regards to him being in subsistent relations to him.
Oh, no, you can't do that. In standard philosophy, God can't be contingent. God can't be contingent in philosophy. Do you believe that God is a contingent being?
We mean in philosophy.
Maybe you don't. I just assumed that you're a Catholic. You looked into the Trinity philosophy. Maybe not.
What's
the Trinity is the Trinity is
the Trinity without divine revelation.
The Trinity is utter nonsense, incoherent gibberish.
We wouldn't believe in the Trinity unless it was for divine revelation. So it's not just philosophical.
The Trinity is illogical. You can't be 100% of God and then also be distinct from God. It's a contradiction.
So Jesus, God took on a human nature, which is Jesus, but Jesus is still fully divine and fully
Does God's
man.
nature change?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so that means God always had a body.
No, he took on a human nature.
Okay, so his nature changed.
No, doesn't mean his nature changes.
So
His
God's got
divine
a
nature was not changed.
so God's got a divine nature and also a human nature?
In the person, the Son.
Okay, so God is made of parts.
In his human nature, yes.
Okay, so now you're a heretic. Partialism was deemed heretical under like Theodosius II.
Partialism is saying that the three persons of the Holy Trinity was saying that there's different parts of God in the persons. I'm saying that in the human nature of Jesus.
I'm sorry, is Jesus' human body divine?
His body is, in a sense, inspired by the divine nature.
But is it divine? Is it part of God?
It's distinct.
But is it part of God?
In the second person of the Holy Trinity, yes.
Okay, so that means that God has parts, because if Jesus' body came into being at one point in time, meaning it didn't exist, that means either God's nature changed to gain a body that it didn't have before, or God just has disposable parts. He can have a body one day and not have a body another day.
Yes, in the second person.
Okay, so you're a heretic. God has parts. Cool.
So
No,
God is now mutable because he undergoes
you're giving
change.
an error in the heresy. It's saying that all three persons are referred to parts.
Oh, we'll
I'm
try
saying
this
that
again.
only one person of the Holy Trinity
Is
Jesus' human nature.
Is
The
Jesus
Holy Spirit
100%
and the
God?
Father are only divine, are only have a divine nature, not a human nature.
Is Jesus 100% God?
Absolutely.
Okay, that means Jesus' body has to be God.
The way you phrase that is that actually that could be heretical as well. So I'd be careful.
No, if Jesus is 100% God, that means every part of Jesus must be divine, or else he's only part God.
God had a body.
You got it. Okay, so what that means is that God's nature changes. Because if Jesus' body is divine, and the body can exist in one moment and not in another moment, that just means God's nature changes between having a body and not having a body.
So the Godhead, right? The what of God, Yahweh of God, that does not change, right, at all in regards to having a human body and jazz. When it comes to the persons of the Holy Trinity, they are all one in the Godhead, one essence, one being, but different.
No, they're not one essence. Jesus lacks part of the essence.
One essence. No, Jesus has one essence.
No, he doesn't. No, he does not.
That is a heresy.
God's
That is a heresy.
essence.
There's three
Well,
separate essences.
I know it's a heresy. That's why the Trinity fails. So Jesus doesn't possess omniscience. So he doesn't have part of the divine essence. The divine essence are all the essential characteristics of God. And one of the essential characteristics of God is that he's all-knowing. Jesus was not. There are two occasions in the Bible where it clearly says he doesn't know something. One is the day or the hour, and the other is in Luke chapter 2, verse 40, where it says that Jesus grew in wisdom as he aged. So he couldn't be omniscient, which means he couldn't share, he couldn't have part of the divine essence.
In his human nature.
It doesn't matter. No, God can't have two natures. He's either divinely simplistic, he's only got one nature, or he's got two. If he's got two, then he's got two parts, a divine nature and a non-divine nature.
In the second person of the Holy Trinity, Jesus the Son, Jesus had a human nature and a divine nature, two distinct natures. They are not mixed.
Okay. Are humans God?
No.
Okay. So are bodies God?
Jesus in the human nature, that specific body taken up by Jesus.
I'm just asking yes or no question. I don't need any expounding. Are bodies part of God?
Not ours.
Was Jesus's body part of God?
What do you mean by part? Physically?
Was Jesus's body part of everything that includes God? So I'm going to do an illustration. I got an easy illustration. This is God. Okay. This is 100% of God. Everything inside of this circle is God. Easy enough. So the sun down here, you're saying is God. You also said that the body is not God, right? So what that means is that Jesus, is the body God or not?
In the second person of the Holy Trinity, Jesus the Son, yes, God has a body. God has a body.
Okay, so then what that means is if God's nature, if his essence contains a body, then what that means is that God's nature changes, because prior to the incarnation, God did
divine nature.
Prior to the incarnation, nope, it's only one nature. Prior to the incarnation, God did not have a body. Well, then God has parts.
No, in Jesus.
So God has two contradictory natures.
No.
So if God's nature includes a body, that means prior to the incarnation, God had to have a body.
Yes, in the second person of the Holy Trinity.
Okay, so then what came when Jesus was born? If God already had a body, then what is Jesus?
No, sorry, my bad. I misspoke. God did not previously have a body until the incarnation.
Well, then that means God is incomplete. If God's 100% of God, it's very easy. This is not difficult at all. If 100% of God, meaning God, this is everything that completes God, okay? If that includes a body, then when God didn't have a body, he wasn't 100%. Maybe he was 99%. Maybe he was 98% God. But he wasn't 100% God. He was incomplete.
No, that doesn't logically follow. He took on a human nature.
Nope, that doesn't actually address the problem. The problem is actually really simple. If God is only 100% complete, if he includes the body, then prior to having Jesus' body, God was incomplete.
No.
Yeah.
His human nature does not make up his essence.
Again, I'm talking about 100% of God, his nature, his essence, all of his attributes, everything. Everything that is God either contains a body or it doesn't.
That's in God, as in the what God?
Either 100% of everything that makes up God, either that has a body or it doesn't. Which is it?
So the persons of the Holy Trinity are referred to in relations.
Again, I'm not asking about the relations. I'm saying either 100% of God includes a body or it doesn't. If I said 100% of Justin includes a face, a nose, a body, then I can't lose my body and be 100% of Justin. I might be part of Justin. I might even lose both my arms, have both my arms cut off. Well, I'm still not 100% of Justin. Now I'm missing parts.
No, missing a part of your body doesn't make you less Justin.
No, I'm talking about everything that makes up Justin. If I'm saying I have 100% of a Justin, and then you remove part of me, I'm not 100%. I could be 80%. I could be 90%, but I'm still not 100% of Justin.
Well, I don't understand what you mean. You're saying if a part of his body comes off, he becomes less than himself?
Yes. Now you're missing a part.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, it
He doesn't
does.
become less himself as a human.
No, you're missing the point. I'm talking about 100% of something. I'm not talking about the identity of something. I'm not talking about what you call it. Yes, you're still going to call me Justin. I'm still identified with Justin. What I'm saying is 100% of Justin is no longer with us. Only 90% of Justin is with us.
In regards to his parts of his body, physically.
Agreed. Now, if God is 100% of anything, if God is if we can draw a circle and say everything in this circle is God, then what that means is either the body of Jesus is in that circle or it's out of that circle. You got to pick one.
So the first person and the third person.
I'm not asking about persons. I'm asking about the body of Jesus. Either that body is in the circle of 100% of God or it's outside of it. You got to pick one. It can't be both.
Not in the divine nature, no.
I didn't say anything about divine natures. I said 100% of God.
That's the distinction. I'm trying to tell you that.
I'm not asking about distinctions. I'm asking you about 100% of whatever God is. Does it include a body?
See, but there's a fallacy in your logic.
It's crazy that you... Which fallacy did I commit? Tell me which logical fallacy is it?
You're applying the scientific method of a body
numbers.
to God.
No, I'm applying numbers to God. If numbers can't apply to God, then you can't say that you're a monotheist. Monotheism implies that there's one God. That's preposterous.
You're applying a body, not just numbers.
Numbers apply to bodies too.
A human, right?
Yeah, numbers apply to bodies and gods.
You can't place that limit on God.
How many gods are there?
There's one God.
Oh no, you can't apply numbers to God. What are you doing? All of a sudden, now you can apply numbers to God, can't you?
It's in the form of analogy.
This is not an analogy. Either you can apply numbers to things that exist or you can't.
So this is what the church fathers refer to the Trinity. It's a great analogy. The Trinity being three persons, one God, is not, right? Triplicity. It's Trinity. It refers to as an analogy, a mystery. The Trinity,
I did not hear an analogy. You didn't give me one. I did hear the word mystery, and the word mystery means that it defies the laws of logic and it lacks explanation.
The Trinity itself is an analogy.
It's a mystery. It's not an analogy. Absolutely. Analogy is something that maps onto reality. So I could say that, snowflakes have fingers like my hand because snowflakes have five branches, or is it 6 branches? I forget. It's an analogy. It maps onto reality.
Exactly. So we're using human concepts as an analogy to try to understand.
You didn't give me the analogy yet. What's the analogy?
The Trinity itself is an analogy that we use.
The Trinity is not an analogy.
To our perspective.
Well, then it fails because the Trinity identifies 3 distinct beings.
No.
Yeah, what is a being?
Hmm. Well, for example, God is a being, right? We are in the sense of being. A substance could be a being. There you go.
A substance of what?
Like what the substance contains.
A substance needs to be identified before it's a being. I could say water in a glass. That's substance. It's the substance. It's water. Water has being.
And I would say God is the substance.
Okay, what is God's substance made of?
Well, he's omnipotent. He is
But Jesus is not.
good. He's all knowing.
Jesus is not all knowing.
And you're probably referring, I know you're probably referring to the passage where Jesus says, "I do not know when the second coming is coming," right?
And
So
also
Jesus
Luke 2:40 as well.
So Jesus isn't actually saying, "Me being God, I have no idea. You know, when the second coming is coming, I'm actually ignorant of that." He's saying, "In my human nature, with my human mind, I do not know." And he says,
But
"Only the
if
Father."
if
Yes,
his
right there.
human
But only the
body,
Father.
if his human body is part of God, that means he must have that divine essence that includes omniscience. So again, either Jesus's body, his human form, either that's part of God or it's not. You told me it's part of God. If it partakes in the divine essence, then it must know all things.
To be clear, Jesus doesn't say that the human nature of the Son does not know the day or hour. He just says that the Son does not know the hour. He's referring to the entirety of his person does not know the day or the hour.
No, yeah. So you see how he distinguishes himself, nor the Son, but only the Father. But here, let me explain.
Yeah, he's the
So
Son.
the Father. Let me explain. So the Father only has a divine nature, but the Son has a human nature and divine nature.
Oh,
Distinct
and the human nature is what? The body?
And let me explain. And so the distinction here.
Where's the human nature? Where can I find it?
Can I please explain? I'll answer your question once I explain this passage.
Well,
So the
I
Son,
don't need your explanation. I need the answer to my question.
okay, what is your question? Repeat the question.
What part of Jesus is the part that's not divine?
There's not a part of Jesus that is divine.
Okay, so I think you're just maybe this happens a lot when we do the Trinity topic. Let me make some notes for you so you don't get lost in the merry-go-round that is the Trinity debate. Premise number one is that to be 100% of God, or to be 100% God, all, and I mean all, of you must be divine, right?
What do you mean by all of you?
100% of whatever makes you must be divine if you're God.
Being that is the being is indivisible. Yes.
I didn't say anything about indivisibleness. Don't add to what I said.
So the all of you, right? So when it comes
Uh-huh.
to the identity of being divine, when Jesus has a body, when he loses an arm, doesn't make him less.
I'm not asking about losing an arm. I don't know
Okay.
why you keep making up scenarios I didn't ask you about. If Jesus is 100% God, does that not mean that his body is also God, since 100% of Jesus includes a body?
I'd say no, that to be 100% God, all of you must be divine. No. No.
Okay, so then God has parts that are not divine.
No. So you immediately jump to a non sequitur by saying that God has parts from that. That doesn't conclude.
So if God has one section that's divine and one section that's human, those are two different opposite sections. Those are called parts.
Have a section. That's your problem.
It's called parts.
God doesn't have a section over here.
It's a nature then. God has two natures.
God is Jesus, The second is fully man and fully divine, 100% both. He's not 50% human and
You
not
can't
50%.
be fully man and fully divine, given that they're opposites.
No, that's not true. Not for God.
That is true.
And
That's like saying my cup is fully empty and fully full. Like, what is a nonsensical statement? Listen, if men are not gods,
For us, yes, not
and
for
Jesus
God.
is 100% a man, then that means
transcends our
Jesus is not God.
God transcends our nature.
God does not transcend his own nature.
Does God transcend logic and reason?
Sounds like it. All right, so God's illogical. Great, you finally admitted it. And so is the Trinity.
No, just because he transcends logic doesn't mean logic can't apply to him.
No, we already showed you. Jesus doesn't pass the law of identity; he fails it.
How?
That's the second law of logic or the first law of logic? Law of identity is really easy.
Identity? What do you mean?
Because in order to be identical to something, you must possess all of its characteristics, all of it. All of the essential characteristics that make God God, Jesus must possess in order for him to, in fact, be 100% God. He doesn't possess all those characteristics. He doesn't know stuff. So what that means is that Jesus could be part God. He could be like 90% God inside of a human vessel that's not God.
You just said that he doesn't know stuff.
He doesn't.
I was previously trying to explain the quote, and you wouldn't let me finish. So I'm
All right, go ahead and explain the quote, and then I'll tell you why you're wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me explain. So nor the Son, right, but only the Father. So the Son has a human nature and a divine nature.
That's two natures?
Yes.
Okay, so God has two natures.
In the second person of the Holy Trinity, the Son. Yes.
Okay, so God has two natures, so that's parts. You've got part of one nature and part of another nature. Two natures is two parts.
No.
Yep.
Two natures is not two parts.
Two natures is two parts. Because two natures describes characteristics, essence. So you can say it all you want, but you've described a God that is composite.
So let me explain. Okay, maybe let's just.
What do you think? What do you think the word composite is doing for you? Composite is when you combine two different things to make up a whole. Two natures to make up a whole is a composition. God has parts in your worldview. Again,
since in Catholic theology, God the Son existed eternally but did not have a body in the Old Testament and acquires a body in the New Testament, that is a part of him that did not exist at one point, that did exist at another point. This is parts.
It's added on. He took up on it. He didn't.
Yeah, added on, as in. Yes, it's added on. You can only add on extra parts.
You got it. If something gets added on, it's an additional part. If I put a different tire on my car, that's a new part. If I put a fifth tire on my car, that's a new part. You can't add on to something that's already 100% completed.
Why not?
Because then it's not 100% completed.
No, like if a car is 100% completed as a car, I can still add stuff to it, right?
It would be a new part.
But not of the previous car.
It doesn't matter. It's still, if you identify that as 100% the thing, it now has a new part, and God doesn't have parts, which means God can't add and subtract parts.
So if I add a toenail, right, to my, this is dumb, but like if I were to add a finger to my hand, has that hand now become me?
If you put a new finger on your hand, you now have a new part on your body.
So would you say that new hand is now a part of my body?
Yeah, that's how parts work.
Did I change?
No, another really weird thing is, and when I was a Catholic, yes, when I was a Catholic, this is actually the very thing that I struggled with the most too, because as a Catholic, I believed that God was immutable, that he was not subject to change, and yet I also believe that at one point, God was not incarnate, and then God was incarnate. In other words, something about God changed. God cannot be both immutable and yet take on human flesh.
How did it change? You didn't answer my question. Oh.
All right. Listen, Isaac, I want you to respond to Dalton, but I think we're kind of at the end of the conversation here. It's getting a little bit long in the tooth, and I want to get to Nina before it gets too late.
Sorry. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I will definitely look into that. Those prophecies and the supposed errors that the gospel writers make. So thank you for opening.
Presupposed.
I really
Right.
perceive. Sorry.
The ones that didn't have any answers and nobody has answers for. Yeah. The errors.
And I don't really have an answer right now, but
Nobody
thank you
does.
for opening me up to that. That's the point. Thank you for opening me to that. I appreciate you having me, and God bless you guys.
All right. Cheers, man. Take care.
I haven't felt that confused since I read Augustine.
The Trinity always ends up in a vicious circle. It just round and round you go.
I did want to get your opinion on this because I was looking at that, classical Trinity chart where it's like the Son equals God, the Father equals God, and the Holy Spirit equals God, but it says the Son does not equal the Holy Spirit. Is this contradicting the law of identity, in your opinion?
I think the law of identity is violated for sure. I think that my first argument against the Trinity was based on the law of identity.
One of these days, I swear I'm going to get around to writing a very, very long paper breaking down the New Testament's alleged Trinitarian passages.
It's wild. Yeah. Like you can't get around it. Either there are three gods or Jesus is not God. You'll never get to three beings in one God. That's preposterous. Oh, well. Well, let's grab Nina. I'm going to grab just 2 or 3 super chats. We're getting Nina in here. Birdkeeper, my friend, thank you for the spirit. It says, Justin has fallen to eat crayons like collars. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for shit. I haven't eaten the crayons, friends. I'm just drawing with them. It's easier to communicate some of these things. Does it hurt anyone else's brain that Christians spread the Bible as fact to kids? It sets them up for failure in the future of my poor niece. Yeah, your niece is being indoctrinated. I'm sorry to hear that. That is frustrating, actually. Marduk, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super thanks. And Carlos, great to see you, friends. Is always thankful for your love and support. Hail, Doug. Well, thank you, Carlos. I know you're going through a lot right now. I hope that you're doing well. We all love and appreciate you, my friend. And Mason Tori, thank you for the 50 New Zealand dollar super chat. It says, if returning to the original Hebrew provides the correct meaning, why hasn't a Bible translation been produced that simply provides the definitive English equivalent of the text? Then we wouldn't have to quibble over the original Hebrew text. Well, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a one-to-one translation. Now, you can get relatively similar if you get like an interlinear Bible where it attempts to give you like a one-to-one translation, but it's impossible. Our grammar and Hebrew grammar don't line up. You can't do a perfect one-for-one. So what you have to do is learn Hebrew. And even just learning Hebrew words one for one doesn't do anything for you. For example, when it talks about the anger of God, it talks about the hot nose of God. You wouldn't know that unless you're reading Hebrew literature. You'll find these idioms in Hebrew literature that happen all the time in the Hebrew Bible. It talks about things using phrases that are unconventional to us in English because languages didn't develop in a vacuum. They developed within a culture. So you can't just do a word-for-word blanket translation and call it a day. You have to actually know the Hebrew language, and some things have to be translated as a thought rather than a word. X Million, thank you for the $50 super chat, friend. I appreciate it. This says, no text mentions God's member. Francesca might disagree with you. Gendering God, he, him, seems arbitrarily paternalistic. Well, that is true. So if God laid with me as with a woman, would it be an abomination? Would he blab to my wife? I mean, there's There's his comforting rod and staff and all. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, X Million. I think Dalton's got something to share on this.
Yeah, X Million, definitely check out Francesca Stavrakopoulos' book, God and Anatomy. She literally spends 3 whole chapters talking about God's God dong.
Yep. Big old dongs, which is not surprising. If you read the, thank you, X Million. If you read the ancient Babylonian literature, they do the same thing. Like the narrative of Enki and Ninhursag, when it talks about how they copulate, is fucking wild. There's penises and semen all over the place.
That classic portrait of Yahweh and his Asherah, like
Yeah.
they gave Yahweh as many favors as they possibly could.
They were really helping him out. He's got a third leg. Let me pull that one up.
Oh my god.
I'm going to show you guys an inscription, and I think you're going to like it. In this inscription, this is Yahweh and his Asherah. This is from Kuntalet Ajrud. And let me see if I can zoom in on this photo. Is there a way to zoom in? Yeah. This is supposed to be
Here it is.
Yahweh here with just a big old dong. Dude's just dangling in the wind over here. Listen, I would be jealous. I get it. It is what it is. Most of us don't come down to our kneecaps, but then again, not everyone gets to be Yahweh. So,
see what the scholars didn't realize, Justin, is that actually wasn't Yahweh's ding-along. That was actually Peggy making a cameo appearance.
Yeah, that's what's up. It's definitely Peggy. W Peggy. All right, let's get Nina in here and we'll get some more conversation going. Welcome in, Nina. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18 and I definitely believe in God.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I'm of the Yahweh favor or like thing, just everything you've been talking about.
Tell me about Yahweh. Who's Yahweh?
Well, one, that's just like before I even learned how to speak, even though and I don't think you remember talking to me before, but I'm the daughter of Zion girl.
You're the one that fulfilled prophecies.
I do remember you.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, well, of course I remember both of you, but no, I'm that girl. And this is it's a different day, and I literally spent a long time listening to Isaac. And for a 20-year-old, I mean, I probably was very much there as a 20-year-old, and probably either his parents are pastors or want to be pastors, or he is very the things that he learned is that they're not horrible. They're just maybe part of like a journey of learning different things.
So
I have a question. You've been drinking. Is it or it could be pop, but is it like a white wine or something you've been drinking?
This is water in a yellow glass. You can see the bottom of the glass is tinted yellow.
That is so much better than how I'm being as a person right now. But I'm still a believer, but I'm not a Christian. I used to always identify as a Christian, but I'm a believer now, but I do have an issue with identifying as like a Christian. But I know quite a bit, but not like how you guys do is like in this scripture in Amos or whatever, even though I can go to Amos or Malachi or, Jeremiah is my favorite, or how I grew up, it was Yirmiyahu was how we said that. Like, but I don't know them verbatim of, but I know them as in like buried in my heart of like, if you brought up something, I could probably attest to that.
Well, my question is, and I think Dalton's probably got the same question, is why would we believe in Yahweh?
Well, I believe that it's probably when I think of like numbers and stuff like that, he could probably be called a couple different things in different places at different times. You guys know a lot about the scripture. So Yahweh is just what I was, born in a place where that is like the big thing. You guys know a lot about the Bible, and my biggest question is there anything in there that resounds with you? Like with how much you know, is there anything beyond like technicalities, like in terms of life? Is there
There's a
anything that like,
passage. There's a passage. There are
mhm,
two passages I actually do like. One is
okay,
from Ecclesiastes that says, "The rivers flow into the sea, and yet the sea is never full." And I find that quite poetic about man never being satisfied. But besides that, I like Paul's saying that when I was a child, I spoke like a
I
child, that
thought
acted like
like
a
a
child.
child,
But when
I
I
think
became an,
like a child, willing a
I set
man, I
aside
put away
childish
childish
things,
things. Yeah, First
which,
Corinthians 13.
which is how I
Beautiful.
describe my atheism.
And so in terms, if God, now let's get beyond pages and stuff like that. If God created everything, every single person, isn't that resoundingness? And first of all, Ecclesiastes, like my favorite in Ecclesiastes, there's a season for everything. That's my favorite in Ecclesiastes. When my dad tells me like, "Oh, you're being a mad," or you're being this, I'm like, "There's a season for fucking everything, Dad." Like, or maybe I shouldn't cuss. I don't know. I'm sorry.
You can
Is
cuss.
that like
Fuckity
a
fuck
really
all the time,
bad?
no problem.
Okay. So, but seriously, there's a season for everything. And when it comes to Paul, now Paul back in the day used to be one of my homies, especially when was talking about like I am but the dust and all this stuff. I thought, and then when I realized in my later years that people quoted Paul more than any of the other quotes. But let's say we took all the pages, all the everything. You mean to tell me that you guys know so much about that Bible and there's nothing that resounds in it that is like, regardless of interpretation, regardless of any of that stuff, that like something is real here, something speaks.
No, the only verse that I really like is "Eat and drink and be merry, because tomorrow we may die."
Mm. Oh, okay, so eat and drink, and I get that because I wanted to have a drink with you one day, but okay, so maybe okay. And it's so funny because I really do not do this often, and I don't even know why I'm explaining that, but even with all your knowledge of the Bible, there has never been a time that, okay, for instance, you were talking to Isaac, and in a moment, I got my Bible. I have not pulled out my Bible in years, like dead ass. Like, I don't, I've read it so many times. It's like, I don't, you're not going to convince me that I have to study and study and study. You guys were talking about Isaiah 15. And mind you, the last time we talked, I was talking about the daughter of Zion thing. You guys did Isaiah 52. If I said 15, I think I did. I'm sorry. 52. And that scripture, the first verse of that was awake Zion, whatever. And mind you, and I know that's in Isaiah and Ezekiel and Jeremiah is my absolute favorite. But I'm just saying, my life has been filled with coincidences, timing of things
Mhm.
that are incredible. So even if you really love science or numbers or anything like that, you mean to tell me that you never think about that all of these things make sense for a reason?
I don't know what you mean by "makes sense."
A
Um,
lot of the Bible doesn't make any sense.
well, but in its entirety, I would say there are things that even when I was younger, I tried to stay away from, of like, reading certain things in the Old Testament as opposed to the New Testament. However, regardless, I do feel like believers were giving testimonies. I don't make them, what's the word? Vocal, where
Univocal?
like God wrote the whole thing.
Yeah, univocal.
Univocal. Yeah, I don't, but there was a time that I did, and because it was part of my raising. But as I grew and stuff like that, it's not necessarily that all of these things are just these very permanent and like, oh, look what they did. Yeah, they were people and they were whatever, but they were people who experienced God. And I'm not saying that there's not people in the Middle East at the same time that experience God, or in Asia, or in India that experience God in whatever their way is. But these are people so sometimes I express it of like, um, a really good song.
Hey, Nita friend, I'm kind of losing track of what you're saying here. Can you help me understand what where you're getting to?
Well, this is probably more like I am trying to adhere to what you believe.
Okay.
I am trying to adhere that whether you have read the Bible, the Quran, or whatever, do you really mean to tell me that in all of the things you experience, songs, math, science, all these different things, that you do not concede that there's a higher power at any point, whether you can name it or not?
I don't know. I don't know why we would add one to the worldview when the worldview is functional without it.
There are plenty of
Well,
higher
it
powers that
isn't.
exist, like gravity and the strong and weak nuclear force. We don't need to believe in any sentient higher power that's ruling or governing the universe.
Okay, and I understand that. But I would say that with how everything has kind of come to be and all these different things that you can debate and you can whatever, that there is still a premise of, for instance, you are people of good sense. Like you're Proverbs people, like the people of good sense of like, you can think through, if somebody tells you something, you can navigate that. Not everybody has that particular thing. And I get in all the different births that not everybody is going to be able to do that. But I would say in your ability to decipher conversations and all this stuff, you don't believe that when you look out into the world, that there is a possibility that somehow all these things intertwine. Whether people got it right, they could have said X, Y, and Z that was wrong or whatever. But I mean, do you ever look at it of like, this is a very intertwining thing?
When I was an agnostic, I might have, but not at all these days. I think that we have
What changed
perfectly.
you?
For me, I think just thinking logically about God and like the many contradictions that would like be problematic for God existing, like an idea that something existing outside of time. That was a huge problem for me when I was agnostic. I could not wrap my mind around how something can exist outside of time, but then also do anything. If you don't have time, then you can't do anything. You're useless.
But the universe exists outside of time. Do you know? Like, I mean, but no, but seriously, you can shake your head no, but when you really look at the math, the science of it all, is what is the time? If I were out on the moon, which I never believe we did, but that's neither here nor there. But if I was out in space, would I experience time the same way as X, Y, and Z? I
Well,
do
you would.
There
believe
is
in the
no such
universe.
thing as outside of space and time. There's nothing. Space and time is literally everything there is. There's nothing
Okay,
outside of
so
it.
even within that realm, say you were on the far end, that's not our galaxy, that is a different galaxy, would you experience time the same way? You don't know. I don't
No,
know. Or
well, we
nobody's
do
going to pretend
know.
to know.
We do know if you get
Well,
closer to a larger body with greater mass, time stretches whenever space gets stretched and contracts whenever space contracts. So time does work differently in other parts of the universe, but time exists there.
but one of my things that I would say is, does that make sense for your life?
Yes.
That there's a part of and for me too. And why does it make sense to you that you could understand a timing differential of when you put rules into something, even whether they're far away or they're here close or whatever, you put rules into something and it makes sense to you because you understand, okay, these are X, Y, and Z amount of rules. But so to go back, because I see the confusion in your face of
I don't
that
know
was
what you
just to
mean
address.
by rules.
Well, he only repeated a rule that he knows that because he doesn't know, nobody knows if we go to that science. But we go to science, we go
That
to
wasn't a
science
rule.
and the rules
That wasn't a rule. That was just a description of the universe
based off of what?
based on observation.
Okay, and that observation gave what? That certain things happen at certain times in certain places. Those are still a kind of a body of rules, right?
Their
I
body of
believe in those
observations.
rules. Okay, well, I don't mean rules as in stringent. I'm not trying to like put you in the corner. I just mean the very general, what you just said was based off of a set of rules that you understand and you whatever. Many people that you talk to or many people beyond what you know could either say in more depth of what that means or in less depth. You probably have more depth than the average bear. So that means that you understand a rule to a certain extent. And I'm not saying a rule as in God. I'm just saying you understand that there are rules. So for instance, even you
I, d-
not believing.
I don't
Okay,
believe
go
that
ahead.
though. I don't think that rules are governing our universe. I think that the rules that we describe in physics are just describing the universe. Like the universe is not like looking at a list of rules to obey.
Right. And I'm saying the same thing. I don't
Okay.
mean
I guess
like
I'm
the
confused then.
rule is what made it that way. I mean that it's that way we observe it and we understand that there's a rule to it or there's a pattern. There's a thing about it. There's whatever. And and what I'm saying with that as in terms to a higher power or something of that nature that in all of that and one of your big things is something that is without space and time. However, we already have that issue because even in all of these rules we still have to figure out, okay, beginnings, endings, and whatever. And so then I get away from the more scientific thing and then I ask more questions of personal experiences, as in, you know a lot about the Bible. Is there anything that gives you any kind of rhythm? You guys said no. You listed a couple of the verses that you like or whatever, but do you find that okay.
I can't
Do
hear
you
her.
understand what I'm saying of
The
like,
connection
do
is
you ever
goofed.
have a rhythm of like
Nina, I think you're gonna have to refresh your
One second,
browser.
Nina. Justin can't.
okay.
Yeah.
Is this? Am I being horrible? Because I am like by nature
Keep
kind of a
talking. I
people
can't hear.
pleaser, and it's like, okay, okay,
There you
I
go.
can
okay.
hear
Now
you
I can
now.
see you, Nina. I can hear you, but Justin can't hear you. Okay, he
I
can
can
hear
hear
you
you
now.
now.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
He can't hear me. Okay, you can't. And really, I'm gonna go into my car just to, because I just realized in all this, maybe because my battery is getting lower, that life could be harder for me right now. So I'm gonna make sure that it's not. because I you know, I do love God. I am definitely a believer. And it's not because, you know, I learned all these rules and stuff like that. I think those things kind of came later. When I became a believer, I was 4 years old. And I only really know that because the story that I remember when I felt like God really touched me, I had said something to my dad. And my dad repeats the story repetitively because he just thought it was the coolest thing, is where I was like, you know, God is in the sky and he's in our hearts. But I literally remember that day.
Hey,
I
Nina, friend.
remember it.
I don't want to interrupt you, but
Yes.
I'm struggling to follow what you're talking about. Is there a question in here?
So the question is, so and that wasn't a question. I think I was just talking about my life. So it wasn't a question. And what I was just saying, I think I'm trying to attract your, or whatever the word
Here,
is when I'm trying to
let me
go
let me help you
to,
out, Nina.
like,
Let
your
me help you out, Nina.
sentiments as a human being. Yes. Okay.
So when me and Justin look at the universe, we don't
Mm-hmm.
see any reason whatsoever to believe there are any gods or any deities. As far as what we can see is the universe exists, it's natural, it acts in certain ways, and that's all that we are convinced of. And when we look at the Bible, we see plenty of instances where the Bible contradicts history, it contradicts science, it contradicts itself. And so my and Justin's worldview, if you will, our worldview would be naturalism, is that the supernatural doesn't exist, and science does a pretty good job at explaining what does exist.
Yeah, but it still falls short in different places. And my question would be, so people like Jesus, or people like maybe Muhammad, or people like Krishna, or whatever all the other ones were.
We
Do you
lost her
think that
again.
there's
I think you
any
guys can hear her, but I
Oh,
can't.
Justin cannot hear you again, Nina. Your
Yeah,
connection has gone
what
out.
Yeah.
fuck? My God. Um, and it's so funny because I waited so long to like
You might
it,
you might need to come back when you've like on some Wi-Fi, or you have a better connection or something.
I have Wi-Fi, I have all of the things. I have all of the things in the universe. I should be
Yeah.
good. In naturalism,
I
I
don't know if
should
this
be
is going to
like,
even be saved in recording. I hope so.
Yeah.
oh, and you know
Yeah.
what's crazy? The last time,
You'll probably just have to come back at another time, Nina, because Justin is not going to be able to hear
and you know
anything
what?
you're saying.
Can he? And he can't hear
I'm
any of
sorry,
this,
Nina.
but maybe you can tell him this. The
We're
last
just
thing
going
I,
to pop that out.
I think she pissed off space time. It destroyed her connection. Don't you dare deny me.
Well, it is what it is. Listen, friends, it's way past my bedtime. I'm going to read what's left of our super chats and try to get to bed. I don't know why I keep staying up this late. We had way too long of a conversation leading up to Nina. But Marsh, thank you for the super chat, says, as a pagan, that young gentleman did a good job. Yeah, the Norse pagan that we had at the beginning of the stream, I thought he was respectful and kind, and I think that matters. And Shirley, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I've worked on ALS research for 20 years. Tons of smart people working hard. Still no treatment. Tell people with ALS how perfectly they are designed. ALS is actually another one of those things. Actually, while we were having that conversation, hold on. What was it? What do they call that? There we go. I'm making a list of some of the worst diseases and things that can happen to humans. ALS got to be up there, and I would imagine MS. MS has got to be behind that list. But Shirley, thank you for that. I'm going to add that to the list. And Skeptic says, I think those new self-aware fish would be better debaters than your last two Tony guests. I know, Skeptic. Tonys have not represented well here. It's something in the name. And Worship says, how is Big Bang compatible with Genesis creation? I don't think it is. I know we have Christians who think it is, but it can't be.
As long as you do this bit right here, and then you tilt your head to the side, and then you close this eye, you can make Genesis compatible with the Big Bang.
Yeah, exactly. JB Notube says, here's 5 entropy dollars. Thank you. I really appreciate it. 5 Canadian entropy dollars.
I was say, does that mean that over time they lose their value?
Actually, entropy only increases. So.
Oh, there you go.
Until it reaches equilibrium. Tracy, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, I'm at the start. I love listening to you hum. Rock out for Doug, simply what for Sharon, always gave her Justin. Well, thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that. Some people remarked a while ago that they liked the hum. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to keep doing it. And people also are starting to guess what they think I'm humming. I won't tell you what I'm humming. You'll have to guess. But that's been kind of fun too, actually. I know what I was humming today. Some of you should recognize it. Game Guy says, who are you rooting for in the Trump versus Pope beef? I mean, listen. I don't have a lot of love for the Catholic Church, but I got to be honest. I'm rooting for the fucking Pope at this point. That's crazy to think about.
When Pope Leo said that universal basic health care was like a right that all people deserve, I was like, man, it's a rare W for the Catholic Church.
I know, it's
also
really
crazy about
interesting.
that picture that that Donald Trump posted recently. It's crazy. I just found out about that literally just 3 hours ago.
I'm telling you what, like when the person in the Oval Office is so insane that you have to side with the Catholic Church, it's bad, really bad. Nevertheless, here we are. I do like though that in order to stay relevant, the Catholic Church has to keep getting more and more progressive. Maybe they'll get so progressive one day they'll leave God, but we'll have to. That remains to be seen. Gentleman Viking says Ems is Mo in the anime meaning of the word. I don't know enough about anime to know what that means. Do you know what that means?
Is that a Japanese term? I don't know.
I don't know what that means either. Sorry about that. Miss Meg says, oh hell yes, we have gotten Ems corrupted to the point he's getting pissed at dishonest rambling theists. Ems rocks like Doug. He certainly does. And I loved hearing Ems cuss at that guest. That was, to me, like icing on cake. It was amazing.
Oh, I missed it. I'll have to go back and watch that.
It was funny. Ems was in rare form, and he let him have it a little bit.
One of the great parts about doing the edits for the channel is that even if I don't get to catch a live, I know that eventually I'm going to get around to watching every single bit of your content.
Yes, that is the case. And Percy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Moe's Tavern. Oh, actually, believe it or not, where I live, I can't tell you much about where I live. Never mind. Moe's Tavern from The Simpsons is a fun reference, though. We appreciate that. And Pat says Ems is the GOAT. He's in his bag tonight. And yeah, I heard that right. He is. He's definitely in the bag. He was on it. SF Privateer says Bart, is this Moe's? Yes, it is. I'm looking for Hugh Jazz. Sam, call for you. Ems cussing is a culmination of any call ever. Keep it up, Ems. You know what I did? Maybe we need to. I won't clip them. It would be fun to clip Ems cussing. I just need to add that to my soundboard. Give me a second. I want to, in my clips notes, when we talked to that Muslim guest, was it Mike? Hold on.
I'm sure if you ask him, he'd be cool with it.
I think it was Sam. I'm just going to put a note in here. Clip Ems cussing for soundboard. So we'll get that at some point. I'm definitely going to put that on the soundboard. I did, after a number of requests, add another famous Minar quote to the soundboard.
Your mother was wrong for having you.
So there's that. Pat says, boy, you and Ems are giving these believers brain errors, and that is the case. Boy, were they struggling to keep up. And Pat said again, hold up, things that don't exist exist, that was the case. That's literally what he's saying. A direct contradiction. But
That's
Sam,
so funny because literally today I was on another live and I gave that exact argument today. That's so funny.
the Scorpion King says, can atheists join to debunk religions? No. This is not a circle jerk. This is a debate stage. But you're welcome to come and chat during the Q&A. Hank says, prophecy-obsessed Christians remind me of stalkery fans imagining they're getting secret love messages from pop stars via their social media posts. Oh, true.
That's so good. That's such a good analogy. I've never thought of that.
I'm reluctant to say this, but the person that I'm going to speak about, I won't name, and they'll never watch this stream, nor do people that know them. I know a person who literally thought that somebody was posting Craigslist ads for stuff, and then in the Craigslist ads were secret messages to them specifically about future plans of him leaving his wife to be with her, which never obviously materialized because it was crazy nonsense.
To be sure, for all the Phil bros out there who are watching right now, Sabrina Carpenter's song Man Child was indeed about you.
I'll have to check that one out. Anyways, Chris, it seems like the caller regarding Daniel was attacked by a cognitive dissonanceosaurus. Fucking hail Doug in John's fucking dragon. John's fucking dragon is a great addition, actually. Also, Dissonanceosaurus is a really good name for one of these dinosaurs. I'm adding that to the list. Hold on. I appreciate that. Dissonanceosaurus is got to be high up on the list, as is Rexodus and Rexegesus. I think those are pretty good. And also, let's see. We had another really good one. Deuteronoraptosaurus or something. Deuteroptosaur, I think was what it was. That was pretty good. Melchizedon, I like as well. Bryce Aroni, thank you for the super chat, says Joel tries to explain private conversations in the Gospels by saying they were written with help from God. But isn't God the thing he was trying to prove? You nailed it. It becomes circular. Yes, you have to presuppose your worldview for it to make sense. And they can't really do that. Klein says Christianity was born when the first con man met the first fool. Maybe not the first, but definitely early.
I don't know why it makes me think of that clip from Family Guy where the guys in the Middle East are really chummy and friendly with each other, and then another guy walks over and goes, "Hey, did y'all hear about that magic baby born in Bethlehem?" And they just all start like stabbing each other.
I'll have to check that one out. That sounds pretty good. Jessica, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Says the golden maxim: if I agree with it, it's literal. If I disagree with it, it's metaphorical. Every fucking time. If there's a passage I like Isaiah 53, clearly a fucking metaphor. Clearly one of the few clear metaphors. Nope, deadpan literal. All the literal stuff. No, those are all metaphors now. These people are ass backwards. They have no idea what's happening in this text. And Jeff says the Mo-zone layer. I like that. The Mo-zone layer. Mo and deconstruction zone. I think we can work that in. I hate to say it, but I think Mo's catching on. 1 million ants. Good to see your friends. Says I'd love to see another collab with Brandon Mindshift. Maybe even a live stream. XOXO fracking for collaborations, and also Pebbles and Cats. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I wonder if I can convince him to come on and do an episode. Who knows? He's pretty quick on his feet, so I suspect he'd be fine at debating. We'll just have to wait and see. Maybe that's something he'll be interested in. Joe says, my first time here, led by Holy Spirit. You're awesome. Goodbye. Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Dope motorcycle, and glad to see you're here.
I thought GBY was God be with. No, that would be WY. Never mind. Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, it's got to be goodbye, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Peace Loving Cake. Hey, thank you for that. It says caller paying $1.99 per minute to use new AI Jesus bot to answer for him. He'll have to file bankruptcy once Justin is done with them. Could you imagine? That guy was
that is one of the
AI.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest downsides right now to AI is that so many people on TikTok are just frantically using it to try to come up with really bad arguments for Christianity.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I don't mind though. I like it when people are using AI to debate me because I can recognize when it's AI and then I can make fun of them.
Yeah.
So it's bad when you and AI are getting cooked at the same time. Vintage Joe, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says you've been doing lives this weekend, call-in shows, deconstruction call-in. You're freaking beast, dude. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Vintage. I've fucking been putting the hours in, that's for sure. So much so that I got to be honest, guys, I haven't really had time to get my work done on my book. I might have to axe Monday nights. I don't know yet. I might have to just stop streaming on Monday nights so I can actually get a day, like 1 day a week, always to work on the book. It's just one of those situations, like, you know, it's kind of damned if you, damned if you don't. I kind of have to work a certain number of hours to get everything squared away, but also at the same time, I really need to get the book done. It just has to happen. If I don't do it, fucking someone else is going to do it eventually, and I got to get it done.
And also, like, it's just good for your mental health if you're not constantly talking to these people. I had to take a whole week off last month. And also,
True.
I'm just grateful that when I made my schedule, I made sure that I went live on the days that you didn't. That way I had days of healing my brain.
Totally understand. Mindforged Manacle says, Angel, after putting metaphorical coal to Isaiah's lips, feeling comforted? Yeah, isn't it wild that an angel put a metaphorical coal to Isaiah's lips and then metaphorically forgave his sins? Like, what does that even mean? Like, it's just, the whole thing's absurd. They're struggling, though. Pat, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Christians are not tall enough for this ride, homie. No, they're not. They're not. I need one of those swing arms from the amusement parks where you can swing it out and measure someone's height. Like, well, motherfucker, you need to get a couple more inches in here before you're ready. Not a robot, I swear. Good to see your friend. Says, stay poetical again. I dare you. I double dare you. Not only did this guy say poetical like a dozen times, he never figured out that poetical wasn't a word. That's like scientifical. I get it that English is hard for some, but poetical? Oh boy. Colton Robinson, thank you for the super chat. Says, I grew up Mormon. What the fuck is Kolob actually? Well, I mean, my understanding of Kolob is that it's just another planet, right, Dalton?
Yeah, that's why I understood. It's a planet where Yahweh lives.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's like ancient aliens had a baby with Christianity, you know?
Yeah, that was always my understanding of Kolob. I could be wrong. I probably should look into the matter a little bit more, but
they use the word star, I think, in the older work texts, but like that's because they understood all the planets to be like that. It's either God lives on a planet called Kolob, or he lives on a planet next to a star called Kolob. That's what I understand.
I'll have to check more into it, but Bryce Aroni, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Bryce Aroni says they literally made a show called Seventh Heaven. There's obviously seven heavens, duh. Yeah, I wonder where they got that from.
I forgot to mention that in my list of sources. Yeah.
It is interesting, though. You can see a progression in history of the number of heavens because they had to keep adding more heavens to account for different things.
I think that when the Jews adopted the idea of there being seven heavens, I think they may have adopted it from the Mesopotamians because the Mesopotamians believed that there were seven heavens, and the reason why seven was their number was because when they looked up at the night sky, they saw that while all the stars would turn in the sky, there were seven celestial bodies that did not, it was the sun, the moon, and five stars, which were actually planets, and that's why seven was special to them.
Yeah, for sure. Bryce Roney. Oh, sorry, I just read that one. Sorry about that. Bird, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, here's an additional $5 to buy a trowel to loan to callers to climb back out of the hole they dug themselves into when you're done with them, and they're going to need one. These callers, they're the way I always liken it is what they're doing is they're seeing a problem and they're putting the most immediate fix they can find onto the problem without realizing that they've created 7 more wounds that they have to put band-aids on now. Every time they put a band-aid on a wound, they open up 5 more wounds because they're not taking their time to think through it. They're just finding the most immediate answer they can find without thinking about the repercussions that will come when giving that answer. So it's bad. It's a bloodbath out here. But what are you going to do? Smart Money says, thankful for your channel in helping me in this deconstruction journey, writing some songs to chronicle it. How do I access the cheat sheet? Well, friends, the best way to access the cheat sheet is to go to my profile and become a member on my Patreon or on my channels. When you're a Crack and Crew Elite member on my channels, you'll get access a link to the cheat sheet. It's a living document. I update it literally every week. I added 2 new tabs this week. I'll be adding more. I just added an awesome tab going through the Talmudic references that relate to Deuteronomy 22 and how they did fucking indeed intend to stone women who didn't bleed. So we got a tab in there for that. If someone's saying, well, they didn't really want to do that, this isn't really law that they were enforcing, it's more like a general guide. No, motherfuckers. They were talking about it. It's in the Talmud hundreds of years later about stoning women. So it's there. Nevertheless, that's the best way to get access to the cheat sheet. And Choco, my friend, thank you for the $5 super that says, hope you rested well after that 10-hour live. I got a little bit of rest, actually. Do you have a second to discuss a talking point I'd like to contest? If not, I sent a Discord message a few days ago. Choco, I'm sorry, my Discord is a train wreck. For reasons I've articulated, but I'll say it again. The reason why email is easier is because I can answer an email and then maybe a couple days later they answer back. On Discord, I'll answer a Discord message and 30 seconds later somebody gets a notification that I answered it and then they answer me back. So I get drawn into a back and forth. Answering Discord messages, it turns into a special form of hell for me because I can only answer like one message every 30 minutes because it just always turns into an actual chat conversation. Whereas email, you can email me and I'll just email you back. And when you get time to read it, you can email me back. It's a little bit easier. I love everybody on Discord. I try to talk to people on Discord when I can, but you guys have to understand that it's very difficult for me to check all my Discord messages when every time I answer one, I get replies back basically immediately. It's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. This has happened. This is the way things happen when a bunch of people want to talk to you at the same time. It's nobody's fault. I love everybody who is trying to communicate to me. Just please know that I'm doing my best, and I'm sorry I haven't got to everybody. Tim, my friend, thank you for the super. It says, I remember when I lost my faith, I saw my priest with an altar boy. I thought we had something special. Oh no, the betrayal. Oh no.
That's so fucked.
It's crazy that... Go ahead, bud.
I was just saying, I'm just lucky that when I was an altar server, I was a grown-ass man, so well out of the range of, like, as the prey. So,
it's funny that... I don't want to say who. I know somebody who talks about his abuse by the church. And it wasn't Catholic. It was like a youth minister, Protestant youth minister that abused him, but... It's funny because he said, I don't tell you who it is.
Ministers. But we had one that would... Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we had one who used to come to the high school and eat with the kids. It was so weird.
That's very common, actually, yeah. So one of my friends there was a youth pastor at the church that, let's just say, took a liking to him. And at some point, I guess he just assumed that they were in some sort of weird, fucked up relationship. And so when the youth pastor got found out, it was because he was found with another boy. And it was painful for so many reasons. But one of the unexpected reasons was that the first guy that was being abused was like, oh, Like I thought like I was special. Now I'm just fucking one of all these boys are being abused. And he's like, that really fucked him up. Because like it's hard enough to know that you're being abused at one point. It's even harder to think that it's happening because you're special, and then to learn that you're not. Like it really fucked him up. And like you could imagine why that would be crazy. But yeah, it's actually a real thing. I know the super chat was in jest, like they were joking about it, but actually it's a real thing that happens. Not a robot, I swear. Thank you for the super chat. It says that awkward moment when you double down on heresy. I know. I love the Trinity debate because you go round and round in circles, bouncing from one heresy to another, and they're just hoping like somebody's going to grab hold of the merry-go-round and let them off, but I never do.
Justin, have you ever seen that little cartoon of Saint Patrick trying to explain the Trinity and to the two non-Christians? It's so funny. If you, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you on Discord. It's so funny. You'll love it.
I definitely want to see it. I do love. Who was it? There was a satirical cartoon that knocked on the Trinity once. I'll have to take a look into it. I remember it being funny. Maybe Family Guy. I can't recall. Dux Rain says, I don't know if I'm missing something, but I feel like the Messiah also being God, it defeats the purpose of having a Messiah at all. I mean, I feel like it depends what you think about the Messiah. Like if you're a Christian and you think the Messiah has to be perfect so that he can forgive sins, well, now it's just ridiculous because like if the Messiah is God, it can't not be perfect. It has to be. So now it's just kind of silly.
For a lot of Catholics, the whole point of the Messiah was so that God could become incarnate. But for the ancient Israelites, that would have been silly because they already thought God had a body. So it would have been superfluous. A hat on a hat.
Yeah. Maybe one day we can do a stream on that. Maybe get you, me, and Chet together and just go through the sources about how ancient people really conceived of God having a body, and this nonsense of him being completely immaterial comes much, much later in history. Peace, Love, and Cake says, just think how advanced humanity may be if not for so many people being determined to be so ignorant. I know. It's like people don't want to learn. Like they want to be stuck in their delusions. And to be fair, I've had a couple people admit that. Tim, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. Says God needed foreskins because he had forbidden swine but wanted some pork rinds. Yeah, it's pork rinds and chitlins. Obviously, he needs foreskin for that. No disagreement here. And God Eating Penguin says, I don't have a joke, but I did want to mention huge grace. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, God Eating Penguin. And listen, I mentioned you the other day on stream. I used the God Eating Penguin like twice in 2 different debates. I thought it was a lot of fun, my friend. And Pat, thank you for still being here. You've been here since the beginning of the live stream, my friend. Says, as a current army man, which crayon tastes best? Well, I've got the Crayola Ultra Clean Washable Large Crayons. I don't eat them. I don't even know if they smell. Hold on.
If someone hasn't already invented it, edible crayons, like candy that's shaped like a crayon, that's an idea that needs to get out there.
Parents will strangle you for that.
I would say that would be a great merch product for the deconstruction zone. Just saying.
Some crayons.
Yeah, you can eat them. Edible crayons.
I want to find some large crayons, just progressively get bigger and bigger crayons till I have to like hold it like this. Just until see how large I can get before Christians are like, what the fuck's happening here? Gretchen, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, I want to have a drink with you to Zeusin. Yeah, that's I think you summed up her argument for sure, Gretchen. Poor Nina, we love you if you're still listening, but you may want to pick and choose when you call in, my friend. All I'm saying is be careful because it's hard to know sometimes how much you've had before you shouldn't call in. That's all I'm saying. We love you. Contraditi says, take my money, thanks. Well, thank you, Contraditi. I really appreciate that, friend. And Velocirapture, hey, thank you for the $2 super chat. Big W. Also, Colton Robinson, thank you for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate it. It says, wait, so Mormons and shit made up kolob out of whole cloth? There's no biblical nothing on that? Actually, that is the case. There's nothing, not a single verse in the Bible that talks anything about kolob.
Now, if I was a Catholic apologist, I would say something like kolob is actually a reference to kelev, which means dog, and it's a reference to the what's the name of that one dog constellation? That's what it's a reference to. There.
Oh, yeah, you
is
can
it
work
serious?
that one out actually,
or something like that. Yeah,
be.
there you go.
Yeah,
yeah, there you go. Catholic apologist, Mormon apologist. I just gave y'all something to use shittily.
We would fucking be vicious apologists if we ever flipped teams.
that would suck.
We would make a shit ton of money as apologists.
Oh yeah.
People be like, "You guys are doing this for the money." Do you know how much fucking
I would
money?
make so. Oh my god! If people like us converted to Christianity, God, such a bigger audience.
These bullshit, untrained, unread apologists on YouTube have like a fucking 500,000 followers. They're doing nothing but repeating bad talking points from fucking Origin. Yeah, someone who actually knows this book, I think Dalton and I would crush. We would rise to the top of the apologetics game overnight. But what are you gonna
do? I'll make that my fallback.
If atheism goes bust, actually, I'm too honest to be an apologist. Maybe I'll be like one faith healer. We'll see. Shaitan TikTok, interesting name change. Says, I made an Islamic version of the cheat sheet. Let me know if you want it. I actually would love to see it. I did get one version from our friend Saya. Sia or Saya, I forget how to pronounce the name. Anyways, he's amazing. It's a great cheat sheet. I haven't taken it and read through it and integrated much of the data into my cheat sheet yet, but I'm going to take the stuff that he's got on his that I don't have on mine yet. I'm going to do a cross-reference and see what I can add. But if you've got one, email it to me. I'd love to see it and see if I can get some new data. And Mr. Morpheus, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $5 super. It says, one day with the Lord is equal to 1,000 years is an admittance. Wherever he is, he has days. Oh, fair fucking point, i.e. subject to a sun. It's just 1,000 years to us. That's crazy. So every time a Christian says one day to us is like 1,000 to the Lord, and that means that Adam didn't need to die in that very day, they're basically then just admitting that God has days, which is crazy.
He's subject to time.
That's wild. That's a great point, Mr. Morpheus. I cannot believe no one's brought that up yet. That's really good, actually. Big W.
I bring it up all the time. You just haven't heard it yet.
Maybe. Dawn, when are you live next?
What's today? Yeah, I'll be live on later. I'm technically later today because for me it's 12 o'clock. So Tuesday, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, y'all.
Very good. Well, I won't be live tomorrow, but friends, thank you so much for being here. Dalton, thank you for joining me. Is there somebody live that we can go raid? Let me take a look at the interwebs.
Yeah, let's take a look. Born Again is live.
Oh, Born Again Atheist is live right now. Okay.
Yep.
Give me 1 second. I think we're going to split the audience. Let's send everyone on YouTube. I'm sorry, everyone on TikTok. Let's go to Born Again Atheist live stream on TikTok. Really funny live stream. Super entertaining. Always fun. If you're watching on YouTube, let's go over to Arch Thinker. Let's go over to Thinker's live stream. Her handle on YouTube is Think Beyond Dogma. Highly recommend. Arch Thinker is a great friend of mine. She's wicked smart, and I really, really think you'll enjoy her live stream. Send her a raid. Say that Justin and Dalton sent you. And also, we have a follow-up from Colton. It says, Mormons are hey to dog? This be bullshit. What's HAI?
Hi?
Let me see. I don't see a meaning for this. I learning in Japanese, it means yes. Mormons are yes to dog. That can't be right. I don't know if that's a typo, but nevertheless, we appreciate the super chat. And friends, we'll see you again soon. It's Monday. We'll see you on Wednesday night. Make sure Tuesday night you're on Dalton's live stream. Friends, love you. Have a good one.